Two silhouettes flashed next to each other above barren mountains. The silhouettes belonged to two young men. One of them was standing on the shoulder of a huge stone golem. His appearance was unkempt. He was dressed in a long azure robe. His hair fluttered all over the place since the headband holding his hair up had broken. With just a glance, one could tell the man resembled Duan Ling Tian. Devil Qi continued to surge out of the stone golem he stood on, but cracks could be seen on it. It was obvious it had taken a lot of damage. It seemed as though it was going to collapse soon. If there were devils around, they would be able to tell the stone golem was a saint devil puppet. The other person, on the other hand, was dressed in a black robe. Similar to his companion, his appearance was unkempt as well. His hair was flying everywhere, and he seemed to be injured. The black-clad man tossed a seal to the azure-clad man who was standing on the shoulder of the stone golem. There were many exquisite and tiny hills carved on top of the seal. People in the know would recognize it immediately. It was the 10,000 Mountain Seal, one of the super saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Both of them had been traveling at their fastest speed for the longest time. They did not dare to slow down. Dugu. I'm afraid that I won't be able to escape even if I want to, Duan Rufeng said when he noticed the sound behind them began to get closer and closer. He said with a bitter smile on his face, "That person is the Palace Master of the Great Spirit Palace Master from the Human Devil Clan. He has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage a long time ago. Based on our current states, we're no match for him at all. It's impossible for us to escape him. We've been too careless. We should have moved places earlier so he wouldn't be able to find us." Regret could be heard in his tone. Since the Ox Devil clan from the Land of Exile invaded the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land, Dua Rufeng had been preparing for it. He even joined forces with Dugu, his longtime rival, to deal with the Devil clans. They began to kill the invading armies from the Devil clans and devoured their vital essence and blood essence to further strengthen themselves. They had to get stronger. It was the only way to guarantee their survival and to protect the people around them. Duga had abandoned the Mountainshade Black Market and led the elites from the Mountainshade Black Market to Duan Rufeng's Azure Cloud Mansion. After that, one of the most powerful devil clans, the Human Devil Clan, set their sights on the Azure Cloud Mansion, but their vanguard was defeated by the combined forces of Dugu and Duan Rufeng. However, once the main forces from the Human Devil Clan arrived, both of them thought it was impossible to continue their resistance. For this reason, they left the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate with the members of Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market. Should we return to Cloud Continent? This thought briefly appeared in Duan Rufeng's mind when he left the Azure Cloud Mansion estate. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Although it might be safer on Cloud Continent since there would not be many strong devils there, it meant they could not increase their strength as well. During a critical time like this, it was imperative for them to get stronger. The second Human Devil era had arrived. They needed to get stronger in the shortest time possible. After discussing with Dugu, Duan Rufeng and Dugu led the members of Mountainshade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion away from the Azure Cloud Mansion to the eastern region of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land so they could look for an isolated place to settle down. At the same time, Dugu and Duan Rufeng would frequently hunt for devils to increase their strength. Unfortunately, they met with calamity today. They had encountered the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. It was worth mentioning that when the vanguard from the Human Devil clan invaded, Duan Rufeng and Dugu had killed the favorite and youngest disciple of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. The disciple was a talented young genius among the devils. Ever since then, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace had been looking for them to seek revenge for his disciple. "It's useless to say anything now," Dugu shook his head and said with a solemn expression, "Duan Rufeng, although I view you as a rival for the longest time, I've always felt we have a special connection. Both of us received the Orthodox Devil clan's inheritance, and we also became leaders of the strongest factions in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although we often fought, we appreciated each other as well. I've no regrets being your rival and your friend. I hope you'll look after the people from Mountainshade Black Market after you blood escape. Moreover, you have to avenge me." A rare smile appeared on Dugu's usually cold countenance. Blood escape. Duan Rufeng had a bitter smile on his face as he said, The palace master of the Great Spirit Palace had locked onto us with his divine consciousness. He would be able to find us no matter where we go. It's pointless to use blood escape. I'm afraid we'll both die together today. Duan Rufeng sighed. He thought about his wife, his son, his grandson, and the granddaughter he had yet to meet. A hint of unwillingness could be seen in his eyes. He really did not want to die. However, he did not think there was any hope for him to survive. If I say you will live, then you will live. I, Dugu, am a man of my words. Dugu said decisively. Remember my words. You have to avenge me and find a good master for the 10,000 Mountains seal. His tone turned flat when he reached the second part of his sentence. An ominous feeling rose in Duan Rufeng's heart when he heard it. What are you planning? Duan Rufeng asked when he detected the change in Dugu's tone. Before Dugu could reply, he threw up a mouthful of blood. The blood did not splatter. Curiously, it began to twist and turn in the air and formed paintings of complex symbols in the air. It caused the space to tremble violently. Wind continued to blow and howl as Dugu controlled his blood to paint the complex symbols. Although Duan Rufeng had no idea what Dugu was painting, the oppressive and ancient aura from it gave him the chills. Duan Rufeng was shocked when he noticed that Dugu's youthful face began to age suddenly. Wrinkles began to appear on his face, and his hair began to turn silver. His once fit body shrank into an emaciated figure. Moreover, he noticed Dugu was shaking violently and sweating profusely as he clenched his teeth. Blood was constantly flowing out of his mouth. After a while, his teeth began to fall out as well because he was clenching them so hard. It was obvious Dugu was in agony, a kind of agony that was hard to imagine. This is. Based on the blood symbols and Dugu's sudden change as he endured the oppressive and ancient aura, Duan Rufeng suddenly recalled he had read something similar in a record. There was a technique in the inheritance he obtained from the Devil clan. Age soul devouring blood formation. Duan Rufeng cried out in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. Dugu, you. He did not expect that Dugu knew how to set up this forbidden formation from the Devil clans. The age soul devouring blood formation was an ancient and cruel teleporting formation. It was cruel because, in order to set up this formation, one had to burn their life energy. Moreover, one also had to endure the agony of one's soul being devoured. It was said that having one's soul devoured was akin to having millions of ants biting on one's soul. The process was excruciatingly painful. Very few people or devils could endure this pain. If the person setting up the formation could not endure the pain of having their soul devoured, the soul-devouring blood formation would fail. In the history of the Devil clans, only very few devils had successfully set up the age soul-devouring blood formation. Those who succeeded had extreme willpower. Not many people dared to set this formation. Duan Rufeng's emotions were turmoil as he looked at Dugu's elderly face, his body that was twitching nonstop and the blood that was constantly flowing out from his mouth. His former rival chose to sacrifice his own life and endure the pain of having his soul devoured to set up the age soul-devouring blood formation so that he could live. Dugu? Duan Rufeng's eyes turned red. But there was nothing he could do. He knew Dugu would die instantly if he stopped. Once the process of setting up the age soul-devouring blood formation began, there was no turning back. The process of arranging the age soul-devouring blood formation did not take much time to set up, but it did require a lot of effort. Nevertheless, both Duan Rufeng and Dugu felt as though time was never ending. For Duan Rufeng, time felt long and slow because of the agony in his heart when he saw Dugu sacrificing himself to create an escape path for him. On the other hand, Dugu felt as though time was crawling because of the agony from performing the soul devourment. The agonizing sensation akin to thousands and thousands of ants gnawing on his soul was excruciatingly painful. There were several times when he felt as though he was going to collapse, but he managed to pull through with his strong willpower. He felt as though he was suffering a fate worse than death going through this process. One day felt like a year. When his suffering finally ended, Dugu's life force was almost exhausted. However, he had successfully completed the arrangement of the age soul-devouring blood formation. Unlock! Dugu shouted feebly as a crimson sigil emitting dazzling red light appeared at the void in the center of the age-soul devouring blood formation that he had painted with his own blood. Above the crimson sigil, a huge door that seemed to be constructed entirely out of blood appeared out of thin air. After a while, the door swung open. It was pitch black behind the door. There were no indications of where the door would lead to. "Duan Rufeng, you're my only friend," Dugu said as he looked at Duan Rufeng. A grin that looked more unsightly than a crying face appeared on his aged face. In his life, he had no friends even though he stood at the peak of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Before the devil clans invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not think he would call his longtime rival Duan Rufeng a friend. That was Dugu's last words. His life force was completely depleted at this moment, and it disappeared in a blink of an eye as though he had never existed at all. Painting and arranging the age-soul devouring blood formation would not only waste one's vitality, but it would also consume one's soul. After Dugu had finished arranging the age-soul devouring blood formation, he was like a lamp that had run out of fuel. Since he had used the last of his breath to say his final words, he could no longer hold on and breathe his last breath. However, he had a smile on his face when he died. It seemed as though he had died peacefully with no regrets in his life. Dugu! Duan Rufeng's reddened eyes were brimming in tears when he watched how Dugu carved a path for him to escape at the expense of his own life. 2 streaks of tears streamed down his face. Men usually did not cry easily because they had not reached a level of sadness that justified tears. Prior to the Devil Clan's attack on the Dao Martial Saint Land, Dugu had never tried to befriend Duan Rufeng, but the same could be said for Duan Rufeng as well. However, at the critical moment, Dugu, his friend, did not even hesitate to sacrifice his life and destroy his soul, apart from bearing the excruciating pain of the soul feeder, to give Duan Rufeng a chance to escape. Dugu did not have to suffer this agony, but he had willingly done this so he could save Duan Rufeng. Swoosh! Suddenly Duan Rufeng heard noises from behind that were fast approaching him as though his pursuer would catch up to him soon. He looked at the gradually fading entrance of the portal that had just been activated by the age-soul devouring blood formation, and without any delay he entered the portal by manipulating the Saint Devil puppet under his feet. Duan Rufeng had initially wanted to collect Dugu's spatial ring so it would not be taken by the Palace Master of Giant Soul Palace from the Human Devil clan, but time did not allow it. As soon as Duan Rufeng entered the portal faded even more rapidly than before. Phew! The portal in the void that was unlocked by the time soul feeding blood disappeared just at the moment his pursuer, the Palace Master of the Human Devil clan's Giant Soul Palace, arrived. The Palace Master of the Human Devil clan's Giant Soul Palace was a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe. His long hair was casually tied up and lay on his back. He had an expression of determination on his face. Although no anger could be seen on his face, he radiated an aura of authority and power. Age-soul devouring blood formation? When the Palace Master of the Human Devil clan's Giant Soul Palace arrived, he caught a glimpse of the disappearing void. It did not surprise him that this man had set up the age-soul devouring blood formation, a forbidden formation from the Devil clans that was used to escape, since he saw a dried corpse that suddenly fell down. At this moment, the Palace Master of the Human Devil clan's Giant Soul Palace also discovered his divine consciousness that had been locked onto the other person had been severed. The portal that was constructed by the age-soul devouring blood formation was different from the common blood escape secret tactic from the Devil clan. The latter would not be able to help the escapee escape from his pursuer's divine consciousness, but it was different for the former. For this reason, he knew it would be impossible for him to track the other person since he had fled through the portal that was opened by the age-soul devouring blood formation. He had no idea where the other person had teleported to. The lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not big, but it was not very small either. It would be difficult for him to find the other person if that person intended to hide from him. I didn't expect that such a common devil cultivator would be able to successfully paint and arrange an age-soul devouring blood formation. The Palace Master of the Giant Soul Palace sighed. He took a step forward and flew down to remove the spatial ring from Dugu. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Dugu's body. Even among the devil clans from the land of exile, very few of them would dare to paint and arrange the age soul-devouring blood formation. Moreover, the number of devils who could successfully paint and arrange the age soul-devouring blood formation was even rarer. When he saw an ordinary devil cultivator like Dugu had not only successfully painted and arranged the age soul-devouring blood formation, but had also successfully completed it, his heart was filled with respect for him. It was true that his relationship with Dugu was hostile, and he would not hesitate to kill Dugu if he came back alive. However, it did not and would not diminish nor affect the respect he had for Dugu. That lucky guy. When he thought of the man who had escaped from his divine consciousness through the age soul-devouring blood formation, escaping death, a seldom-seen expression of envy appeared on his face. Although he had many friends in this lifetime, he was certain none of these friends would be willing to sacrifice themselves to arrange the age soul-devouring blood formation for him. Yuan, that lucky Duan Rufeng had escaped. However, Master assures you that one day I'll find him and kill him to avenge you. He murmured to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly, replacing the envious look in his eyes. These words were said for his most beloved last disciple who was killed by Dugu and Duan Rufeng. Meanwhile, after Duan Rufeng entered the portal that was unlocked by the age soul-devouring blood formation, he arrived at a place that he was completely unfamiliar with. Currently, he was too busy surveying his surroundings. He stood motionless. His Saint Devil had long vanished, as though it had left him. After a while, Duan Rufeng muttered to himself, Dugu, rest in peace. I'll find a good master for your super saint weapon, the 10,000 Mountain Seal. In addition, I'll certainly seek revenge for you. I'll personally decapitate the palace master of the human devil clan's giant soul palace to avenge your death. His eyes flashed fiercely. Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian had no idea that his father had almost gotten killed. At this moment, after confirming that his family and friends were not in the 10 great dynasties, he had left for the foreign lands. Skywolf Fort was his first stop as well previously when he left the 10 great dynasties. Currently, the master of Skywolf Fort had changed again. The Skywolf Fort was overrun with a devil clan that was relatively powerful. Naturally, their strength was relatively powerful in comparison to the strength of the devil clans in the 10 great dynasties. The level of cultivation of these devils was nothing to Duan Ling Tian. They were extremely weak, and he could crush them with just a blow. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian easily destroyed the devil clan that was occupying the Skywolf Fort. It's a pity. It seems like all the original occupants of Skywolf Fort had left. I'm not even certain if they've been killed or if they fled the city. During his time here, Duan Ling Tian did not see any former occupants of Skywolf Fort. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look around Cloud Continent. There's still a possibility that Father, Mother, Little Fair, and the others are hiding on Cloud Continent. They might be worried that returning to the 10 great dynasties is too obvious. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he thought about this. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian did not want to linger in Skywolf Fort any longer. He led the 3 ladies out of Skywolf Fort in a flying carpet and flew toward his next destination. During Duan Ling Tian's journey, he would slay every devil that he encountered. The Cloud Continent was only a mortal continent, and its cultivation environment was extremely poor. The powerful devil clans would not willingly stay here, and thus only weak devil clans would settle down here. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it was easy for him to defeat all the devils he encountered. Moreover, when Duan Ling Tian killed the devils, his innate spiritual root began to turn a darker violet. With this speed, it won't be long before my innate spiritual root transforms into a dark violet one, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself excitedly. When my innate spiritual root transforms into a dark violet innate spiritual root, course and my innate spiritual roots will be further improved. I really wonder what's above a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, looking forward to the change. He continued traveling and killing devils with the 3 ladies by his side. Time quietly passed by. About a month later, Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root finally transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root. That was fast. After experimenting a few times, Duan Ling Tian realized his speed of absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy previously could not compare to the speed now. A human's desire was insatiable. This was a fact. Just like a beggar, perhaps, his biggest wish was to just have a good meal and not to starve. However, when he was full and not starving, he would long for a better life. Duanling Tian was the same. In the past, all he wanted was to improve his innate spiritual root to a violet one with the help of the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, after he had gained a violet innate spiritual root, he began to long for a dark violet innate spiritual root, which was also supposedly the highest grade of innate spiritual roots. Initially, Duanling Tian thought this was the limit of the innate spiritual roots, but when he found out that it was not through experimenting, and that it was likely there was a higher grade of innate spiritual roots, he began to long for it as well. After Duanling Tian possessed a dark violet innate spiritual root, he discovered he could still improve it with the elementary devouring tactic even though the progress was extremely slow. I would like to see what's the next grade of innate spiritual root that comes after a dark violet innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian thought to himself, filled with curiosity, as he continued to bring the three girls with him as he swept through the Cloud Continent. After some time, almost all the devil clans that had settled down on Cloud Continent had been slain by Duanling Tian. The only ones who survived were those who managed to hide from him. Throughout the entire time, Duanling Tian continued to use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to improve his innate spiritual root. However, it seemed like there was an impossibly wide gap between the dark violet innate spiritual root and the next grade of innate spiritual root. Even after Duanling Tian had devoured the innate spiritual roots of almost all the powerhouses from the devil clans on Cloud Continent, it did not seem like he was any closer to improving his innate spiritual root to the next grade. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a mortal continent such as Cloud Continent is indeed too small. Not only that, but the devils on Cloud Continent were mostly weaklings from the land of exile. Although there were a great number of them, their innate talent was quite poor. The quality of their innate spiritual roots was low as well. Duanling Tian was deeply aware of the gap between his innate spiritual root and the next grade of innate spiritual root. The gap felt almost unbridgeable. It seems like my parents, Little Fair, and the others are not in Cloud Continent. As he swept through Cloud Continent, he did not forget to search for his family and friends. However, his effort was futile. He had to accept the fact that his family and friends did not come to the Cloud Continent. His expression was taut and worries could be seen in his eyes. If they did not return to Cloud Continent, where did they go? Moreover, why did they not return to Cloud Continent? Did something happen to them? If I had known this would happen, I would have prepared soul pearls for my parents, Little Fair, and the others. At least I would know if they're safe. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, a sense of remorse overcame him. He felt regretful he did not create soul pearls for his family and friends. Otherwise, he would not be in this position. Brother Tian, don't worry so much, Brother Tian. Koa consoled Duanling Tian in a timely manner when she saw through his worries. Since Uncle Feng and Aunt Ro managed to flee under the nose of the human devil clan, it means they're strong enough to protect themselves. Since they're not on Cloud Continent, they must have found another place to hide in. There are another 2 mortal continents after all. Maybe they didn't return to Cloud Continent because they didn't want to implicate their old friends. Moreover, they managed to kill many vanguards from the human devil clan as well. The human devils must have hated them and might possibly track them to Cloud Continent. It's no secret that Cloud Continent is Uncle Fang's hometown. Ku's words were logical and it managed to ease a little of Duanling Tian's worries. Thank you, Kur, Duanling Tian said softly as he looked at Kur's gentle expression. At this moment, he felt like the happiest man in the world. What else could a husband wish for with a wife like this? Brother Tian, is there a need for a thank you between us? Kua looked at Duanling Tian with gentle eyes as though all she could see was Duanling Tian. Gan Ruyen, who was standing at the side, had a complicated expression on her face as she watched the scene unfolding before her. As for Duan Xiling, she had, at some point, fallen soundly asleep in Duanling Tian's arms. Let us go to the other 2 mortal continents to have a look. After saying this to Kur and Gan Ruyen, Duanling Tian hugged his daughter and led them away from the Cloud Continent at an extremely swift speed. There were 3 mortal continents in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Cloud Continent was one of them. It did not take long for Duanling Tian to arrive at one of the mortal continents. Similarly, he began to slay and devour the innate spiritual roots of all the devils that he encountered while he searched for his friends and family. During this time, his innate spiritual root continued to improve. A span of 2 months passed by in a blink of an eye. Currently, the devil clans in this mortal continent had also been slain by him. It's just like a bottomless pit. At this time, Duanling Tian discovered that his innate spiritual root was still dark violet. Although the color was getting even darker than before, it seemed as though it was nowhere close to improving to the next grade. If I didn't devour the group of devils' innate spiritual roots on this mortal continent and use them to improve Si Ling and Gan Ru Yan's innate spiritual roots, their innate spiritual roots might have already turned dark violet. Duanling Tian thought to himself. When we go to the final mortal continent, I'll help them improve their innate spiritual roots. When Duanling Tian realized it was almost impossible for him to improve his innate spiritual root by devouring the devil's innate spiritual roots, he decided to improve the innate spiritual roots of his daughter, Duan Xiling, and Kuer's twin sister, Gan Ru Yan. It's unfortunate that father, mother, little Feier and the others are not here. Duanling Tian was, naturally, disappointed that he could not find his family and friends here. However, since he had been prepared for this, he did not feel too upset. Whoosh! Duanling Tian brought the 3 girls with him and swiftly made his way to the final mortal continent. When they arrived at the final mortal continent, he continued slaying the devil clans while he searched for his family and friends. When Duanling Tian was about to help his daughter to improve her innate spiritual root, he was shocked to discover her innate spiritual root was not in the rainbow spectrum. She possessed a black innate spiritual root. I can't believe it. There's no progress at all. Moreover, when Duanling Tian tried to fuse the innate spiritual roots he had devoured from the devils with his daughter's innate spiritual root, he discovered there was no progress at all. This was like dropping a drop of water in the ocean, unable to set off waves at all. In Duanling Tian's case, after he absorbed the devil's innate spiritual roots, he could still feel a very slight improvement in his dark violet innate spiritual root. It was unlike his daughter's innate spiritual root that had no reaction at all. Is it possible that the black innate spiritual root is the highest grade of innate spiritual roots? A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. As soon as he thought about it, he felt even more certain about it. At this time, an abrupt thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. As it turned out, the highest grade of innate spiritual roots was black innate spiritual roots. If black is really the highest grade, then everything makes sense. As long as I keep improving my dark violet innate spiritual root, in the end, it would gradually darken until it turns black. Duan Xiling's black innate spiritual root had given her father, Duanling Tian, a revelation. Duanling Tian said through voice transmission. Is Xiling's cultivation speed very fast? Is it to the point where it's ridiculous and mind-blowing? Yes. Although Kuer did not know why Duanling Tian would ask this question. She nodded. She replied through voice transmission. Since she's young, Xiling has always shown a remarkable innate talent. However, I stopped her from cultivating because I don't want her to lead such a life. I didn't even tell my sister about Xiling's remarkable talent. I'm afraid she would think it's a waste of Xiling's talent and insist on letting her cultivate. Kuer's thoughts were very simple. She just wanted her daughter to live happily and have a beautiful childhood memory. For things like her daughter's remarkably high innate talent and her innate spiritual root, she was not bothered at all and had no wish to find out more about it. You did right. Duanling Tian expressed his agreement with Kuer's thought. No matter how heaven-defying his daughter's innate talent was, he did not want his daughter to start cultivating at an age too young and lose her happy childhood. A person only had one childhood in their life. Once gone, it would never come back. With that said, he was still extremely shocked by his daughter's innate spiritual root. I've been so curious about the next grade of innate spiritual roots after the dark violet innate spiritual roots. Who knew the answer lay in my daughter's body all along? Took a while for Duanling Tian to recover from his shock. Previously, after he had successfully improved his innate spiritual root to a dark violet one, he had always been curious about the next grade. He could not wait to improve his dark violet innate spiritual root. Finally, his question was answered. The next grade of innate spiritual roots above dark violet ones were black ones. Black innate spiritual roots were the highest grade of innate spiritual roots. Never in Duanling Tian's wildest dreams would he think that the innate spiritual root he had longed for night and day would be possessed by his daughter. This revelation had opened a new door for Duanling Tian. He finally had a clear target. Black innate spiritual root. Black innate spiritual root. I finally have a clear target. Since Xiling possessed the highest grade of innate spiritual root, which is the black one, it's meaningless for me to improve her innate spiritual root. For now, I'll just help Gan Ruyan improve her innate spiritual root. As soon as Duanling Tian thought about this, he began to prepare to improve her innate spiritual root. Naturally, Duanling Tian would have to ask Gan Ruyan first. After all, she was not like his daughter, Xiling, who had yet to have a cultivation base. She had not developed her divine consciousness yet, so she would not feel anything even when he extended his divine consciousness into her. Gan Ruyan, on the other hand, was different. Her cultivation base was at least at the Saint Celestial stage. If he abruptly extended his divine consciousness into her body, she would definitely put up a struggle. I plan to improve your innate spiritual root, Duanling Tian said to Gan Ruyan bluntly. Improve my innate spiritual root? Gan Ruyan was stunned when she heard Duanling Tian's words. She was confused. What do you mean? What do you mean by improving my innate spiritual root? How can one improve one's innate spiritual root? I heard that you possess an indigo innate spiritual root. I'm confident I can improve your innate spiritual root to a violet one within a month. Duanling Tian was not surprised by Gan Ruyan's reaction. It was only natural for most people to react in such a way. Gan Ruyan was so baffled that she remained speechless for a while. He only needed a month to improve her innate spiritual root to a violet one? Duanling Tian's words continued to resonate in Gan Ruyan's ears, shocking her. She could not help but feel skeptical. Gan Ruyan took a deep breath to calm herself down. She looked at Duanling Tian and asked skeptically, Are you joking? Can you really improve innate spiritual roots? Although Gan Ruyan thought it was impossible to improve her innate spiritual root, when she saw the solemn expression on his face, she almost believed him. However, there was a slightly doubtful expression on her face. Duanling Tian scoffed coldly when faced with Gan Ruyan's skepticism. He said, You can forget it if you're not interested. If it was not for the fact that he felt Gan Ruyan treated Kur and his daughter quite well, and that Kur had some affections toward her, he would not have offered to improve her innate spiritual root. Now that she doubted him, it was only natural that he no longer felt like helping her. Gan Ruyan flew into a slight rage-out embarrassment when she saw Duanling Tian's attitude toward her. It was completely different from how he treated her sister. Sister, Brother Tian won't deceive you, Kur chimed in at this moment. Naturally, Gan Ruyan did not doubt her sister's words. For this reason, she believed Duanling Tian could really improve her innate spiritual root. She began to feel waves of excitement. He can really help people improve their innate spiritual roots? Is he even human? Gan Ruyan's heart was in turmoil. When Gan Ruyan regained her senses, she looked at Duanling Tian anxiously. Who said that I'm not interested? You said you're going to improve my innate spiritual root. Even Kur heard you. You can't go back on your words. Currently, she was afraid he would refuse. If he really refused, it would mean she had lost the chance to improve her innate spiritual root. Was there anyone who did not want a violet innate spiritual root? Brother Tian, help sister improve her innate spiritual root. Please, Kur said to Duanling Tian. Since Kur had personally made a request, Duanling Tian, who had wanted to make things difficult for Gan Ruyan, dismissed that thought. Since Kur has spoken, I won't be calculative with you. Thank you, Brother Tian. Kur flashed a sweet smile upon hearing his words. Upon seeing this, Gan Ruyan looked at Kur with a look of gratitude in her eyes. At the same time, there was also a hint of envy and dejection in the depths of her eyes. She and her sister looked identical, but the man's treatment of them was poles apart. Although she did not feel it was wrong for him to treat his sister so well, she could not help the envy and complicated emotion that assaulted her. In the next few days, Duanling Tian kept his word and improved Gan Ruyan's innate spiritual root. It completely dispersed her doubts, but she could not help but feel baffled. As it turned out, there was someone who could improve innate spiritual roots. Although she had believed her sister's words before this, now that she was personally witnessing it, she was shocked. There's actually such technique in this world? It took a long time for Gan Ruyen to return to her senses. After a while, she asked, "Can you also improve your own innate spiritual root?" "Yes," Duan Tian replied with a nod. He was neither cold nor friendly. Upon hearing this, bitterness and dejection rose in Gan Ruyen's heart. At the same time, she dismissed her idea of asking more about this matter. Since Gan Ruyen already possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was not difficult to improve it to violet innate spiritual root. In less than a month, Duan Tian successfully improved Gan Ruyen's innate spiritual root to a violet one. How fast! Now that Gan Ruyen possessed a violet innate spiritual root, she tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. She discovered the speed of her detecting and absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy were completely unlike before. It had gotten several times faster. If I'm still in the fire worship sect in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with my current innate talent, my cultivation would definitely progress at a tremendous speed. Gan Ruyen thought to herself. It can still be improved? When Gan Ruyen noticed that Duan Tian continued to devour the innate spiritual roots of devils to improve her already violet innate spiritual root, she was bewildered. The violet innate spiritual roots were not the limit? Duan Tian scoffed. Even the violet innate spiritual roots have several grades. Your violet innate spiritual root is only light violet. It's also the weakest violet innate spiritual root, Duan Tian replied lazily. For the next month or so, Gan Ruyen felt as though she was a frog living at the bottom of a well. When her innate spiritual root turned dark violet, she also discovered that her cultivation speed had been raised more than tenfolds compared to when her innate spiritual root was only light violet. What did this mean? And no wonder his cultivation speed is so heaven-defying. At this time, Gan Ruyen finally realized why Duan Tian's cultivation speed was so fast. With such an innate spiritual root, how could it not be fast? However, Gan Ruyen was unaware that Duan Tian's cultivation speed was so fast when he was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not completely due to his innate spiritual root. It was because he had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. If Duan Tian had a dark violet innate spiritual root at that time, with the help of the time flow on the 4th floor of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his cultivation base would have broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, if not the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I'm still in the fire worship sect in the upper province, apart from you and Kuer, who else would be a match for me with this highest grade innate spiritual root? Gan Ruyen mused excitedly. The highest grade. Upon hearing Gan Ruyen's words, Duan Tian shook his head. However, he did not offer an explanation. What do you mean? Don't tell me the innate spiritual root I currently possess is not the highest grade. Gan Ruyen asked with a frown. Initially, Duan Tian did not plan to explain himself. He glanced at Gan Ruyen, then said nonchalantly, Of course. Of course. Gan Ruyen frowned. If the dark violet innate spiritual roots are not the highest grade of innate spiritual roots, then what's the highest grade of innate spiritual roots? Black innate spiritual roots, Duan Tian replied. Black innate spiritual roots? Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Tian with a solemn expression as she asked, Don't tell me your innate spiritual root has already turned black? Gan Ruyen thought Duan Tian possessed a black innate spiritual root because there was no way he could know black innate spiritual roots were the highest grade unless he had seen them before. Therefore, she thought he had already improved his innate spiritual root to a black one. No, Duan Tian shook his head. Then Gan Ruyen was about to continue her words. Duan Tian interrupted her. I'm not going to explain it to you. It's up to you if you believe it or not. At this moment, he was beginning to feel slightly impatient. It was clear that Gan Ruyen doubted him. She refused to believe him and was throwing so many questions at him. If it was going to be like that, he could not be bothered to explain it to her. A burst of annoyance surged through Gan Ruyen when she saw the way Duan Tian was acting. What's with your attitude? Look at him. He was patient when he was with her sister. However, all his patience vanished when he interacted with her. How could she not feel annoyed? At this moment, She seemed to have forgotten her sister was Duanling Tian's wife. Sister, Si Ling has a black innate spiritual root, and it can't be further improved. That's why Brother Tian says black is the highest grade of innate spiritual roots. Kur quickly explained when she saw that her sister was becoming angry. When Ganru Yen heard Kur's words, she instinctively extended her divine consciousness, preparing to investigate the innate spiritual root in Si Ling's soul. Si Ling has a black innate spiritual root? At this moment, Duan Si Ling was sound asleep in Duanling Tian's arms. As soon as he felt Ganru Yan's divine consciousness that was moving toward his arm, he naturally knew what she was trying to do. Initially, he wanted to stop her, but after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. After all, he did not think she would harm his daughter. It's really black. After investigating it, Ganru Yen also confirmed that Kur's daughter possessed a black innate spiritual root. If one continues to improve a dark violet innate spiritual root, it'll gradually darken until it turns black. Ganru Yen mused to herself. After a while, she turned to look at Duanling Tian and Kur before her eyes settled on Duanling Tian. Kur's innate spiritual root has always been violet. But that shouldn't be the case for you, right? What are you trying to say? Duanling Tian asked with a frown. He sensed there was a hidden meaning in her words. Put aside the fact that your innate spiritual root hadn't been violet from the start. Even if it was, the union between you and Kur shouldn't be able to produce a child with a black innate spiritual root, right? After all, Kur also possessed a violet innate spiritual root. Ganru Yen explained. Duanling Tian's frown deepened when he heard Ganru Yan's words. If she did not mention this, he would not have thought about this too. Indeed, it was just as Ganru Yen had said. Even if two people with violet innate spiritual roots had gotten married, it would be impossible for them to give birth to a child with a black innate spiritual root. After all, black innate spiritual roots were unheard of in the Dao Martial Saint land. In fact, Duanling Tian would not have known about it if he did not experiment and also discover his daughter had a black innate spiritual root. However, there's no doubt Si Ling possesses a black innate spiritual root. There are only two possibilities for this. Ganru Yen continued to say, first, the union between both of you caused a mutation in Si Ling's innate spiritual root, causing her to possess the highest grade of innate spiritual root. Second, it's because Kur is truly a reincarnation of a goddess just like the sect leader claimed. I think it's not impossible for a descendant of a goddess to possess the highest grade of innate spiritual roots. All this talk of being the reincarnation of a goddess is nonsense. Duanling Tian instantly rejected her explanation about Kur being the reincarnation of a goddess as soon as Ganru Yen finished speaking. Previously, when Duanling Tian was still a guardian in the fire worship sect in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, he had learned from the other guardians that the sect leader was the only one who claimed Kur was the reincarnation of a goddess. Other people, including the three guardians, did not think Kur was the reincarnation of a goddess. For this reason, he believed the talk was unfounded. I don't think so, Ganru Yen replied with a shook of her head. If Kur, isn't the reincarnation of a goddess, then why are our innate spiritual roots so different even though we're identical twins? Don't you think it makes sense if she's really the reincarnation of a goddess? Ganru Yen asked as she looked at Duanling Tian. She had gradually changed the way she addressed Kur because she knew her sister preferred to be addressed as Kur. Duanling Tian could not refute Ganru Yan's words. Indeed, if Kur was not the reincarnation of a goddess, logically, there should not be such a big difference between their innate talent. However, it's also possible that Kur innate spiritual root had mutated since our parents each had a light indigo innate spiritual root and a blue innate spiritual root. Ganru Yen continued to say. Currently, Si Ling's condition is the same as Kur's. Their innate spiritual roots have either mutated or Kur is really the reincarnation of a goddess. Ganru Yen made the connection between Duan Si Ling and Kur. Both mother and daughter's situation was similar. After listening to Ganru Yan's words, Duanling Tian began to have second thoughts. Naturally, he believed in reincarnation. After all, to a certain extent, he could be considered as being reincarnated as well. In his past life, he was the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, but in the end, because of one accident, his soul crossed to this world, and he had reincarnated. However, Only the sect leader of fire worship believed Kuer was the reincarnation of a goddess. He had claimed so without any evidence. Everyone in the sect did not believe him. For this reason, Duan Tian was not 100% convinced. Currently, Duan Tian was not sure what he should believe. He felt his head ached the more he thought about it. In the end, he gave up on thinking about it.
I don't care if Kura is the reincarnation of a goddess or not, she's still my wife. This will never change. The same applies to Xiling. It doesn't matter why she possesses a black innate spiritual root, she's still my daughter. Duan Tian muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. After Duan Tian helped Gan Ruyen improve her innate spiritual root to a dark violet one, there were still many devil clans on this mortal continent. I'll continue to kill them and improve my innate spiritual root. At the same, I'll continue to search for father, mother, and little Fair. Duan Tian thought to himself as he brought the 3 girls with him to search the places he had not searched yet. One by one, the powerhouses from the devil clans were killed by Duan Tian, and their innate spiritual roots were used to improve his innate spiritual root to a black one. Unfortunately, the gap between the violet innate spiritual root and the black spiritual root was just too wide. There was a long way to go before a dark violet innate spiritual root turned black. Duan Tian became deeply aware of this when he discovered he was nowhere close to possessing a black innate spiritual root even after he had finished killing all the devils he encountered in this mortal continent. I've searched all 3 mortal continents, but father, mother, little Fair, and the others aren't there. I can only look in every corner of the ocean to see if I can find them. The ocean was vast and boundless. Although it was nowhere as big as the Dao Marshall Saint Land, it was still bigger than the 3 mortal continents combined. Duan Tian used a span of half a year to search every corner of the ocean as the girls accompanied him. Throughout his journey, he encountered many powerhouses from the devil clans. These devils were stronger than the devils on the 3 mortal continents, and their innate talent was higher as well. For this reason, their innate spiritual roots were higher in quality as well. For this reason, after half a year, not only did Duan Tian manage to see the threshold of the black innate spiritual root, but he was only 1 step away from possessing the black innate spiritual root. I'm very close to possessing a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, there's no light or dark to it. It'll turn completely black soon if I can just improve it a little more. My innate spiritual root is so dark now that it's almost as black as Xiling's innate spiritual root. Duan Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. I wonder how fast my cultivation speed would be after my innate spiritual root turns black. I'm really looking forward to it, Duan Tian muttered to himself. His eyes were shining so brightly it seemed as though it was capable of lighting up the night sky. His cultivation speed had increased tremendously when it turned an even darker shade of violet, but he knew it would increase even more when it reached the next level. Despite being only a step away from possessing a black innate spiritual root, the 1 step felt like an unbridgeable chasm. If he managed to cross this seemingly unbridgeable chasm, he knew his innate talent would soar and it would be peerless. Although he had no idea how much he would improve until his innate spiritual root turned black, he was certain of this. Unfortunately, I still don't have news about father, mother, little Fair, and the others. Duan Tian sighed when his thoughts shifted from his innate spiritual root to his family and friends. During these 6 months, he had searched the ocean, devouring many devils' innate spiritual roots, looking for his family and friends. However, his effort was futile. It has been a year since I left the human devil Saint City. I wonder what the situation is like now. During this 1 year, Duan Tian had spent half a year each on the 3 mortal continents and the ocean. All this time, with his destructive power, he slew every devil he encountered. Many powerhouses from the devil clans had died in his hands. In fact, there were many small devil clans that were completely annihilated by him. Naturally, these devil clans were at the bottom of the ladder in the land of exile. For this reason, their deaths did not cause any commotion nor raise any red flags. It's time for me to return to the lower province. Duan Tian brought the 3 females back with him. Since father, mother, little Fair, and the others aren't on the mortal continents, this means they're still in the lower province. When Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 females to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the devils who were lucky enough to survive Duan Ling Tian's killing spree began to flee as well to the lower province. When they finally arrived in the lower province, they began to spread shocking news everywhere they went. A human powerhouse had killed almost all the devils on the 3 continents and the ocean. Moreover, many small and weak devil clans had been annihilated as well. This news spread far and wide, but it did not gain any attention. Many devil powerhouses discussed among themselves when they heard this news. Maybe that human just wants to feel a sense of superiority, so he went to kill the weak devils. If he's really that capable, why didn't he come to the lower province? If that human dares to show himself in the lower province, I'll make sure he's buried here. When this news reached Duan Ling Tian, he had arrived at the human devil saint city with the 3 females in tow. They'll make sure that I'm buried in the lower province if I dare to come here. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. A disdainful smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. With his current strength, he was not afraid of any devils below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if his opponent was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still stood a chance in defeating his opponent if he had the time to prepare. If he used his Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he was quite confident that he stood a chance in killing devils below the celestial stage. Even if he had no time to prepare, he was quite certain he had a good chance of killing ordinary devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if he was not sure if he could defeat all devils below the celestial stage. Too bad the Devil Seal Tablet's comer is chipped. If it's whole, as long as I break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm quite confident I'll even be able to kill eminent devils. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he thought about this. During the past year, although I'm not fully focused on my cultivation, I haven't neglected it as well. Currently, I'm only 1 step away from breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if my innate spiritual root hasn't turned black, it'll take me a month at most to make a breakthrough. At that time, I'll enter the Wandering Saint Palace. While Duan Ling Tian was traveling, he had mapped out the road he was going to take after he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He would enter the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, and rise in ranks so he could take over the Wandering Saint Palace. At that time, he would wield the power of the Wandering Saint Palace. It must be said that Duan Ling Tian was highly ambitious. Once I have the Wandering Saint Palace under my control, not only would it be more effective for me to look for Father, Mother, Little Fayer, and the others, I'd also be able to use the Wandering Saint Palace to fight if the Human Devil War happens. I'll turn the Devil Clan's power against them. These were the reasons Duan Ling Tian wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace to gain control of it. The Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Rumor has it that he's not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After I've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, with the help of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, I should stand a chance in defeating him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. A hint of confidence could be seen in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian brought the 3 girls into a VIP room of a restaurant in Human Devil Saint City. The VIP room was near the restaurant's lobby, so they could hear the commotion outside. Apart from discussing the news of a human killing the weak devils in the mortal continents and the ocean, most people were still talking about the deaths of the young elites from the 2 palaces and 6 halls that happened 1 year ago. I can't believe they're still talking about it after so long. Duan Ling Tian mused to himself. There was a strange light in his eyes. I can't believe people suspected the Wandering Saint Palace to be the culprit behind the deaths of the young elites from the 2 palaces and 6 halls. It was only natural for them to come to this conclusion since the Wandering Saint Palace was the only palace that did not suffer any casualties except for the 3 disciples who died outside the stone forest. Among all the disciples from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who entered the ruin, only the Wandering Saint Palace's disciples survived. It was only normal that most logical people would come to this conclusion. However, although they had their suspicions, the 2 palaces and 6 halls did not dare to point finger at the Wandering Saint Palace before they obtained concrete evidence. It looks like there were many human devils whom I killed in the ruin who came from influential families. It has already been a year, but the 2 palaces and 6 halls didn't give up on this matter. It seems like they're still deeply concerned.
Duanling Tian thought to himself.
He was not afraid the 2 palaces and 6 halls would suspect him. As long as Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace did not say anything, no one would know that he was the culprit. Moreover, given a little more time, even if the 2 palaces and 6 halls discovered he was the culprit, was there a need for him to fear them? The most important thing now is to make a breakthrough to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible. At that time, I can rely on my own strength to make a stand after I join the Wandering Saint Palace, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He could not wait to find a place to cultivate. After filling their stomachs with food, Duanling Tian brought the 3 females away from the restaurant and into an inn.
This inn was the same one that they had stayed in before. It belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, so it was very safe. Before returning to the human devil Saint City, Duanling Tian had killed several more human devils, devouring and extracting the devil chi from their bodies to infuse it into his own body and the 3 females' bodies. This way their identities would not be exposed. If their identities were exposed, they would be in danger. With his current strength, it was still not enough for him to take on the entire human devil clan.
Kur, my cultivation shouldn't take longer than a month. Make sure the 3 of you don't go anywhere during this time, Duanling Tian told Kur before he entered closed-door cultivation.
Sure. She nodded obediently.
Whoosh! A swift figure emerged at the place where the inter-province transportation formation used to be located in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
I'm finally back. It was a young man dressed in a green robe. He bore a slight resemblance to Duanling Tian. This young man was none other than Duan Rufeng, who had escaped through the age-soul devouring blood formation a year ago. At that time, the transportation formation Duan Rufeng had activated after entering the age-soul devouring blood formation, had sent him to the land of exile.
He was naturally not familiar with the land of exile. Moreover, since most of the devil clans had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land, the land of exile was quite empty. For this reason, it had taken him a year just to find his way back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
A year ago, a commotion broke out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land because of a young man named Duanling Tian. He was not even 50 years old, but he was terrifyingly strong. Not only that, but he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person under the 9th form of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
However, when the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land were anticipating his next action, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Rumor had it that he was currently in closed-door cultivation to make a breakthrough to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
There were also people who said he had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, waiting for the Celestial Ascension calamity so that he could become an eminent celestial. Regardless, there was no news about him for a year. The span of a year was neither long nor short. Although the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had not forgotten about him, their attention on him gradually lessened as time passed. During the 1 year, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not exactly peaceful either. An ancient sect had once again appeared. This sect was called the 7 Absolute Sect, a first-rate sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's said that during the era when the 7 Absolute Sect's power was at its peak, even the 3 greatest forces in the upper province had to join forces to survive. Many people knew at least this much about the upper province's history. The 3 great sects had to combine forces just to go against the 7 Absolute Sect. Are you kidding?
Isn't that too unbelievable? Impossible.
Naturally, most people in the upper province were skeptical about the credibility of this. After all, in the current era, the 3 great sects were the strongest forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. No other forces dared to contend with the 3 great sects. However, rumors were currently going around that a powerful sect called the 7 Absolute Sect had once suppressed the 3 great sections. How could they possibly believe this? Unbelievable? Impossible? Those who were aware of what had happened only shook their heads when faced with most people's skepticism. At this time, many of these people continued to expose some shocking information. You can all doubt the strength of the 7 Absolute Sect, but can you doubt the strength of the prodigy, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang?
The prodigy, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this title and name, everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had an expression of reverence on their faces. Even the members of the three great sects were no exception to this. If someone's name were to exist in people's memories after thousands of years, memorialized forever, it would be the prodigy, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It was said that the prodigy, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, had once taken the entire Dao Martial Saint Land by storm. At that time, he stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land uncontested. In the history of Dao Martial Saint Land, there was only one person who became an eminent celestial before the celestial ascension calamity even struck. This person was none other than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It's said that in the era when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang lived, while he waited for the celestial ascension calamity, the eminent celestial he killed numbered in 2 digits. Not only that, but most of them were killed with only a slash of his sword. Feng Qingyang's deeds continued to be passed down for generations in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, even in this current era, there were not many people who did not know about Feng Qingyang. After all, his deeds and achievements were too shocking. Up until now, no one had surpassed him. Feng Qingyang's most domineering battle was when he fought 3 eminent celestials who joined forces. The result of the battle was all 3 eminent celestials were killed. I've also heard about that fight. It's said that Feng Qingyang only used 2 strikes of swords to end the fight. He killed the 3 eminent celestials who joined forces with just 2 strikes of his sword, even though his cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This battle is still the most mind-blowing battle in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It would be forever remembered. It's exactly because of this battle that the name Sword Saint Feng Qingyang is still fresh in everyone's mind, even though thousands of years have passed. This is an amazing story to tell the future generation. Almost everyone who was older in the Dao Martial Saint Land knew about the Sword Saint and how he had killed 3 eminent celestials with just 2 sword strikes when his cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was a direct battle and there were no sneak attacks. Due to this battle, everyone, from young to old, knew about a genius sword cultivator called Feng Qingyang. Before Feng Qingyang ascended, he was the sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect. When news of this spread out, it created another uproar in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was once the sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect? This is my first time hearing about this. It's said that the reason the 7 Absolute sect could suppress the 3 great sects until they were unable to lift their heads was mostly due to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, even though the other members played a part as well. If Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was indeed a member of the 7 Absolute sect, then it's not hard to believe that the 7 Absolute sect had once suppressed the 3 great sects until they were unable to lift their heads. I agree. With the Sword Saint's strength, if he wanted to, I believe he could annihilate the 3 great sects alone. You're right. Before Duanling Tian left the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a commotion broke out because of him. A year after his departure, the 7 Absolutes sect was causing the commotion. People in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land became aware of the existence of the 7 Absolute sect because members from the 7 Absolute sect had appeared one after another in all corners of the upper province, challenging various powerhouses to make a name for themselves. A young powerhouse named Gu Li appeared at a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land a year ago. He easily defeated the leader of that first-rate force who ranked 39th on the Supreme Saint ranking. After defeating the leader of that first-rate force, his parting words to them were, "I'm Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect." Since then, the name of 7 Absolutes sect began to spread, albeit slowly. I'm Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. When this graceful voice resonated in the estate of the Heaven Divination sect, an oracle at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was assassinated. A commotion broke out in the Heaven Divination sect. This was a blatant provocation. The Heaven Divination sect and the 7 Absolute sect were mortal enemies. Now that someone from the 7 Absolute sect had emerged and infiltrated the Heaven Divination sect's estate, killing the oracle of the Heaven Divination sect, it was only natural that the Heaven Divination sect was furious. Mo Xian, the Grand Oracle of the Heaven Divination sect,
personally made a move to catch the person who claimed to be Yu Wuing from the Seven Absolute sect. However, his effort was in vain. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Heaven Divination sect. For this reason, the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect issued an order to prevent news of this from leaking. However, how was it possible for such huge news to be kept a secret with just an order? It did not take long for this news to spread out of Heaven Divination sect to the upper province, causing everyone to be stunned.
That member of the Seven Absolutes sect is just too bold.
To think that he actually snuck into the Heaven Divination sect to assassinate the Heaven Divination sect's oracle, who was already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Rumor has it that he killed that oracle with just one blow. Although the Heaven Divination sect couldn't contain this news, they still managed to conceal the identity of the oracle. I wonder which oracle it is. There's a gap between the strength of the oracles at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage 7th form. I wonder who Yu Wuing killed. It would be difficult to rank him on the Supreme Saint ranking if we don't know which oracle he killed. Even the weakest oracle in the Heaven Divination sect would easily rank in the top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Yu Wuing, who claims to be the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, is definitely strong enough to be ranked in the top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking.
Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, made a name for himself with just a battle. The battle had created an uproar in the upper province. That wretched ladyboy.
I can't believe he managed to cause such a huge commotion. When Guli heard the news, he cursed inwardly. He was jealous that Yu Wuing was more famous than him. Naturally, he was also aware that, currently, he was not as strong as Yu Wuing.
Even if Yu Wuing and his strength was on even ground, Guli was not certain he would be able to kill some of the people Yu Wuing could kill.
After all, as the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, Yu Wuing excelled in assassination. He could kill a person without a trace, and this was not something Guli could do. The successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect? Seven Absolutes sect. 7 absolutes. Does this mean there are 7 absolutes in the Seven Absolutes sect? As the news of Yu Wuing assassinating the Heaven Divination sect's oracle, and his name spread to every corner of the upper province,
many people paid excessive attention to the words he said in the Heaven Divination sect.
He had said that he was the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. Did his sentence imply that, apart from the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute, there were other progenies in the Seven Absolutes sect as well?
The Seven Absolutes sect should have other absolutes as well.
In the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land, there was no lack of knowledgeable people, and these people knew a little about the Seven Absolutes sect.
The Seven Absolutes sect is obviously divided into 7 absolutes. The first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect is the Fog Rain progeny, and Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the successor of that progeny. As news spread, it caused yet another uproar in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land.
Who knew the Sword Saint was the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect? Not only that, but he was the successor of Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect.
There are another 6 absolutes as well in Seven Absolutes sect. The second absolute is the Prophet progeny. Old Prophet, the most wanted fugitive of the 3 great sects in the upper province, is the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. When this news spread, needless to say, another commotion broke out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
There might be people who were not familiar with the Seven Absolute sect even though they had heard about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. However, many people knew about the Old Prophet. Although the Old Prophet's cultivation base was not spectacular and he was not even ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking, the accuracy of his prophecies was famous in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was even given the title Unparalleled Holy Seer by the people of Dao Martial Saint Land. In the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land, hordes of people sought to consult the Old Prophet to read their future, but not many of them were able to do so.
There were 2 kinds of people who were fortunate enough to seek guidance from the Old Prophet. People who were already lucky would become even luckier. As for those who were facing calamities or were unlucky, they would have a reversal of luck instead. Moreover, he even managed to save many lives.
For this reason, The old prophet's name spread very quickly and became famous in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, both in the upper province and lower province, the old prophet's name was known to almost everyone. I didn't expect the old prophet to be a member of the Seven Absolutes sect. The old prophet, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, the prophet progeny. This is too mind-blowing. Previously, I was wondering why the three great sects opposed the old prophet. As it turns out, the old prophet is a member of the Seven Absolutes sect. Since there's enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolutes sect, it's only natural they regard the old prophet as their enemy since he's a member of the Seven Absolutes sect. Although he doesn't pose any threat to them, he must be like a thorn in their flesh. It was during this time that people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land discovered why the three great sects had always opposed the old prophet. Apart from the first absolute, the Fograin progeny, and the second absolute, the prophet progeny, the other absolute that I know of is the fourth absolute, the dark shadow progeny. Is there anyone who knows about the remaining four absolutes? Currently, many people were interested in the Seven Absolutes sect. After all, it was a strong sect that used to stand at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Not to mention, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang used to belong to this sect as well. I know one of the four remaining absolutes. The fourth absolute is the Kratos progeny. The successor of the Kratos progeny is called Guli. He had recently defeated the sect leader of a first-rate force. His name will appear in the next issue of the Supreme Saint ranking. The sect leader of the first-rate sect whom Guli defeated was not weak. However, the sect lacked presence in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land due to being overshadowed by the three great sections. This was why Guli was not as famous as Yu Wuing. People in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still talking about the Seven Absolute sect when another shocking news spread and stunned the people in the upper province. A young woman who claims to be the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, has killed the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect outside their estate in the central region. She seems to be called Han Xuanai. News of this spread like a wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect was only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Who knew he would be killed by a young woman? The most important thing was this young woman, Han Xuanai, was the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. The whole upper province was stunned by the death of the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect. The high-ranking officials of Black Kshetra sect that were led by Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, were frantically searching for Han Xuanai. Unfortunately, no matter how big their forces were, they still failed to find Han Xuanai. The seventh absolute is the last of the seven absolutes. Does this mean it's also the weakest absolutes? People began to discuss among themselves when they learned that Han Xuanai was the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolutes of the Seven Absolutes sect. Each of the members of the Seven Absolutes sect is stronger than the next. I think Han Xuanai is much stronger than Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. I agree. Moreover, she's a woman. There's only a handful of women who are ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. I can see why the Seven Absolute sect were thought to be the strongest sect in the past. Even a female disciple is so strong. It must be said that news about Han Xuanai gave everyone a bigger shock than before. After all, she was just a woman. In this world, women were inherently weaker, and in terms of innate talent, they were also generally not as good as men. However, who said women were inferior to men? Han Xuanai's existence seemed to tell men in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land not to underestimate a woman's ability. Rumor has it that there are very few members in the Seven Absolute sect. It must be exceptionally rare to have such a strong woman among them. It's incredible. People in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still discussing this topic when another explosive news swept through the upper province. I'm Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. When the soft and pleasant voice of a woman rang in the estate of the Black Kshetra sect estate, one of the two remaining Karmapa of Black Kshetra sect, the White Tiger King, had fallen.
Feng Tianwu, who claimed to be the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, said these words and left after she killed the White Tiger King. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, had rushed over, albeit too late. Feng Tianwu had already flown away. The supreme elder's face turned red from anger. He vented his frustration by casting a technique that blew up a hill near the Black Kshetra sect's estate. Can you believe this? It's another female member. Who says women are inferior to men? The female members of the Seven Absolute sect are each more fearless than the other. Even if Yu Wuing, who's currently the strongest member of the sect, is compared to Feng Tianwu, he would still pale in comparison to her. Is the Seven Absolutes sect a matriarchal sect? Feng Tianwu's attack had undoubtedly shocked the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. But what was an even bigger shock was her gender. Han Xuanai's presence among the small number of members in the Seven Absolute sect was already a great surprise to all, but now everyone had learned there was another female disciple called Feng Tianwu. The strength of Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is truly remarkable. The White Tiger King of Black Kshetra sect was a formidable powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, she's able to kill him. Truly remarkable. Currently, there's only one female powerhouse who's ranked ahead of Feng Tianwu on the Supreme Saint ranking, right? And that person seems to be Violet Dragon King of Black Kshetra sect. You're right. The appearance of Feng Tianwu had not only shocked the entire region, but it made them more aware of the strength of the Seven Absolute sect that had been forgotten by the public. The Seven Absolute sect's strength was truly something to behold as soon as it made its appearance again. The sect had been quiet for so long, but once it made a move, it shocked the entire world. We have to work harder. Otherwise, people would think the men in the Seven Absolute sect are useless. After learning that Feng Tianwu had killed the White Tiger King from the Black Kshetra sect, the successors of the Didymus progeny, the sixth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, Nangongchan and Nangongyi, felt the immense pressure to be better. They had combined their forces to defeat a supreme elder of a first-rate sect who was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since the person they killed was not as famous as the high-ranking officials from the 3 great sects, their names did not spread very far. A powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage might seem weak, but their strength was comparable to deputy sect leaders in the 3 great sects. The other one has yet to make a move. When she does, the entire upper province would be even more shocked. Nangongyi murmured. When Nangongchan heard Nangongyi's words, he nodded distractedly, engrossed in his own thoughts. If one were to confront that person directly, her strength was only comparable to Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix, the 5th absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. However, the terror in her strength lay in the fact that she was a Dao cultivator. She was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator who could determine a person's life or death from miles away. I'm the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. I'm the last disciple of the old Prophet. A cold voice reverberated in the center main hall of the Heaven Divination sect's estate. It did not take long before the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, died. When the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect died, the 7 orifices on his face were bleeding. However, there were no visible injuries on him at all. Moreover, he was killed in the presence of Mo Xian, the Grand Oracle of Heaven Divination sect, and a group of high-ranking officials. During the entire time, nobody saw anyone attacking the sect leader. Not even Mo Xian, the Grand Oracle of Heaven Divination sect, who was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking, noticed the presence of the killer. After witnessing the sect leader being killed in front of him, Mo Xian bellowed in anger as he searched for the killer. However, in the end, he failed to find the culprit. When the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect died, the delicate body of a woman hovering in the air above a small valley that was located tens of thousands of miles away from the Heaven Divination sect trembled slightly. The woman was dressed in a snowy white robe. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world as she hovered in the air. Her peerlessly graceful bearing caused her surroundings to dim in comparison.
The woman's waist-length hair fell behind her like a waterfall, although half of her face was hidden behind a thin veil, based on the other half that was unconcealed. One could easily imagine how beautiful and graceful she must be.
The woman looked like a snow goddess as she hovered motionlessly in the air and emitted a cold aura that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop several degrees.
It's still a little taxing for me to kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the heaven-defying art of cursing, the woman muttered under her breath. Her peerlessly beautiful and delicate face was pale at this moment.
It was as though she had suffered a backlash from her attack.
As soon as the woman finished speaking, it seemed as though she had transformed into a gust of wind as she vanished from the valley. The valley regained its tranquility again when she left. If there was another person here at this moment, he or she would be shocked to discover all the lush green plants and flowers with vivid colors within 100 meters radius of the small valley had begun to wilt one after another after the woman left. The lush green area within 100 meters radius withered and yellowed. The area where the small valley was located was originally thriving, but the suddenly yellowed land appeared particularly eye-catching from the sky. After several hours, Immersive, the grand oracle of the heaven divination sect, flew past this area. When he saw the withered piece of land in the middle of lush greeneries, he narrowed his eyes and descended in the small valley immediately.
I remember this area was lush with greeneries. How is it that all the plants and flowers within 100 meters radius are wilting?
Moreover, I can feel their vitality fading away with my divine consciousness. Immersive's expression was extremely solemn. A thought appeared unbidden in Immersive's mind. In other words, the plants and flowers have only begun to wilt not too long ago. This only happened recently. Suddenly, Immersive recalled something. When the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect suddenly collapsed and died with his 7 orifices bleeding, a voice had rung in the air. I'm the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, and the last disciple of the old prophet.
It finally occurred to Immersive belatedly that the killer was the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolutes sect. Not only that, but she was also another female member of the 7 absolutes sect. 7 absolute sect. The prophet progeny. Immersive's expression darkened as he quickly racked his brain for information about the second absolute, the prophet progeny. As the grand oracle of the heaven divination sect, he had lived for a long time. It was only natural that he was well-versed with the ancient books and records in the heaven divination sect. He had some knowledge about the era when the 7 absolutes sect had suppressed the heaven divination sect. During the time when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was around, the successors of the 6 absolutes of the 7 absolutes sect were extremely talented. All of them were remarkable and outstanding in their own way. Among them, the successor of prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, had the weakest cultivation base. However, he was skilled in a technique called the heaven-defying art of cursing. He was also the first heaven-defying Dao cultivator in the Dao martial saint land.
Unfortunately, his cultivation base did not rise above the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was said that, in the end, he died a natural death in his bed. With his cultivation base, he could, at most, kill someone at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage using the heaven-defying art of cursing. He did not possess the ability to kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Grand Oracle of Heaven Divination sect. Immersive's eyes suddenly widened as an expression of terror appeared on his face. It seems like the current successor of the prophet progeny is also a heaven-defying Dao cultivator.
Not only did she successfully cultivate the heaven-defying art of cursing, but it seems like her cultivation base is not low at all. She's at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to kill the sect leader. Immersive's expression turned even grimmer as he continued to think to himself, once the heaven-defying art of cursing is cast, the land within 100 meters radius of the caster would wither. He was certain of this.
After all, it was due to the withered land that he discovered the current successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 absolute sect was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator who cultivated the heaven-defying art of cursing.
Immersive narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself, I can't believe that a heaven-defying Dao cultivator has appeared again. Not only that, but this heaven-defying Dao cultivator's cultivation base is even more powerful than his or her predecessor from that era.
At the very least, her cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage 7th. A heaven-defying Tao cultivator was extremely terrifying. During that time, the successor of the prophet progeny had struck fear into everyone's hearts even though his cultivation base was only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. This was due to his technique, the heaven-defying art of cursing that could kill someone from thousands of miles away. This was even more terrifying than the technique of the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolutes sect. The latter, at least, needed to personally make his move to kill someone, whereas the former did not need to make a move at all. He or she could curse someone to death with just a thought. At that time, there was nobody below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage who was not afraid of the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 absolutes sect. After all, they could be killed, unaware, with just a thought. Many people at that time were relieved his cultivation base did not progress past the 6th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Since he could not break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, also known as the heaven-defying form, it meant that he was not immortal and would eventually die. Once he died, there would no longer be any heaven-defying Tao cultivator in this world. Mo Xian thought to himself. His expression could not have gotten any darker at this point. Currently, not only did a heaven-defying Tao cultivator appear again, but it seems like the current successor of the prophet progeny is also at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. This means that she possesses an unending lifespan. If she doesn't meet with any accidents, she'll eventually break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Mo Xian's heart thumped wildly in his chest. How powerful was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage? With the help of the heaven-defying art of cursing, she could freely kill anyone who was not an eminent celestial with just a thought. Although I'm sure there has to be some sort of restriction for a technique like the heaven-defying art of cursing, any normal person would regard this technique as death itself before they're able to learn about its restrictions. Even Mo Xian, the grand oracle of the heaven divination sect, an awe-inspiring powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, was no exception. After so many years, not only has the 7 absolutes sect appeared again, but they even have such a terrifying person as the successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolutes. Is it possible that the 7 absolutes sect is going to regain its former glory, suppressing the 3 great sects until we can't even lift our heads? Just the successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, is already so terrifying. What will it be like when the successor of the fog rain progeny, the 1st absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, appears? Mo Xian thought to himself as worries gnawed incessantly on his heart. He knew the 7 absolutes sect had come prepared this time. News of the sect leader of the heaven divination sect being killed in the presence of Mo Xian, the grand oracle of heaven divination sect, whose cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage and was also ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint rankings spread in the upper province and caused a huge uproar. I'm the current successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolutes sect and the last disciple of the old prophet. This sentence left behind by the person who killed the sect leader of heaven divination sect became widely spread as well. I heard that the successor of the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, is a woman. People in the heaven divination sect clearly heard a woman's voice. Goodness! Are the female members in the 7 absolutes sect also valiant? First, there's Han Xuanai, then Feng Tianwu. And now there's a female successor for the prophet progeny. This is not the point. The point is that when the sect leader of heaven divination sect was killed, Mo Xian, the grand oracle of heaven divination sect, was right next to him. Even Mo Xian did not feel that anything was amiss. How terrifying is this? Is it possible that the successor of the prophet progeny is an eminent celestial? After all, even Mo Xian, who's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, didn't detect her presence. Impossible. With the deep enmity between the 7 absolute sect and the 3 great sects, if the successor of the prophet progeny is an eminent celestial, she wouldn't have stopped at killing the sect leader. She would have annihilated the heaven divination sect. You have a point. Still, I wonder what's really going on. As for the invisible killing technique that the successor of the prophet progeny mastered, every single person who heard about it was scared witless. Many people who were more knowledgeable had a fearful expression on their faces. Don't tell me that the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, is a heaven-defying Tao cultivator? A heaven-defying Tao cultivator? What's that? I know what Tao cultivators are, but what is a heaven-defying Tao cultivator? This is my first time hearing about heaven-defying Tao cultivators. There were many people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land who were discussing the current heir of the prophet progeny from the seven absolute sect. However, many of them did not know what a heaven-defying Tao cultivator was. Those who were in the know explained to those who were unaware of what it was.
As it turns out, it refers to Tao cultivators who have mastered the heaven-defying art of cursing.
There has only been one heaven-defying Tao cultivator in the history of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He was the heir to the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, during Sword Saint Feng Qing Yang's time.
Apparently, he could kill someone from thousands of miles away with the heaven-defying art of cursing. What's impressive is that he could kill powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage when his cultivation base was only at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. During that time, most people at or below the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage would cower at the mention of his name. After all, they had no way of protecting themselves if the heir to the prophet progeny decided to kill them.
Most people from that era were happy that the heir to the prophet progeny failed to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, since he would have an endless lifespan if he had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage that's also known as the heaven-defying form. Apart from that, having an endless lifespan meant it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the eighth and ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage before becoming an eminent celestial.
If someone so terrifying broke through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, who in the Tao Martial Saint Land could stop or defeat him?
The people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land were shocked when they learned what heaven-defying Tao cultivators were capable of. Who knew they had a heaven-defying Tao cultivator in the past? Someone who could kill from thousands of miles away. How terrifying! Who knew a heaven-defying Tao cultivator would appear again in the Tao Martial Saint Land after 100,000 years? Moreover, she's also the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect. The current successor of the prophet progeny is much more terrifying than her predecessor from 100,000 years ago. Based on the fact that she's able to kill the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect from thousands of miles away, it's apparent that her cultivation base is at least at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect was at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only was the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. By killing him, the successor to the prophet progeny from the seven absolute sect will take over his place on the Supreme Saint ranking. The female disciples from the seven absolute sect are monsters. Indeed,
especially the successor of the prophet progeny.
Since she has already broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's only a matter of time before she breaks through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage and becomes an eminent celestial. The successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, is really terrifying. When she fully grows into her power, she'll be able to kill anyone she wants with just a thought. Why does such a terrifying technique like the heaven-defying art of cursing exist?
How unbelievable!
Naturally, news about the current successor of the prophet progeny from the seven absolute sect being a heaven-defying Tao cultivator caused an uproar in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Not only that, but she also had an endless lifespan.
Just this thought alone sent chills up people's spines.
Fortunately, we didn't offend the seven absolute sect. I'm afraid the three great sects aren't as lucky.
Many people were relieved knowing they had done nothing to offend the seven absolute sect. They did not have any conflict with the successor of the prophet progeny as well. However, as relieved as they were, they could not help but feel sorry for the three great sects.
After all, the enmity between the three great sects and seven absolute sect dated back to 100,000 years. It was an understatement just to call them mortal enemies. I'm afraid this is only the beginning for the successor of the prophet progeny from the seven absolute sect.
I agree. Since she has cultivated the heaven-defying art of cursing, she could kill anyone below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the 3 great sects with just a thought.
Terrible. It's absolutely horrifying. The general consensus among the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land was the heir to the prophet progeny would definitely target more people from the 3 great sects after killing the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect with the heaven-defying art of cursing. There were also some people who objected to the 7 Absolutes sect killing so many powerhouses. The 7 Absolutes sect appeared during such trying times and killed so many powerhouses from the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. Do they have any consideration for the human race at all? After all, the devil clans from the land of exile have already invaded the lower province. It won't take long before they invade the upper province. The discussion continued among the people in the upper province. From what I know, the 3 great sects have been killing disciples from the 7 Absolutes sect for the past 100,000 years. Now that the 7 Absolutes sect has a few outstanding disciples, aren't they allowed to avenge their predecessors? That's right. Although it's said that there's no end to vengeance, the enmity between the 7 Absolutes sect and the 3 great sects is unreconcilable. It's pointless to think about the greater good of mankind before such enmity. Although there were people who empathized and supported the 7 Absolutes sect, there were more people criticizing the 7 Absolutes sect. People from the 7 Absolutes sect are really ignorant. They still want to kill their own kind and cause infighting among humans at such a critical juncture. Regardless of the enmity, they should set it aside until we defeat the devil clans for the sake of humanity. The only party who will gain from this are the devil clans. Initially, I'd sympathized with the 7 Absolutes sect. However, after the recent events, I feel that they had brought everything upon themselves. I agree. It did not take long before more and more people in the upper province were criticizing the 7 Absolutes sect. They thought the disciples from the 7 Absolutes sect had gone too far. However, was there any merit to their opinions? On a snow-capped peak in the northern region, an old figure kneeled before a nameless tombstone.
The figure belonged to an old man. He mumbled to himself, "Senior brother. After 300 years, that man from the Heaven Divination sect is finally dead. I'm useless for not being able to personally avenge you. However, the person who avenged you is my disciple, your junior niece. She's the successor of the prophet progeny. I hope you can rest in peace now." The old man was none other than the old prophet, the former heir to the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. 300 years ago, there were 2 successors for the prophet progeny in the 7 Absolutes sect. Apart from the old prophet, there was also the old prophet's senior brother. At that time, their whereabouts were discovered by a Heaven Divination sect's disciple. That Heaven Divination sect's disciple tracked them down over thousands of miles just to kill them. The old prophet escaped and managed to hide due to his senior brother's help. However, his senior brother was caught by the Heaven Divination sect's disciple. His senior brother was tortured for 10 days and 10 nights before he succumbed to death. The Heaven Divination sect's disciple had tortured his senior brother in order to force the old prophet out of hiding. The old prophet vividly remembered the days when he had to watch his senior brother being tortured. It was excruciating. He had wanted to surrender to the Heaven Divination sect's disciple so that his senior brother did not have to suffer. However, he managed to resist the urge because he knew he bore the responsibility of passing down the prophet progeny, the 2nd absolute of the 7 absolutes. If he was caught as well, it would be the end of the prophet progeny. The old prophet laughed heartily. His laugh was carefree, as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. The Heaven Divination sect's disciple who tortured his senior brother for 10 days and nights was the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect, who was killed by the old prophet's disciple using the heaven-defying art of cursing not too long ago. Previously, the old prophet felt his chance of avenging his senior brother grew slimmer as his enemy grew stronger and stronger before eventually becoming the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect. There were many nights when he woke up in despair in the middle of the night. However, his direct disciple, his senior brother's junior niece, had finally killed their enemy and avenged his senior brother. How could he remain calm? Have no consideration for the greater good of mankind? Without knowing when, a curvaceous figure landed not far away from the old prophet. It was a beautiful lady. She was the former heir of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. She was also Han Xuanai's master. If it's not for the fact that the devil clans could invade at any time and for the greater good of mankind, the three great sects would be covered in blood. How ignorant are these people? Don't they know the Seven Absolutes sect is merely avenging the enmity from a millennium ago? The enmity from a millennium ago referred to the enmity between the Seven Absolutes sect and the three great sects within the last thousands of years. The people that the new disciples of the Seven Absolutes sect had killed were not randomly selected. All these people who were killed had killed someone from the Seven Absolutes sect in the past 1,000 years. The sect leader of Heaven Divination sect had cruelly killed one of the successors of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, 300 years ago. That person was the old prophet's senior brother. 300 years later, the old prophet's direct disciple had killed the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect with the heaven-defying art of cursing to avenge her senior uncle. 200 years ago, one of the Black Kshetra sect elders and a Black Kshetra sect disciple joined forces to kill the then heir to the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. That person was Han Xuanai's grandmaster. That Black Kshetra elder from back then had become the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect, while the Black Kshetra sect disciples had become one of the Karmapa, the White Tiger King. Han Xuanai had killed the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect, while Feng Tianwu killed the White Tiger King, in order to avenge the then heir to the Red Dust progeny, who was killed 200 years ago. 500 years ago, a Heaven Divination sect elder killed the then heir to Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. After that, the Heaven Divination sect elder had become an oracle in the sect. After 500 years, that Heaven Divination sect oracle was killed by Yu Wu-ing, the current heir to the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. As the saying went, what comes around goes around. If it hasn't, it will. Based on this, one could see the Seven Absolute sect was settling the scores from a millennium ago. In the past 1,000 years, the Fire Worship sect did not get into any conflict with the Seven Absolute sect. Therefore, no one from the Fire Worship sect was targeted by the Seven Absolute sect. If we don't settle the scores from a millennium ago, we would be ashamed to face our predecessors. At some point, the old prophet rose to his feet. His cloudy eyes were bright and gleaming with determination. The Devil Clan's invasion is nigh. For the greater good of mankind, the Seven Absolute sect will only settle the scores from a millennium ago. We will put all else aside until we've defeated the Devil Clans. The old prophet's words were the principles the Seven Absolute sect had to obey when they rejoined society. The members of Seven Absolute sect had to have a clear conscience. The enmity from a millennium ago must be avenged. Other matters could be set aside until they had defeated the Devil Clans. This is all for the greater good of mankind. If the disciples of the Seven Absolute sect had disregarded the greater good of mankind, then Gu Li, the heir to the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the Seven Absolutes, and Nangong Qin and Nangong Yi, the heirs to the Didymus progeny, the sixth absolute of the Seven Absolutes, would not have just defeated their opponents. With their strength, they were more than capable of killing their opponent. However, they had spared their opponents' lives. However, we can't let the masses misunderstand the kids. Use the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network and spread the word about how the Seven Absolute sect serves the greater good of mankind. Let people know that the members of the Seven Absolute sect have a clear conscience. The old prophet said as he turned to look at the beautiful lady. That's what I came to discuss with you, the beautiful lady said before she hurriedly left in a graceful manner. Soon after, news of people from the Seven Absolute sect were only settling the scores from a millennium ago began spreading in the upper province. All the voices that had rebuked the Seven Absolute sect had quietened down immediately. As it turns out, that's what happened. If that's the case, I don't think the disciples of Seven Absolute sect have done anything wrong. I was confused previously. After all, a sect that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang used to belong to shouldn't be a sect that disregards the greater good of mankind. As it turns out, there's an explanation for it. Yes. After all, enmity from a millennium ago is quite recent. If they don't do anything about it, they would be ashamed to face their predecessors. I can understand why they acted the way they did. As news about the reason behind the Seven Absolute sect's killing spree spread, the general opinion of the people in the upper province took a turn.
Initially, most of them had condemned Seven Absolute sect. However, now they could understand the actions of the disciples from the Seven Absolute sect and why they had targeted the Black Kshetra sect and Heaven Divination sect.
Naturally, there were still some people who criticized the Seven Absolutes sect. In their opinion, the Seven Absolutes sect should temporarily set aside the enmity from a millennium ago and focus on the greater good first. However, there was only a small minority of people who thought this way. Their voices were overwhelmingly drowned by others. So that's why no one from the Seven Absolutes sect attacked anyone in the Fire Worship sect. As it turns out, they're only settling scores from a millennium ago. In the past 1,000 years, the Fire Worship sect didn't kill anyone in the Seven Absolutes sect even though we were hunting for them.
At this time, many people in the Fire Worship sect could not help but feel relieved.
Put aside the new disciples from the Seven Absolutes sect who had just made their debut, the former heirs to the Prophet progeny and the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the second and fifth absolutes of the Seven Absolute sects, had given the high-ranking officials, excluding the sect leader,
in the Fire Worship sect a difficult time. After all, both of them were more than capable of killing powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Seven Absolute sect have hidden themselves for 100,000 years. It's obvious they've returned prepared.
You're right. Only a few disciples from the Seven Absolutes sect had made their debuts, but they've caused such a huge commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As soon as 3 female disciples appeared, they instantly entered the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking.
Speaking of the female disciples from the Seven Absolute sect, the most terrifying one is still the heir to the Prophet progeny, the second absolute in the Seven Absolute sect. The heir to Prophet progeny is extremely mysterious. All of the new heirs to the various progenies had announced their names except for her. She only mentioned she's the heir of the Prophet progeny, and she's the direct disciple of the old Prophet.
So mysterious. And she's a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. It's better to avoid dealing with the current heir to the Prophet progeny of the Seven Absolute sect.
Similar remarks were circulating in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Based on their remarks, it was apparent the people from the upper province feared and dreaded the current heir to the Prophet progeny in the Seven Absolutes sect. This was because rumor had it that she was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator who was suspected to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. There was even a saying that popped up recently. It's better to anger the Grim Reaper than to anger the heir to the Prophet progeny.
This clearly showed how terrifying the current heir of the Prophet progeny was.
Meanwhile, apart from the Fire Worship sect that did not make any move, the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect were searching for the people from Seven Absolutes sect. Naturally, they did not search for them just to capture them. They wanted revenge and to clean up their reputations.
As 2 of the 3 great sects, what had been done by the Seven Absolutes sect to them was a huge humiliation. Only the blood of the members from the Seven Absolute sect could wash away their humiliation. Initially, the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect wanted to drag the Fire Worship sect into this matter. They wanted the Fire Worship sect to lend their strength to them to deal with the Seven Absolute sect.
However, Xianxia, the sect leader of Fire Worship sect, was not stupid. He directly rejected the 2 sects' proposal. What a joke! They were relieved that the people from the Seven Absolutes sect did not target them. After all, the current Seven Absolutes sect was different from the past. If they were not sure if they could annihilate them, it was better to leave them alone.
Currently, all 6 heirs to 6 progenies of the Seven Absolute sect had shown themselves. The only one left is the heir to the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. It did not take long for someone to realize this.
It's not in the Seven Absolute sect's nature to make an appearance in such a high-profile manner. The last time it happened was during Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's time.
I've heard about that.
I once read about it in an ancient book. The Seven Absolute sect has a rule that the Seven Absolute sect would only make a huge appearance when the heir to the Fog Rain progeny has appeared.
If it's true, this means the current heir to the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, has appeared. What kind of monster will the current heir to the Fog Rain progeny be when the current heir to the Prophet progeny is already so terrifying? According to the Seven Absolute sect's tradition, the strongest person in the Seven Absolute sect is the heir to the Fog Rain progeny.
The heir to Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, How exciting.
Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were discussing the current heir to the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolutes sect.
Naturally, the three great sects had heard the talks as well.
Now that the seven absolutes sect has appeared, they must have found the heir to the Fog Rain progeny. It's very likely that the current heir to the Fog Rain progeny is the direct descendant of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang.
In the entire upper province, no one knew the seven absolute sect and the Fog Rain progeny as well as the great sections. They were even more certain than the others that the seven absolute sect had found the heir to the Fog Rain progeny. Otherwise, the seven absolute sect would not appear in such an ostentatious manner.
Based on what had happened so far, the heir to the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, is the strongest. Apart from that, you have to remember that the then heir to the prophet progeny from 100,000 years ago was also a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, but his cultivation base was the weakest among the heirs to the other progenies. Yes, during that era, Feng Qingyang, the then heir to the Fog Rain progeny, was the strongest. Second to Feng Qingyang was the then heir to the Kratos progeny. The current heirs to the progenies of the seven absolute sect are really unpredictable.
There's a possibility that the current heir to the Fog Rain progeny is not even as strong as the current heir of the Prophet progeny who's a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. You have a point.
Similar remarks were heard among the high-ranking officials from the three great sects.
At this moment, none of them realized that the current heir to the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, was someone they knew or had heard of.
All of these happened during the year Duanling Tian was away from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Naturally, Duanling Tian, who was in the lower province, was unaware of the happenings in the upper province in the year that followed after his departure. Otherwise, he would have found out he was the heir to the Fog Rain progeny after obtaining Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's legacy.
Currently, Duanling Tian was in the Human Devil Saint City. He was in closed-door cultivation in an inn that belonged to Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the powerful factions from the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. Duanling Tian knew he would not be disturbed if he cultivated in the inn since no human devils would dare to unreasonably cause a scene at an inn owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace. The people from the Crimson Blaze Palace were obviously unaware that the person who murdered the godson of Wu Tianjin, the vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, and the direct disciples of several elders from the Crimson Blaze Palace were cultivating in their inn. Otherwise, there it would have been impossible for Duanling Tian to cultivate peacefully in the inn.
Previously, I had a low-grade innate spiritual root. Now that I have a violet innate spiritual root, I should cultivate so I won't be a burden to Brother Tian. Koa thought to herself. She did not stay idle while Duanling Tian was in closed-door cultivation.
She decided to start cultivating as well. Naturally, she did not enter closed-door cultivation since she had a daughter to care for. She could only cultivate when she was free. As for Kuer's sister, Gan Ruyen, she had entered closed-door cultivation the moment they returned from the mortal continents. Currently, her innate spiritual root had evolved from indigo to violet. She had a dark violet innate spiritual root.
It was as though her dreams had come true. For this reason, she went into closed-door cultivation as soon as she arrived at the inn. She wanted to test her newly improved innate spiritual root.
Mummy, where's Daddy?
The first thing Duan Si Ling did when she woke up was to look for Duanling Tian. She was clearly very attached to her father, Duanling Tian. Be good, Si Ling. Daddy's in closed-door cultivation now, he'll come out in a few days. At that time, you'll be able to play with him, okay? Kua said lovingly as she patted Duan Si Ling on her head.
Okay. Si Ling will wait. Mummy, Si Ling wants to cultivate too. Si Ling wants to help Daddy beat up bad guys. Duan Si Ling said with a determined expression on her adorable face, as she waved her tightly clenched fist in the air, looking like a little adult. Si Ling is such an angel. However, if you want to cultivate, you'll have to wait until Daddy comes out from closed-door cultivation so he can teach you. Okay. A relieved smile appeared on Kuer's face when she saw how obedient her daughter was. Not only was Duan Si Ling not disappointed after hearing Kuer's words, but she seemed even more excited as she clapped her hands and said excitedly, "Okay, I'll ask Daddy to teach me when he returns." In her eyes, her father is even more powerful than her mother and aunt. For this reason, She thought she would be more powerful if her father taught her. Time passed by silently. In just a blink of an eye, 20 days had gone by. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared in Duan Lingtian's room. The wind blew violently at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. The wind resembled angry divine dragons as it blew in the room.
However, as the raging wind approached the walls and door, it disappeared in just a blink of an eye as though it was devoured by something. Finally, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed. It was as dazzling as the sun. It seemed as though it could light up the whole world. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed different from when he entered closed-door cultivation. He had an otherworldly air around him now.
This is the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form? Duan Lingtian muttered under his breath. Based on his words, it was clear his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. When one had broken through to this stage, one's lifespan was equal to heaven and earth.
It's at this stage when powerhouses achieve immortality. Duan Lingtian knew cultivators would achieve immortality at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the past, Duan Lingtian merely knew that cultivators at and above the 7th form of Saint Celestial stage can achieve immortality, but he did not know how one would achieve immortality. Now that he had a breakthrough, he found out that the saint veins in one's body would fuse with one's veins and vessels once one had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, thus granting one immortality. Apart from that, the saint origin would circulate through the entire body, changing the body's metabolism rate.
Previously, Duan Lingtian had always found the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, mysterious. However, now that he had made a breakthrough, he finally had an understanding of it. Now, I understand why the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the heaven-defying form, Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
My cultivation speed is still slower cultivating in the human devil saint city with my dark violet innate spiritual root compared to the 4th floor of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, this can't be helped since the cultivation environment here can't be compared to the upper province.
In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian had improved his innate spiritual root to a dark violet one, his cultivation speed was almost comparable to the speed when he cultivated in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with the assistance from the slower time flow.
Based on this, one could see his current cultivation speed had improved a lot. It was only due to the inferior cultivation environment in the lower province that his cultivation speed seemed slow. If one were to compare it in the same cultivation environment, the difference would be clear. Regardless, I still managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Duan Lingtian thought to himself with bright eyes.
Apart from achieving immortality, his son's saint origin had also grown stronger. Although it was not as strong as the saint origin of a cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was still stronger than ordinary cultivators at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Currently, I'm a level stronger than I was before after breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself excitedly. Growing stronger meant he was better equipped to protect himself and his family in the lower province that was overrun with devils. It's too bad Elder Hua isn't here now. Duan Lingtian's excitement was dampened when he thought about the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He sighed and sadness could be seen in his eyes. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of Elder Hua because Elder Hua had once told him that once he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would help him upgrade his golden crow's wings to its 3rd form. Not only would his speed increase once he had improved the golden crow's wings to its 3rd form, but at that time, he would be able to see its ability as a divine ability from the Devata realm. Without Elder Hua, I'm unable to upgrade the golden crow's wings to its 3rd form, although my speed is a lot faster in comparison to all the movement techniques in the Tao Martial Saint Land with the 2nd form of the golden crow wings. It's only average compared to the movement techniques in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian sighed.
Duan Lingtian could still try and improve his other divine abilities. However, without Elder Hua he would not be able to further improve the golden crow's wings. The golden crow's wings was, originally, Elder Hua's innate divine ability as a 3-legged golden crow. Duan Ling Tian only managed to master the skill because Elder Hua had helped him plant the golden crow's wings on his back. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to master this skill. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. He shook his head. The past is in the past, Duan Ling Tian. You must believe that Elder Hua would be proud of you if he knew you managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in such a short time. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, trying to lift his own spirit. If I'm not mistaken, less than a month has passed since I entered closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian got up from the bed and left the room. He finally exited his closed-door cultivation. Daddy! Daddy! Duan Ling Tian heard an excited squeal as soon as he opened the room door. He saw his daughter, Duan Xiling, running toward him with open arms. The excitement was apparent on her adorable little face. Xiling. Duan Ling Tian bent down to catch Duan Xiling, who lunged at him and carried her. At this point, Duan Xiling was already 10 years old. However, she was still very innocent due to her lack of contact with other kids her age. She was like a princess before Duan Ling Tian, and to Duan Ling Tian, she was his one and only little princess. Daddy, why do I feel like you're a little different? Duan Xiling blinked her eyes innocently as she sized Duan Ling Tian up. She could see the difference in his aura. Before Duan Ling Tian entered the closed-door cultivation, his cultivation base was merely at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His bearing and aura had changed drastically now that he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Duan Xiling had yet to officially start cultivating, she was very sensitive to the changes in Duan Ling Tian due to her black innate spiritual root. Naturally, she did not know what aura was, she only knew that her father felt different to her. Duan Ling Tian patted Duan Xiling's head affectionately and said with a smile, Daddy has had a breakthrough. Duan Xiling's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Wah! Daddy is amazing. This means Daddy has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Does this mean you're an immortal now? Previously, Duan Ling Tian had told Duan Xiling that his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage and some facts about the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. For this reason, he was not surprised when he heard her words. He only nodded with a smile on his face. However, Duan Xiling looked downcast when she saw Duan Ling Tian nodding as though something was bothering her. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise. It was his first time seeing his daughter acting this way. He was baffled. Daddy! Xiling wants to start cultivating too. Duan Xiling pouted adorably and said, Xiling wants to be an immortal too. Otherwise, Xiling will grow old and die. Daddy will be very bored if that happens. Xiling wants to accompany Daddy. When Duan Ling Tian heard his daughter's words, his heart felt warm. He said with a smile, Xiling can cultivate, but Daddy has to ask for Mummy's permission first, okay? If she agrees to it, we can start cultivating. Daddy, Mummy has agreed to it. She told me to wait until you come out from closed-door cultivation so you can teach me, Duan Xiling said. Well, we still have to inform your mother about it, Duan Ling Tian said affectionately as he patted Duan Xiling's head. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a soft voice that was laced with surprise rang in the air. Brother Tian, you're done? A beautiful lady walked out of the room next to Duan Ling Tian's room. It was Kur. She had heard movements out in the yard and had come out to take a look. Yes. When Duan Ling Tian saw Kur, the look in his eyes turned gentle. The look in his eyes seemed capable of melting the hardest of hearts. Mummy, Daddy promised to teach me how to cultivate. Duan Xiling cried out excitedly as she waved at Kur. Before Kur could respond, Duan Ling Tian said, Since Xiling is about 10 years old now, it should be fine if she starts cultivating. However, the final decision is yours to make. If you agree with it, then I'll teach her to cultivate. If you think she's still too young, we can revisit this idea in 2 years. Duan Xiling was stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. When she regained her senses, her eyes were brimming with tears. Daddy, what are you saying? I thought you've promised me. I did promise you, but I also said Mummy has to agree to it first. If Mummy doesn't agree, I wouldn't dare to teach you at all. Duan Ling Tian felt slightly sorry when he saw the tears in Duan Si Ling's eyes. He quickly smiled at her and patted her head.
Duan Ling Tian still felt guilty about the fact that Kur had to bring their daughter up on her own. For this reason, he thought it was important to listen to Kur's opinion first before he made any decision. Moreover, even if she did not raise their daughter on her own, it was still not right for Duan Ling Tian to make a decision without discussing it with Kur. As the mother of his daughter, she had the right to her own opinions as well. After all, their daughter belonged to both of them. Mummy? After listening to Duan Ling Tian, Duan Si Ling instantly turned to look at Kur.
She knew the decision lay with her mother. She said with a pout, "You can't go back on your words. You've already promised me."
At this time, Kur was standing next to Duan Ling Tian and their daughter. She said, "Brother Tian, we'll do what you think is best." It seemed as though she was willing to go along with whatever decision Duan Ling Tian made. His words had shown her how much he cared and respected her.
It warmed her heart immensely.
That was how they decided Duan Si Ling would begin cultivating.
Duan Ling Tian finally remembered something important and asked Kur, "How many days have passed since I went into closed-door cultivation?" 20 days, Kur replied.
Only 20 days? Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows rose in surprise. He thought at least 25 days had passed. He did not expect only 20 days had gone by. After finding out how much time had passed, he said again to Kur, "I'm going out for a while. It'll take an hour at most." Duan Ling Tian played with his daughter for a while before he passed his daughter to Kur and left the inn that was owned by the Human Devil clan's Crimson Blaze Palace. Duan Ling Tian only left the inn because he wanted to test his current strength.
He wanted to see how much stronger he had gotten now that he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. There was no point in making any guesses. The best way was to directly test his strength.
After leaving the inn, Duan Ling Tian left the Human Devil Saint City as well. After 15 minutes, he arrived at an empty desert. As he hovered in the sky, he extended his divine consciousness and found no signs of life. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy was fairly thin here.
Let's start with my Sun Saint origin. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin began to churn in his body before it flowed to his 99 saint veins. It did not take long before it surged out of his body. It was extremely powerful.
It felt as though a raging beast had awoken inside Duan Ling Tian's body. The number of saint veins one possessed was connected to the speed one mobilized the force in one's body. The more saint veins one had, the fast one would be able to mobilize one's saint origin. However, compared to the Devata realm, cultivators from the mundane realm relied less on their saint veins because their strength was too weak. In Devata realms, saint veins were known as heavenly veins. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Ling Tian instantly cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, after he mobilized his Sun Saint origin and began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Duan Ling Tian changed location once. He finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy around him. He could choose to stay, but the speed of absorption would be greatly reduced. His absorption speed would be faster if he moved to a place where there were more heaven and earth spirit energy. Duan Ling Tian continued to change places a few times to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. After about a dozen breaths, Duan Ling Tian finally raised his Sun Saint origin to its limit. When he discovered the limit, he was disappointed. It's the same as before. Could this be the bottleneck or obstacle before passing the heavenly tribulation? Elder Hu seemed to have mentioned something about this before. Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath. Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin was the same as before when he had not broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He did not get weaker nor did he get stronger. It was as though his strength had plateaued. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly as he thought to himself. Previously Elder Hua had said the strength of powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would plateau before they passed the heavenly tribulation. They could only break through it if they passed the heavenly tribulation. I thought I'll be able to break through the bottleneck with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Who knew that even after I've completely mastered the elementary devouring tactic, I'll still encounter an obstacle? Duan Ling Tian sighed before he smiled wryly. Due to this obstacle, it meant that even with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duanling Tian's son Saint Origin could only reach the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If one wanted to increase the strength of their Saint Origin, they would have to pass the heavenly tribulation to ascend. Only those who had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation could break through the bottleneck and increase the strength of their bodies and Saint Origin.
Based on Elder Hua's words, once a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, his or her Saint Origin would break through this bottleneck and partly transform into the Celestial Origin energy. It would still be Saint Origin, but it would be considerably stronger since it has partly transformed into the Celestial Origin energy. Duanling Tian sighed again as he thought to himself, in other words,
it matters not if I've broken through to the 8th form or 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, since I won't be able to raise the strength of my son Saint Origin any higher with the elementary devouring tactic if I haven't passed the tribulations of Celestial Ascension. This means that once I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the elementary devouring tactic would be useless since it won't be able to raise my son Saint Origin any longer.
Naturally, when Duanling Tian said the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would be useless, he meant that it would no longer be able to raise his strength after he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
It was obvious that the elementary devouring tactic still had other uses such as devouring and improving innate spiritual roots. Once I've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the tribulation of Celestial Ascension, I'll have both the Sun Saint Origin and the Celestial Origin energy even if I can't raise my Sun Saint Origin with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. My Sun Saint Origin might have already reached its limit in the mundane realm. But that's not the case for the Celestial Origin energy. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he thought of this. The most important thing now is to break through the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and pass the tribulation of Celestial Ascension. Once that's done, I'll be able to raise my strength tremendously with the elementary devouring tactic again. The dejection he felt lessened slightly when he thought about this possibility.
Although Duanling Tian felt dejected, he knew there was nothing he could do about this.
Apart from raising my cultivation base, I should also improve my other techniques. This way I'll be able to increase my strength in a short time. After all, before I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and pass the tribulation of Celestial Ascension, this will be the limit for my son Saint Origin. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. A hint of determination could be seen in his eyes. In the past, I relied too much on the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to the point where I've neglected improving my other techniques. Duanling Tian laughed bitterly to himself. Whether it was the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, the offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, or even the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had temporarily neglected improving them quite some time ago. He had only realized this as he realized the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was becoming less and less useful to him.
Nonetheless, my current strength is much better compared to when I was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage without being able to increase my strength. With my current strength, I don't need to fear anyone in the Wandering Saint Palace of the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls except for the Palace Master. Maybe I should enter the Wandering Saint Palace and take up the position of Vice Palace Master to test the water. Duanling Tian had not forgotten his earlier plan. When he thought about this, he did not waste his time idling. He instantly changed direction and headed back to the Human Devil Saint City.
In less than an hour, Duanling Tian arrived at the Human Devil Saint City, and the inn that belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace of the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls.
As soon as he arrived at the inn, he began to prepare to take Kur, their daughter, and Gan Ruyen to the Wandering Saint Palace. Sister is still in closed-door cultivation, Kua said to Duanling Tian. He learned that Gan Ruyen had gone into closed-door cultivation the same time he did, but she had yet to come out. If that's the case, we'll wait for her. While waiting for Gan Ruyen to come out from closed-door cultivation, Duanling Tian did not forget his promise to his daughter. He began to formally teach her how to cultivate. During their lessons, he became deeply aware of how terrifying a black innate spiritual root was. When he saw his daughter's cultivation improving at the speed of light, Duanling Tian could not help but think to himself, "Isn't this too fast?" When Duanxi Ling had learned how to cultivate properly without needing Duanling Tian to be by her side all the time, he went to look for Kur.
Kur, there shouldn't be any problem for Si Ling to cultivate on her own for now. I'm going out to improve my innate spiritual root to a black one.
Brother Tian, how long will you be away? Kua asked, concerned. She did not want to be away from Duanling Tian for too long.
It shouldn't take too long. After all, my innate spiritual root is just half a step away from turning black, Duanling Tian said softly to Kur as he pulled her into his arms. I'll come back as soon as I can. When Si Ling wakes up from her cultivation, inform her of this as well.
All right. Kua nodded, her face filled with reluctance. Brother Tian, come back soon.
I will, Duanling Tian replied and gently kissed Kur's forehead before he left the inn and the Human Devil Saint City. After Duanling Tian left the Human Devil Saint City, he headed north. His target this time was no longer the Human Devil clan, but the other clans.
While he was in the Human Devil Saint City, he learned that the Boar Devil clan had settled down on a piece of land some hundreds of thousands of miles north of the Human Devil Saint City.
As it turned out, that place used to be the estate of a fourth-rate force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
Although the Boar Devil clan was not considered powerful like the Human Devil clan and the Ox Devil clan, they were second only to these clans. They were relatively strong compared to other devil clans.
When I was in the restaurant, I heard the Boar Devil clan has 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. These 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage are the respective leaders for the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and Red Boar tribe. There are also 3 great chiefs of the Boar Devil clan. Duanling Tian had some knowledge about the Boar Devil clan because he had been out and about, listening in to conversations while he was in the Human Devil Saint City.
From what I heard, the members of the Boar Devil clan have the head of a boar. Based on the description, they're not unlike second senior brother, Monk Pig, from the legends in my past life.
Duanling Tian was so immersed in his thoughts that when he regained his senses, he discovered he had left the vast land occupied by the Human Devil clan and had entered the Boar Devil clan's territory. A human devil? A strong voice had called out from the distance as soon as Duanling Tian discovered he was in the Boar Devil clan's territory. The voice instantly caught his attention.
Duanling Tian turned to look at the source of the voice and saw 2 figures. Both figures possessed a human body. However, their heads were that of a boar. Indeed, they really looked like Monk Pig in the legend from his past life on Earth.
The only difference was the Boar Devils were nowhere as fat Monk Pig from the legend. One of the Boar Devil had a strong build while the other one was thin. The one who had spoken was the skinny Boar Devil.
The Boar Devils. Based on their appearances, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess their identities.
The thin Boar Devil flew to Duanling Tian and arrived next to him in just a blink of an eye. He opened his mouth and said, "Human Devil boy, you have crossed the border. This is the territory of the Boar Devil clan." When the Boar Devil spoke, Duanling Tian smelled an awful stench wafting out from the Boar Devil's mouth. "Leave." Duanling Tian's gaze turned cold suddenly as he raised his hand. His powerful Sun Saint origin surged out of his hand and shrouded the Boar Devil.
It effectively nullified the stench from the Boar Devil's mouth as well. As soon as Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin shrouded the Boar Devil, it did not take long before the Boar Devil completely disappeared. Nothing remained except for his spatial ring. The Boar Devil with a strong build was about to follow his companion to stop Duanling Tian when he saw his companion being killed with just a wave of the hand. He came to a halt immediately. His eyes widened in fear as he trembled. A powerhouse from the Human Devil clan. Duanling Tian looked over after he collected the thin Boar Devil's spatial ring. The Boar Devil with a strong build felt fear coursing through his veins and instantly dropped to his knees before he begged for mercy with a trembling voice. "Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life." Apart from the 3 chiefs in the Boar Devil clan, who has the best innate talent? Duanling Tian asked the kneeling Boar Devil calmly as though he did not just kill the Boar Devil's companion. Who has the best innate talent? The kneeling Boar Devil was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's question. It seemed as though he did not know how to answer the question. When Duanling Tian saw the lack of response from the Boar Devil, he narrowed his eyes that were filled with killing intent. Don't you know the answer? It did not take long before the killing intent surged out of his body, intimidating the Boar Devil. The Boar Devil quickly regained his senses and shivered in fear. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir. I do know. I honestly know."
Tell me, Duan Ling Tian demanded.
Apart from the 3 chiefs, the strongest in our tribe are the 3 great guardian warriors followed by a few talented youngsters, the Boardevil replied without any hesitation.
It was as though he knew Duan Ling Tian would kill him without twinking twice if he had hesitated to answer the question. His strength was on par with his companion's strength after all. However, this powerhouse from the Human Devil clan had easily killed his friend with just a wave of his hand. He had no doubts this Human Devil could kill him as easily too. For this reason, he did not dare to run away. He knew he would not be able to escape anyway. 3 great guardian warriors?
Are their innate talents high? Duan Ling Tian interrupted the Boardevil before he could finish speaking. He had heard about the 3 great guardian warriors while he was in the Human Devil Saint City. It was no surprise to him when he heard the Boardevil said they were the strongest apart from the 3 chiefs.
The 3 great guardian warriors' cultivation bases were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but they were nowhere close to the peak. They were triplets, so they had the gift of telepathy among themselves. Due to this, their strength was quite formidable when they joined forces.
They were no ordinary triplets.
They were much stronger than ordinary twins or triplets. If the 3 great guardian warriors combined forces, even Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of the Great Spirit Palace, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest among those below or at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, might not be a match for them. For this reason, the 3 great guardian warriors were also known as being invincible among those at or below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Yes, the kneeling Boardevil with a strong build quickly replied when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. They're definitely stronger than the other talented youngsters in our clan. Therefore, they're known as young geniuses in our clan.
Young geniuses?
They're actually youngsters? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. He had heard about how strong the 3 great guardian warriors were, but he did not know how old they were. Since Duan Ling Tian had returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had roughly understood what devil clans considered as young. For the devil clans, those below the age of 100 were considered young.
Yes. The Boardevil nodded and replied quickly. The 3 great guardian warriors are quite young. They're only about 50 years old. 50 years old. So young. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard this. They were only about 50 years old, but they had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Put hard work aside, without extremely remarkable innate talent, even if Duan Ling Tian continued to devour the essence of others, he still would not be able to achieve something like that in a short time.
Duan Ling Tian began to guess. They must have indigo innate spiritual roots. Moreover, their innate spiritual roots shouldn't only be light indigo. They might have a dark indigo innate spiritual root, but that's unlikely.
When Duan Ling Tian was in Human Devil Saint City, he learned about the innate talents and innate spiritual roots of the devil clans. He discovered there were only a few super geniuses who possessed a violet innate spiritual root in the history of the devil clans. Apart from that, most of these geniuses were pure-blooded humans from the human devil clan. In other words, there were no known super geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots in the other devil clans apart from the human devil clan. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian concluded that dark indigo innate spiritual roots should be the limit for the devils from the devil clans. He was certain the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boardevil clan only had normal indigo innate spiritual roots and not dark indigo innate spiritual roots. Still, he was quite surprised by what he had learned. There are 3 of them, even if they only have light indigo innate spiritual roots. I'm certain my innate spiritual roots will turn black after I devour 3 of their innate spiritual roots. Duan Ling Tian felt excited when he thought about this. It seemed as though he could already see his innate spiritual root turning black.
Duan Ling Tian thought to himself decisively. These 3 will be my targets. To be precise, his targets were the triplets' innate spiritual roots. Which tribe are the 3 great guardian warriors from? The Black Boar tribe?
The Thunder Boar tribe? Or the Red Boar tribe? Duan Ling Tian asked in a low voice as he stared at the kneeling Boardevil. It would be rather difficult for Duan Ling Tian to attack them if they belonged to one of these tribes because each tribe had a chief at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even with his Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he was not completely certain he would be able to kill a devil at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
He had a high chance of winning only if he could raise his son's Saint Origin uninterrupted to the level of the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the elementary devouring tactic and use the Devil Seal tablet. However, would his opponent give him time to raise his son's Saint Origin to that level?
Up until now, the only powerhouses at the 9th stage of the Saint Celestial whom Duanling Tian had met were Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra Sect. At that time, the battle between Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin revealed how terrifying the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was. Even until now, Duanling Tian still felt chills running up his spine when he thought about the battle. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was really strong. Moreover, Duanling Tian knew Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were not considered as the strongest powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, he was wary in regards to powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even though he had gotten stronger and possessed the Devil Seal tablet. I can raise my body's son Saint Origin instantly to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, with my son Saint Origin at that level, even if I use the Devil Seal tablet, I'm not confident I can kill those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if I was given the time to raise my son Saint Origin to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm not 100% certain I'll be able to kill a powerhouse at that level. After all, the Devil Seal tablet is damaged. If the Devil Seal tablet isn't damaged, I believe I have a high chance of killing devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For all these reasons, Duanling Tian did not dare to directly confront a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
They don't belong to any of the tribes.
When Duanling Tian was worrying about this matter, the kneeling boar devil with a strong build said, "They're considered as tribeless in our boar devil clans? Tribeless." A hint of joy could be seen in Duanling Tian's eyes when he heard the boar devil's words. Duanling Tian wanted to turn his innate spiritual root black in one go by devouring high-grade innate spiritual roots. To save time, he decided to ask about who had the best innate talent in the boar devil clan. After all, it would take a long time for his innate spiritual root to turn black if he only devoured low-grade innate spiritual roots. He was not willing to spend so much time if he did not have to. After all, Kur did not want to be away from him for too long, and he felt the same way. For this reason, he wanted to quickly finish his task so that he could return to her side. The 3 great guardian warriors possess indigo innate spiritual roots and they don't belong to a specific tribe. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he learned about this. His breathing quickened as well. How could Duanling Tian not feel excited? Since the 3 great guardian warriors did not belong to any one tribe, especially the 3 strongest tribes in the Boar Devil clan, this meant they were not directly near the 3 boar devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Your clan's territory is rather big. Do you know the location of the 3 great guardian warriors? Duanling Tian asked in a deep voice. The boar devil did not respond to Duanling Tian's question immediately. Instead, he asked hopefully, "Sir, will you let me go if I tell you?"
Duanling Tian sneered. "Are you trying to negotiate with me? Do you think you're the only one who knows the location of the 3 great guardian warriors?" As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent rose from his body again, suppressing the boar devil. The killing intent made the boar devil tremble in fear. He quickly shook his head. "No, sir. That's not what I mean. I really didn't mean it like that. I'll bring you the 3 great guardian warriors' cultivation place now." The boar devil looked at Duanling Tian fearfully, as though he was afraid Duanling Tian would kill him at any time.
It was a fact that most boar devils knew the cultivation place of the 3 great guardian warriors. That was why the boar devil with a strong build knew he could not use this as leverage against Duanling Tian.
"Take the lead," Duanling Tian ordered. The boar devil stood up immediately and turned around to lead Duanling Tian to the 3 great guardian warriors' cultivation place. Their cultivation place was located far away from where most boar devils gathered. Therefore, Duanling Tian did not meet any boar devils during his journey.
"Sir, after we climb over that hill, we'll arrive at the 3 great guardian warriors' cultivation place." The boar devil turned around and informed Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded slightly. The fact that the cultivation place of the three boar devils was located far away from most boar devils was definitely to his advantage. He had been worrying earlier if the cultivation place was near many boar devils. After all, he might fail to devour the three great guardian warriors' innate spiritual roots if any of the three chiefs made an appearance. It did not take long before they began to climb the hill. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he stared down the hill as though he had detected something. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two piercing sounds rang from the mountain range almost immediately as two figures appeared in Duan Ling Tian's sight. The figures belonged to two boar devils. One was plump with a big stomach. He looked very similar to Monk Pig in the legend from Duan Ling Tian's past life on Earth. The other boar devil had a fitter body. If Duan Ling Tian was not mistaken, this boar devil was probably considered good-looking in the boar devil clan. Xianxia, how dare you bring a human devil to our territory? How dare you? When the boar devil who looked like Monk Pig moved, he seemed like a ball rolling toward Duan Ling Tian and the boar devil who had brought Duan Ling Tian here. It was obvious the boar devil who brought Duan Ling Tian here was called Xianxia. When the plump boar devil who bore a resemblance to Monk Pig made his way over, Xianxia turned to say in disgust to Duan Ling Tian, "Sir, this is my enemy. I didn't expect to meet him here." However, a hint of relish could be seen in his eye. It was as though he was taking pleasure in the misfortune he knew was going to befall his enemy soon. That fool was going to die. Duan Ling Tian saw the look in Xiong Lai's eyes and knew the thoughts that were in his mind. He sneered. However, he made a move anyway. Boom! 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 Although Duan Ling Tian remained motionless, waves of power surged out of his body like a tsunami and shrouded the plump boar devil. There was no time for the plump boar devil to defend himself at all before he was killed. All that was left of him was his spatial ring. Whoosh! Xianxia quickly flew out and collected the spatial ring before he passed them to Duan Ling Tian respectfully. "Sir." After Duan Ling Tian kept the spatial ring, he turned to the other boar devil who had a fit body. "Sir, he's that fool's comrade. You shouldn't let him go. Otherwise, he'll definitely spread the news of your presence here," Xianxia said. The hint of delight and smugness in his eyes intensified. This boar devil was also his enemy. The fit boar devil regained his senses when he heard Xianxia's words. He instantly turned to escape. What a joke. This human devil powerhouse could easily kill him as he had killed his companion. His strength was only on par with his companion after all. He was horrified when he saw his companion being killed. Swish! The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian made a move with just a flick of his finger. Before the boar devil could even take a step forward, the sword ray that shot out of Duan Ling Tian's finger had already pierced his glabella. Dead. The two boar devils were killed in just a blink of an eye. Although Xianxia had personally witnessed how strong Duan Ling Tian was, he still felt a jolt of terror when he saw how easily Duan Ling Tian had killed his two enemies. However, he quickly regained his senses and flew out to collect the spatial ring of his enemy and presented them respectfully to Duan Ling Tian again. After that, he earnestly led Duan Ling Tian to his destination without saying anything. He felt delighted inwardly when he thought about the deaths of his two enemies. Soon after, a wide valley appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. "Sir, we're here." At the end of the valley, Duan Ling Tian saw three simple wooden huts at the hillside. With just a thought, he extended his divine consciousness to the three wooden huts. Duan Ling Tian instantly felt three stronger divine consciousness wrangling with his divine consciousness. Who's it? However, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have expected this as he quickly withdrew his divine consciousness at the moment he sensed the three strong divine consciousness. One's divine consciousness came from the soul, and one's soul was linked to one's cultivation base. Since Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, his soul and divine consciousness were, naturally, also at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Needless to say, the three divine consciousness was stronger than his because they were at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The three great guardian warriors? Duan Ling Tian knew Xianxia did not lie to him. There was no doubt that this place was the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 3 wooden huts at the hillside exploded simultaneously, and 3 formidable-looking devils emerged from the rubble.
The 3 figures hovered in the sky near Duanling Tian and glared at him. These 3 boar devils looked identical. They were about 2 meters tall, and devil chi continued to surge out of their bodies, making them look like a devil king. They were none other than the 3 great guardian warriors.
A human devil? The 3 boar devils' expressions darkened when they took in Duanling Tian's appearance. Xianxia was trembling in fear when one of the 3 great guardian warriors suddenly bellowed, "How dare you!
How dare you bring a human devil to our boar devil's territory?"
The devil chi from his body turned into a palm and slapped Xianxia. Boom! The giant palm fell like a huge mountain. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow, but he made no move to intervene. Xianxia was instantly killed by the palm that was formed by devil chi before he could even react.
Xianxia had been overjoyed about the deaths of his 2 enemies since he thought his life would be smoother and better after this. However, he did not expect he would die as well before he could even enjoy his life. Moreover, he had died at the hands of his own people. Duanling Tian could have stopped one of the 3 great guardian warriors from killing Xianxia if he wanted to, but he did not, since he did not plan on letting Xianxia live anyway. They were just taking advantage of each other.
Duanling Tian killed 2 of Xianglai's enemies because Xianxia had led him to the 3 great guardian warriors. He was not obligated to save him from his own kind. Moreover, he would never be kind to the boar devils who had killed many of his people.
The great guardian warrior who killed Xianxia glared at Duanling Tian and said viciously, "How dare you, a human devil, come to our boar devil's territory? It seems like you're tired of living." Tired of living? Duanling Tian could not help but burst into laughter. Then he smirked. "Actually, I'm here for the 3 of you. Now let me send all of you to accompany that boar devil." He did not waste any time and began to attack as soon as he finished speaking.
Whoosh! Whirlpools began to appear out of thin air around Duanling Tian and absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings.
In just an instant, the Sun Saint origin in his body had increased to a level comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, the strength of his Sun Saint origin was still increasing, albeit at a slower speed. Shameless boasting. The 3 great guardian warriors yelled simultaneously when they regained their senses.
Golden crow wings. While the 3 boar devils glared at Duanling Tian, he cast the divine ability, the golden crow's wings. A pair of flaming wings sprouted on his back and began to flap. Boom, 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 boom. As the deafening sound of explosions rang in the air, Duanling Tian quickly moved to another area where there was more heaven and earth spirit energy for him to absorb. Elementary devouring tactics.
Soon after, Duanling Tian finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area.
He's casting a divine ability to devour heaven and earth spirit energy to raise the strength of his saint origin. One of 3 boar devils suddenly cried out after they snapped out of their trance.
As powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they were sensitive to the fluctuation of heaven and earth spirit energy in their surroundings. It was only natural they felt the quickly depleting heaven and earth spirit energy in their surroundings.
Kill him! The 3 great guardian warriors bellowed at the same time. Since they were triplets with the gift of telepathy, they flew toward Duanling Tian at lightning speed in harmony. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The 3 boar devils' speed was not only fast, but their movements were in sync as well. However, even after they cast their divine abilities, martial tactics, and released their devil chis, their speed was only on par with Duanling Tian.
It was only natural since Duanling Tian had absorbed almost all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Although the Sun Saint origin had not reached the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was very close to it. Elementary devouring tactic. Duanling Tian continued to fly from one place to another, absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Duanling Tian changed places again. Elementary devouring tactic.
Elementary devouring tactic. He changed location again. As Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin became stronger, his speed became faster as well. One of the 3 boar devils cried out in a slightly fearful voice when he saw this. Impossible.
His saint origin is still increasing in strength. Whoosh! 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 The other two boar devils were also alarmed by Duan Ling Tian's increasing speed and his sun Saint origin that was getting stronger. At this moment, they realized something was not right. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed, "Finally!" He had finally raised his sun Saint origin to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, his sun Saint origin was stronger than the three great guardian warriors.
Duan Ling Tian turned around to face the three great guardian warriors. He said confidently now that his sun Saint origin was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. "I heard that when three of you combined forces, you're invincible to those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stag.
I wish to experience it today." Duan Ling Tian cast his divine ability again with his sun Saint origin that had been raised to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Golden Crow Wings. His speed was more than 1 time faster compared to the three great guardian warriors.
The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The three boar devils were shocked when Duan Ling Tian turned to attack them.
Based on this human devil's speed and his saint origin that was getting stronger, they discovered that he was as strong as a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This human devil was definitely much stronger than them.
Go into defense mode.
Will attack once the effect of his assist-type divine ability dies off. At this critical moment, the three great guardian warriors decided to go on defense. Meanwhile, the three stopped moving and had their backs against each other, forming a small circle. Their devil cheese and saint origin fused perfectly with each other before it transformed into a black light shield that shrouded them. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see bolts of black lightning around the black light shield. Each bolt of black lightning emitted a terrifying devil chi.
Since they were triplets, they could sense each other's devil cheese and fuse their defense martial tactics and defensive divine ability perfectly. For this reason, they were able to defend against an attack from a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Unless the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was close to receiving his or her heavenly tribulation, ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to penetrate their defense in a short time.
In the three boar devils' opinion, this human devil only possessed strength comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage due to his assist-type divine ability. There was no doubt the effect would disappear at some point. At that time, they would be able to easily kill him. I can't believe this human devil has mastered such a powerful assist-type divine ability that allows him to raise his saint origin to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The three great guardian warriors could not help but sigh even though they were confident about their defense.
One of the boar devils scoffed. "As long as we manage to endure his attacks. Once the effects of his assist-type divine ability is gone, he'll be like a fish on our chopping board.
His current strength should be on par with an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's impossible for him to penetrate our defense in such a short time." The three great guardian warriors were very confident with their joint defense. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the three boar devils' defense before he took out his 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Interesting.
Otherworldly celestial. Defensive sword art. Duan Ling Tian unleashed the strongest attack he was capable of using the offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and the third stage of the sovereign heart sword, the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method.
At the same time, a few clones of Duan Ling Tian appeared out of thin air.
Shoo! 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 The clones wielding 1,000 inscriptions saint swords had sun saint origin that was as strong as Duan Ling Tian's sun saint origin. They pointed their swords at the three great guardian warriors in unison.
The few thousand inscriptions saint swords sliced through the air, whistling, looking as though they could cut through anything. That's fast. How powerful! At this time, the three great guardian warriors discovered how amazing Duan Ling Tian's attack was. The sword rays from the swords were incredibly fast as well. In just a blink of an eye, the 1,000 inscription saint swords and the clones clashed with the defensive black light shield that the three boar devils had formed. Boom! 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 Ear-splitting explosions rang in the air immediately.
The clashes caused the black light shield to ripple and tremble like raindrops that fell on a still lake.
Duan Ling Tian's attack was swift and brutal, but he still could not pierce the joint defense of the three great guardian warriors.
It's just as I've expected. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Although he had expected this, he could not help but feel disappointed. He had already unleashed all his power, but he still could not shatter the three great guardian warriors' defense. Although my Sun Saint origin is comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's still different compared to the Saint origin of someone who has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The full power of my Sun Saint origin is slightly shy of reaching the full power of a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, Duanling Tian had discovered earlier that his Sun Saint origin was not exactly at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he tested it. When a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only would his or her Saint origin become stronger, but he or she would slowly gain comprehension of heaven and earth. This was something important. It was one of the reasons why the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. Most people only knew the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was known as the Celestial Ascension form because one had to go through the heavenly tribulation. However, this was not the only reason. It was also known as the Celestial Ascension form because of one's comprehension of heaven and earth. One needed to comprehend heaven and earth to a certain level to bring about the heavenly tribulation or the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation would not come even if one's saint origin had reached the threshold. As a consequence, one would not be able to become an eminent celestial without passing the Celestial Ascension tribulation. When one deepened one's comprehension of heaven and earth at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would be able to better manipulate one's saint origin for other purposes apart from using it for martial tactics and divine abilities. This was the reason why the saint origin of a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin that had been raised to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was different. During the battle between Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, I remember that Tang Xian's saint origin hasn't reached its limit. Moreover, his martial tactics and divine abilities aren't stronger than mine. However, he's a lot stronger than me even after I've unleashed all my power. This is because his manipulation of his saint origin is better since he has a better comprehension of heaven and earth. Duanling Tian still vividly remembered the battle between Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. That was why he was deeply aware of the gap between his strength and Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin's strength. If my cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Celestial stage instead of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I would be able to break their defense easily with just a slight comprehension of heaven and earth. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh as when he looked at the light shield that was formed by the three great guardian warriors. Duanling Tian found it unfortunate that only cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were able to comprehend heaven and earth. There was nothing he could do about this. Hey, human devil! You better do everything you can while your assist-type divine ability is still in effect. You might not be able to withstand our attack after this. One of the three great guardian warriors sneered. I can't believe you're from the human devil clan. I think nobody, not even Xing Yuanba, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, has an attack as strong as your earlier attack. Unfortunately, even if you're stronger than Xing Yuanba, you're still going to die here today. The other two great guardian warriors chimed in mockingly as well. Even with Duanling Tian's strongest attack, their defensive light shield that was formed from devil cheese only became slightly dimmer. It was obvious that his attack did not do much to the light shield. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow and narrowed his eyes when he heard the three great guardian warriors' words. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. It seems like three of you think that you've got me in the palms of your hands, Duanling Tian said slowly. It seemed as though he was not affected by their words of mockery. Duanling Tian's calmness momentarily surprised the three great guardian warriors. When they regained their senses, they scoffed. Are you trying to be mysterious? Do you think you can scare us with your words? What a joke! The three great guardian warriors said disdainfully. Your plan's pretty good, Duanling Tian said flatly. If I continue attacking with all my might, there's a chance I'll be able to shatter your defense after a while. However, at that time, the effect from my assist-type divine ability would most likely be gone, and my saint origin would return to its original level. It seems like there's one thing you didn't consider. With my current saint origin, if I escape,
Will you be able to catch me? His last sentence was said mockingly. Duan Ling Tian's words startled the three great guardian warriors. Indeed, they did not think about this. Their defense and offense were extremely strong when they joined forces, but their speed was their weak point. If Duan Ling Tian really decided to flee, there was nothing they could do to stop him. Coward! Human devils are indeed cowards. Hey, human devil! Do you intend on embarrassing the human devil clan? I can't believe you intend on escaping. What a wimp! The three great guardian warriors were honestly worried Duan Ling Tian would escape, so they intentionally provoked him in hopes that he would stay and fight. Let alone kill. If he decided to flee, they would not be able to catch him at all. Duan Ling Tian scoffed. How could he possibly not see through their thoughts?
There's no need for you to provoke me. Although I can escape, I won't. After all, I don't think three of you are a match for me at all.
The three great guardian warriors were shocked. They did not know where Duan Ling Tian's confidence came from. I can't deny that the joint defense by three of you is so strong that even ordinary cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to destroy it in a short time. Duan Ling Tian continued to speak before the three great guardian warriors recovered from their shock. However, it's unfortunate your opponent today is me. When he finished speaking, a tablet with a missing corner appeared in one of his hands. Apart from ancient and sophisticated patterns on it, the tablet, for the most part, looked simple. All of a sudden, whoosh, 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 the tablet suddenly emitted a dense and rich devil chi. The devil chi surged to the sky as though it could pierce through heaven. This happened because Duan Ling Tian was sending his son Saint Origin into the tablet. I didn't know the Devil Seal tablet would have such a reaction when I sent my son Saint Origin that has been raised to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage into it. It seems like I'll be able to break those three's defenses. Duan Ling Tian was shocked and delighted by the tablet's reaction. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see bolts of violet lightning in the Devil Chi that was surging out of the Devil Seal tablet like violet dragons. Moreover, the Devil Chi emitted an ancient aura.
The tablet with a missing corner that Duan Ling Tian held in his hand was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. When the three great guardian warriors saw the tablet emitting Devil Chi, they became worried. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts when they felt the aura from the tablet that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. All of a sudden, swoosh! A deafening swoosh sounded in the air when the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, suddenly released a gentle force that did not harm Duan Ling Tian before it flew out of his hand and hovered in the air. At the same time, the devil chi it emitted became even more mysterious and domineering. What's this? Even Duan Ling Tian was shocked by this. He did not expect this at all. It did not take long before the Devil Seal tablet flew up into the sky. Its devil chi became oppressive as it connected with heaven and earth. From afar, it looked like a divine pillar burning with black flames. Thunder and lightning lit up and rang in the sky, accompanied by the sound of wind howling.
All of a sudden, the pillar of devil chi increased sharply before they disappeared into the tablet. It resulted in a shockwave before devil chi suddenly surged out again, this time in every direction. Boom! 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 Boom!
The explosions were like a torrential storm that seemed capable of sweeping away everything on heaven and earth.
Meanwhile, the three great guardian warriors who were still shrouded in their powerful light shield could clearly feel the aura from the tablet. They felt their souls shaking when they felt the aura seem to have locked on them. It seemed inescapable. Is this Devil? The Devil Seal tablet?
At this point, regardless of how low the three great guardian warriors' IQs were, they would be able to guess what that tablet that caused them to feel so afraid was. It was the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that was able to suppress the Devil clans.
They felt distressed when they felt the Devil Chi from the Devil Seal tablet grow stronger. Boom!
It left ruins in its wake as the tablet flew out. When the great guardian warriors regained their senses, the Devil Seal tablet had already collided violently with their defensive light shield. Their light shield was so strong that it could withstand the attacks from ordinary cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage 9th form for a short time. In fact, the attack Duan Ling Tian had unleashed with all his might barely left a dent on it. However, at this moment,
boom! 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 Cacophonous explosions rang in the air. It seemed like it would never end.
When the dust settled, one could see the three great guardian warriors' light shield had become completely useless after the attack from the Devil Seal tablet.
Impossible! The eyes of all three great guardian warriors widened in shock when they saw how easily the Devil Seal tablet had destroyed their defensive light shield. At this moment, they were afraid.
Escape! 3 of them shared the same thought. They could not afford to think of anything else at this critical moment.
They had no time to think why a human devil possessed the Devil Seal tablet or why a human devil was able to use the Devil Seal tablet when it was supposed to be harmful to all devils and devil cultivators.
Want to escape? Duan Ling Tian smirked when he saw 3 devils moving to escape in 3 different directions.
However, with the Devil Seal tablet around, how could the 3 devils at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage escape? The result was within Duan Ling Tian's expectation. Boom! 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 Thunderous explosions reverberated in the air again as the Devil Seal tablet destroyed the 3 great guardian warriors with a formidable force before they could even react. Soon after, the Devil Chi returned to the tablet. The Devil Seal tablet once again resumed its appearance as a simple and harmless tablet. Meanwhile, the 3 great guardian warriors stared ahead with lifeless eyes as though they had lost their souls, which they did.
No one knew if their souls had been trapped in the Devil Seal tablet or if it had been destroyed by the Devil Seal tablet.
Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian flew to the devil's corpses and collected their spatial rings before he began to devour their innate spiritual roots. Although innate spiritual roots were connected to the souls, the 3 great guardian warriors' innate spiritual roots were not affected since the Devil Seal tablet only targeted their souls.
They have ordinary indigo innate spiritual roots. It was just as Duan Ling Tian had predicted. The 3 great guardian warriors possessed ordinary indigo innate spiritual roots.
Their innate spiritual roots should be enough for me to improve my innate spiritual root to the next level. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly. After a while, he began to calm down and continued to devour the 3 great guardian warriors' innate spiritual roots.
He did not encounter any difficulties when devouring their innate spiritual roots since he had done this so many times before.
It won't be long now. Duan Ling Tian's heart thumped excitedly in his chest when the 3 innate spiritual roots fused with his innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root was almost at its limit after all. Therefore, after he had devoured the 3 innate spiritual roots, it instantly transformed his innate spiritual root.
Black innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had successfully improved his innate spiritual root to a black one. He was delighted.
He could not help but laugh heartily when he saw his black innate spiritual root. I wonder how much faster has my cultivation speed gotten now that I have a black innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian was about to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy when, boom, 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 thunders began to rumble above Duan Ling Tian. What's happening? Duan Ling Tian instantly abandoned thoughts of absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy when he heard the thunderclaps that were similar to the tribulation oath from the 99 heavenly tribulation. After a while, Duan Ling Tian saw dark clouds were converging above him. Moreover, bolts of violet lightning flashed intermittently among the clouds. They looked terrifying. Is this the heavenly tribulation? This scene reminded Duan Ling Tian of the heavenly tribulation he experienced back on the mortal continent. The heavenly tribulation he experienced was known as the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. One would experience it when one had reached the peak of the nascent soul during a void breakthrough. Once in void initiation, one could control air and fly. As this was against the will of heaven, heaven would send the heavenly tribulation as a form of punishment.
In the mundane realm, the heavenly tribulations are divided into 3 types. First, the 6-9 heavenly tribulation which one would face upon entering the void stage at the peak of the nascent soul. The second one is the tribulation oath from the 9-9 heavenly tribulation which one would have to face if one had broken an oath.
As for the third, it's the celestial ascension tribulation experienced by cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself.
Could this heavenly tribulation occur because of my breakthrough to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form?
After all, I have achieved immortality. This can be considered as going against heaven's will after all. Duan Ling Tian dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared. Impossible. I haven't heard of anyone facing heavenly tribulations after breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, if this is not it, then what could it be? Duan Ling Tian was baffled. Boom, boom, boom,
Boom. Boom. Duan Ling Tian was still in a state of confusion as the thunder continued to rumble above him.
The dark clouds that converged above Duan Ling Tian seemed terrifying and oppressive. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he felt as though the end was near.
Meanwhile, the number of violet lightning bolts in the clouds increased and seemed bigger in size. If the previous lightning bolts were small violet snakes, then the lightning bolts now were like huge pythons. Apart from that, the bolts of violet lightning became blindingly bright.
This heavenly tribulation doesn't seem small or weak. Although the heavenly tribulation had yet to begin, Duan Ling Tian could feel the immensity of its strength. Needless to say, it was a lot stronger than the 6-9 heavenly tribulation he had experienced in the past. In fact, it was not fair to compare the two tribulations since the difference was like heaven and earth. There's one more possibility left if this heavenly tribulation isn't caused by me breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it must be my black innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian recalled the heavenly tribulation had appeared when he was trying to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy after his innate spiritual root had turned black. Maybe it was not a coincidence. To a certain extent, a black innate spiritual root can be considered as going against heaven's will. After all, I wasn't born with it. I improved my innate spiritual root into a black one. This could be the reason for the heavenly tribulation. Duan Ling Tian was quite certain about this. After a while, Duan Ling Tian put the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that was still hovering in the air away as he gazed at the dark clouds that continued to gather and the bolts of violet lightning that were the size of a huge python. I wonder how strong is this heavenly tribulation? Duan Ling Tian could not help but worry about the impending heavenly tribulation he had to face. After all, he did not know the strength of this heavenly tribulation, and the unknown was the most frightening.
As Duan Ling Tian waited with bated breath, the heavenly tribulation finally finished brewing.
It was not that Duan Ling Tian was staying still because he had a death wish, but he knew even if he tried to flee, the heaven tribulation would follow after him. There was no way to escape this. He could only wait and face the heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation finished brewing, the dark clouds stopped increasing in size, but the bolts of violet lightning flashed impatiently as though they could not wait to strike.
Boom,
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 boom, boom.
Apart from that, thunder rang in the air with alarming frequency. In the end, it sounded at the frequency of an exploding firecracker.
After roughly 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian, who was staring at the dark clouds, suddenly widened his eyes. It's coming!
The heavenly tribulation that was brewing for quite a while finally showed its great strength.
Boom! A deafening sound rang in the air as though a thunder god was present.
Crack! A bolt of violet lightning the size of a child struck at Duan Ling Tian, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The heavenly tribulation had begun. Elementary devouring tactic. Golden crow wings? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle. He began to cast his divine abilities. He raised his Sun Saint origin with the elementary devouring tactic to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and used the golden crow's wings to dodge the first bolt of lightning.
Although he did not think the first bolt of lightning posed a threat to his life, he would be more than happy to dodge it. Since he had experienced the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, he knew for sure that the lightning bolts would only increase strength. For this reason, he planned to conserve as much strength as he could to deal with the last few lightning bolts. Generally, the Saint origin used by a movement divine ability was a lot less compared to a direct attack. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Ling Tian cast his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, he became as swift and agile as a bird. He flew and swerved here and there in hopes to dodge the terrifying lightning strike. Unfortunately, it seemed as though the bolt of lightning had a pair of eyes as it chased after him persistently regardless of where he went. It seems there's no way for me to avoid this, I'm only delaying the inevitable. When Duan Tian realized there was no way for him to escape this, he stopped moving immediately.
Then he raised his hand to manipulate and gather his son's saint origin and formed a 3-foot-long sword chi.
Sword defense art. As soon as the 3-foot-long sword chi formed, Duan Tian threw it out before it vanished suddenly. All it left in its wake was its afterimage. The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air when the sword chi reappeared and collided with the terrifying lightning strike. Surprisingly, the collision between the two did not produce thunderous noises. Instead, only a cacophonous grating noise could be heard. However, there was no doubt the strength of the lightning strike was not to be trifled with.
Although this was just the first strike, its strength was equivalent to the full strength of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
However, this strike was still easy for Duan Tian to deal with. He had used his son's Saint Origin to form a sword chi and had struck with the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword-warding heart, to destroy the lightning strike.
Duan Tian managed to destroy the first bolt of lightning, but he did not feel joy at all. Instead, his expression turned even more somber.
The first lightning bolt strength is as strong as a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The second strike will probably be as strong as the attack from a cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
These are only the first 2 strikes. The subsequent strikes will only get stronger. Will I be able to deal with it? Duan Tian's expression was grim and a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes as well.
Boom! 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 Thunder continued to rumble in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, another deafening clap of thunder rang in the air, signaling the coming of the second strike. The second lightning bolt was much thicker than the first. The first was only as thick as a child's body, but the second one was as thick as a woman's body.
In terms of strength and speed, it was far superior compared to the first strike.
Sword defense art. Duan Tian raised his hand again to form a sword chi with his son's Saint Origin to deal with the lightning bolt. However, his sword chi and the lightning bolt were evenly matched.
After a while, his sword chi was destroyed by the lightning strike that seemed to have infinite strength, and the lightning bolt continued its trajectory toward him. It seemed so powerful as though it could destroy the entire world.
The strength of the second strike is definitely as strong as the attack from a cultivator at the peak of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Tian was extremely annoyed. He had dealt with the first strike easily.
His son's Saint Origin was currently at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he could not block the second strike at all. Although he did not strike back with all his might, the strength of the second strike had shocked him.
Duan Tian raised his hand again. His son's Saint Origin circulated through his 99 Saint veins before they surged out to form a sword chi again. Whoosh! Although Duan Tian was using the same technique, the strike was much faster and stronger. He had unleashed this attack with all his might. The result was, naturally, vastly different this time around. The sword chi managed to destroy the second bolt of lightning. It did not take long before the third strike came. It was as strong as the attack from a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He managed to defend himself with his 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. The fourth strike was much stronger. Its strength was comparable to an attack of a cultivator at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was evenly matched with his current strength.
Duan Tian tried to defend himself by hurriedly flying to a few different places to raise his son's Saint Origin with the elementary devouring tactic. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder reverberated in the air, accompanied by the fifth strike.
This strike strength should be on par with the attack from an ordinary cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'll have a difficult time defending against it, even if I attack with all my strength. Duan Tian's expression turned grimmer when he sensed the immense strength of the fifth lightning bolt. He did not think he would be able to defend against it. When the devil clans from the land of exile invaded the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land, the devils would regroup with their respective clans before they claimed a territory. In each territory, there would usually be a place where the population of devils was the highest.
For instance, the human devil saint city that belonged to the human devil clan was such a place. Many strong powerhouses and forces, 3 palaces and 6 halls, for example, had made a home for themselves in the city.
The Boardevil clan was no different. The place with the highest population of Boardevils was an extremely huge valley. The three strongest tribes in the Boardevil clan had made a home for themselves here. The three strongest tribes were the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and the Red Boar tribe. The Boardevils from the Black Boar tribe were big in size and were very good at hand-to-hand combats. Due to their unique constitutions, the Boardevils from the Thunder Boar tribe could summon lightning to assist them even though they were not Dao cultivators. The Boardevils from the Red Boar tribe knew the rampage technique. When they go on a rampage, they would become extraordinarily strong and their attacks would intensify as well. The three patriarchs from the Boardevil clan were the chiefs of these three respective tribes. Swoosh! 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 Three ear-piercing sounds shattered the tranquility in the valley where the Boardevils gathered. Three figures could be seen flying out from each of the three strongest tribes, the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and the Red Boar tribe. The three figures were making their way to the center of the valley where the main altar was located. Apart from the Human Devil clan, the other devil clans had their own denomination. Most of them worshipped their ancestors. The devil clans would build a main altar that housed carved statues of their ancestors for worship at their territories. The main altar of the Boardevil clan was a spacious sacrificial altar. A figure with a muscular build and a boar head was carved in a lunging pose. One of its hands was holding a trident while the other hand's forefinger and middle finger pointed at the sky. It looked as though it could conquer the world with just its trident. It was obvious this was the Boardevil's ancestor whom they worshipped. Swoosh! 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 Wind continued to whistle in the air before three figures appeared above the main altar in just a blink of an eye. One of the figures had a muscular build and a dark body. Its muscular body seemed to contain explosive strength. It had the body of a human and the head of a boar. The aura it emitted was incredibly oppressive. This was the chief of the Black Boar tribe and one of the three patriarchs of the Boardevil clan. The second figure also had a human body and the head of a boar. However, its size was average and it was fair. Upon closer inspection, one would see a violet lightning mark on its glabella. It was also holding a violet staff that was see-through. It was unknown what it was made from. This Boardevil was the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe and also one of the three patriarchs. The last figure was plump. Its boar head was fat and its ears were big. It also had small and beady eyes. Its color was similar to the other Boardevils compared to the other two patriarchs. This was chief of the Red Boar tribe, the third patriarch of the Boardevil clan. Most of the time, the three patriarchs would stay in their respective tribes. It was a rare sight for three of them to be seen together. Currently, three of them had a somber expression on their faces. What happened to cause them to wear such an expression? Both of you noticed it as well? The chief of the Black Boar tribe asked as soon as three of them gathered. I have their soul pearls with me. Therefore, I'll know instantly, providing I'm not in closed-door cultivation, if something happens to them. It seems like it's the same for both of you. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe responded. The violet staff he held in his hand flashed continuously as though something was brewing in it. The old patriarch has entrusted those three to us. He told us to let them grow freely and not to interfere with their growth but to ensure their safety. I didn't expect that they would be safe in the land of exile but would meet with an accident here. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said coldly, I really want to see who's so bold as to kill the three grandsons of the old patriarch. He raised his hand as soon as he finished speaking. The air trembled as an invisible force extended out from his hand, carrying with it bits of fragments. Upon closer inspection, one would notice they were the fragments of soul pearls. Based on the number of fragments, it was obvious that these were the fragments of more than one soul pearl. Let me help you, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said in a low voice and shook his staff. In just an instant, a bolt of violet lightning shot into the statue of the Boardevil's ancestor in the middle of the main altar. The lightning spread before it converged in the statue's eyes, blindingly bright. Soon after, the eyes of the statue shot out violet lights at the fragments of the soul pearls. Soon after, a mirror image was projected in the sky. Scene after scene flashed before the three patriarchs' eyes. These scenes showed the battle between Duan Ling Tian and the three great guardian warriors.
This mirror image was similar to the human's mirror image talisman. The Boardevil clan used an ancient formation they had inherited to cast this mirror image. That ancient formation was hidden in the statue of their ancestor.
He's a human devil. The three patriarchs' eyes narrowed in unison when they saw Duan Ling Tian. One of them growled, "Insane! He's insane! How dare a human devil cause trouble in our territory? Damn it! Damn it! The human devil clan will have to give us a good explanation for this matter." The three patriarchs were furious when they saw Duan Ling Tian.
No, he doesn't seem like a match for the old patriarch's three grandsons. Could he have led them away and a group of human devils ambushed them? The chief of the Black Boar tribe frowned as he watched Duan Ling Tian escaping from the three great guardian warriors. The other two patriarchs also shared the same thought when suddenly the scene changed.
The three great guardian warriors were forced to defend themselves as Duan Ling Tian raised his strength to that of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with his assist-type divine ability.
Could it be that he pretended to be weak in the beginning?
The scene took the three patriarchs by surprise.
He was not pretending to be weak.
He was trying to buy time to raise his strength. Look at his saint origin that had been increasing from the beginning. He must have cast his assist-type divine ability and had to stall for time to raise the strength of his saint origin. Moreover, it seems like his saint origin isn't any weaker than our saint origin at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
The three patriarchs did not take long to figure things out. All of them were astonished by their discovery.
There's such an assist-type divine ability in this world? The divine ability isn't the main point.
The main point is when did such a powerhouse appear in the Human Devil clan? Although he had to rely on his assist-type divine ability, there's no arguing his strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he shouldn't be able to kill all three of them. After all, those three's joint defense is so strong that none of us can get through their defense in a short time.
That's right. Their defense should be able to last until this person's assist-type divine ability wears off.
The three patriarchs were baffled. The scene continued to change, and the three patriarchs finally understood how three of the old patriarchs' grandsons had been killed by this human devil.
Devil? Devil Seal Tablet.
The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet?
How can a human devil brat possess the Devil Seal Tablet? Even if he's from the Wandering Saint Palace and is human, he's still a devil cultivator. Both devils and devil cultivators aren't able to use the Devil Seal Tablet. Perhaps we're wrong with our initial guess. He might not be a human devil after all. It's likely that he's a human from the Saint Province realm. Human? That's right.
He must be human.
When the three patriarchs saw how the three great guardian warriors were killed by the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, their eyes widened in shock.
The three patriarchs of the Boardevil clan knew the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, very well.
Perhaps most of the powerhouses from the Devil clans thought the Devil Seal Tablet was a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon that was inscribed by a human celestial grade saint inscription master some 10,000 years ago. However, the patriarchs knew the Devil Seal Tablet knew it was not inscribed by a human celestial grade saint inscription master.
During the later period of the Human Devil era, the Devil Seal Tablet had made a formidable appearance and slaughtered many powerhouses from the Devil clans and Devil cultivators. The weaker powerhouses from the Devil clans and weaker Devil cultivators were instantly destroyed by the Devil Seal Tablet, while those with a stronger cultivation base were suppressed and sealed by the Devil Seal Tablet. Not many knew about this secret in the Devil clans. However, this secret had been passed down for generations in the Boardevil clan to the clan's patriarchs. That human celestial grade saint inscription master was just a weak powerhouse who hadn't even broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who does he think he is to inscribe a super saint weapon that can even kill eminent devils? Every time the three patriarchs heard their clan members expressing such an opinion about the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, being inscribed by a human celestial grade saint inscription master, they would scoff inwardly. Since this matter was closely related to the secrets of the Boardevil clan, they did not bother to correct them. In fact, even if the secret was revealed, it would not have any huge impact on the Boardevil clan. However, a secret was still a secret. It was passed down from their ancestors. How could they just easily reveal this matter?
In a way, the Devil Seal tablet could be considered the first Super Saint weapon. As for the other 10,000 inscriptions Saint weapons that appeared later on, they must have been inscribed by a human celestial grade Saint inscription master. The three patriarchs from the Bordevil clan came to the same conclusion. They also knew the other 9 Super Saint weapons were made by a human celestial grade Saint inscription master. Among the other 9 Super Saint weapons, the Super Saint sword, the 9-Cloud sword, had belonged to the genius sword Saint Feng Qingyang more than 100,000 years ago. The reason the human celestial grade Saint inscription master could inscribe the other 8 Super Saint weapons was due to the existence of the 9-Cloud sword. The Devil Seal tablet could help humans in learning the Devil clan's legacies and become a Devil cultivator. However, Devils and Devil cultivators can't wield it at all. The 3 patriarchs from the Bordevil clan knew this about the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. Naturally, the 3 patriarchs of the Bordevil clan would never believe that the purple-clad young man they saw in the mirror image would use the Devil Seal tablet to become a Devil cultivator. It was highly unlikely since he had wielded it against the 3 great guardian warriors from the Bordevil clan. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, had appeared numerous times in the Saint Province realm. It was clear the purple-clad young man in the mirror image in front of them was human. Whoosh! A gust of wind began to blow the mirror image away as soon as the 3 great guardian warriors of the Bordevil clan were killed. Didn't they say that since the Saint Province realm of the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, there were no powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage in the lower province? Who is this person? He's an anomaly. He's clearly at the Saint Celestial stage, and he even has the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. The chief of the Black Boar clan exclaimed with an unsightly expression on his face. He's not the only anomaly in the lower province. It seems that when the vanguard from the Human Devil clan arrived, they tried to take down the Azure Cloud Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Rumor has it that many devils were killed and wounded by 2 extraordinary devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage, the chief of the Thunder Boar clan said. Apart from the 2 powerhouses in the Azure Cloud Mansion, isn't there a rumor going around recently about a mad devil cultivator who's a swordsman in the north of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? It's said that many devils at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage has been killed by him. The chief of the Red Boar clan said the mad devil swordsman seems to possess one of the famous Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons rankings in the Saint Province realm, the Traceless Sword. I've also heard about that mad devil swordsman. It's said that when he's sane, he refers to himself as Su Li. When he goes mad, he would remain silent as he kills with his sword, the chief of the Thunder Boar clan said. The mad devil swordsman, Su Li, is much stronger than the 2 devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage from the Azure Cloud Mansion. My guess is that Su Li's strength is almost at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the chief of the Black Boar clan said solemnly. The chiefs from the Red Boar clan and the Thunder Boar tribe nodded in agreement. However, the most worrying thing now is the purple-clad young man we saw in the mirror image earlier. He might not be as strong as the mad devil swordsman, Su Li, but he possesses the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. The chief of the Thunder Boar clan said with a darkened expression. The Devil Seal tablet is made to suppress us devils. Even if 3 of us confront him together, we might not even be a match for him, let alone the old patriarch's 3 grandsons. You're right. The chief of the Red Boar clan sighed. We really should head out to collect their corpses. However, we can't head over there willy-nilly when the purple-clad young man with the Devil Seal tablet might still be there. Although the chief of the Black Boar clan did not speak, one could tell from his grim expression that he was also afraid of the purple-clad young man who possessed the Devil Seal tablet. However, the patriarchs from the Bordevil clan were unaware that the current Devil Seal tablet was missing a corner and was incomplete. It was not certain if the Devil Seal tablet that lacked a comber was able to kill devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if they knew about the missing corner, it was certain that they would still be unwilling to take the risk. After all, when the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was whole, it had killed many eminent devils and devil cultivators during the Human Devil era. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware that the 3 patriarchs of the Bordevil clan had been alerted to his existence. Moreover, they knew he was human.
If the three patriarchs from the Webnovel clan decided to go after Duan Ling Tian, he could not be certain that he could kill all three of the patriarchs who were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the incomplete Devil Seal tablet. It would be fine if the Devil Seal tablet could kill the patriarchs, but if it could not, the one to die would be him. The three patriarchs from the Webnovel clan had gathered near the statue of their ancestor when they discovered the three great guardian warriors had been killed. They were filled with fear and despair when they saw Duan Ling Tian killing the three great guardian warriors with the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Ling Tian had only deflected the 4th lightning bolt from the heavenly tribulation when the 5th lightning bolt thunderbolt struck. Boom! A clap of thunder rang in the air as the 5th lightning bolt struck at Duan Ling Tian with an unavoidable force. The 5th lightning bolt's strength was comparable to the full strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to lower his guard. He became even more cautious than when he was dealing with the three great guardian warriors of the Webnovel clan. Pap! 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 Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's muscles began to bulge before it was covered with a layer of dragon scales. His robe was torn apart, revealing his body that had transformed into a humanoid dragon body. Duan Ling Tian had finally transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After his transformation, his physical strength had increased. Naturally, the increase in strength was not drastic. He did not transform into 9-clawed dragon warrior earlier because he did not think he would be able to easily break through the three great guardian warriors' defense in a short time. More importantly, he knew he could rely on the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. Why would he transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior if he had the Devil Seal tablet? There's no point thinking about how strong the next lightning bolt will be. Let's deal with the 5th lightning bolt first. After his transformation into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and began to focus his mind. All of a sudden, a pair of flaming wings sprouted from his back. Boom! 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 The thunderous sounds of explosions reverberated in the air. Duan Ling Tian was forced to retreat a few steps backward. He quickly took out his 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword and cast the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Warding Heart. Swoosh! 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 One by one, sword cheese shot out in a straight line. Apart from Duan Ling Tian's son Saint Origin, the power of the divine ability and the Sovereign Heart Sword technique, the sword cheese also gained some power from his transformation into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Currently, this was Duan Ling Tian's strongest attack. Annihilate! Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes turned cold. Soon after, all the clones of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword were destroyed. Only the real 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword was left. Annihilate! Duan Ling Tian cried out. His voice was thunderous, shooking the ground. As soon as he spoke, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword flew out at the speed of light across the night sky, collided with the 5th lightning bolt. The lightning bolt's power had been depleted by the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword's clones. Before the lightning bolt could recharge its power, Duan Ling Tian had quickly used the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword to defend against it. Suddenly, hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of the collision of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword and the 5th lightning bolt from the heavenly tribulation rang in the air. Golden crow's wings. Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle when the two forces collided. He quickly flew toward the lightning bolt. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A sword cry rang in the air when Duan Ling Tian moved to stop the clouds from recharging the energy of the 5th lightning bolt from the heavenly tribulation. The battle between Duan Ling Tian and the lightning bolt escalated as he cast his strongest attack with the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. Boom, 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 boom. A cacophonous grating sound rang in the air before it was followed by an earth-shattering explosion, drowning out the deafening claps of thunder that was rumbling in the sky. A mushroom cloud appeared in the sky before a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, a flurry of hurricanes appeared and wreaked havoc in the place. The trees and flowers were uprooted in the valley.
The entire valley looked chaotic, as though the land had just been plundered. The wind blew strongly for a few moments before it gradually died down. When Duan Tian saw this, he sighed in relief. Finally! He had successfully deflected the fifth lightning bolt from the heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 Boom!
However, as soon as Duan Tian heaved a sigh of relief, thunder began to rumble again in the sky. It seemed to remind him that this was not the end of the heavenly tribulation and the sixth lightning bolt was about to strike.
Duan Tian was startled and regained his senses. His relieved expression from a moment ago was now replaced by an expression of deep concentration, as though he was facing his mortal enemy.
The fifth lightning bolt from the heavenly tribulation is already so frighteningly powerful. There's no doubt the sixth lightning bolt would be even stronger. How am I going to defend against it? Anxiety rose in Duan Tian's heart as he looked at the flashes of lightning in the clouds.
As despair ate at his heart, he suddenly noticed something. He had been observing the clouds and the flashing lightning when his eyes suddenly widened and a shocked expression appeared on his face.
It seemed as though the clouds were beginning to disperse when Duan Tian was fretting about what to do next and losing hope. Moreover, the sound from the thunder gradually became softer and softer as well. For a moment, Duan Tian was stupefied by the scene unfolding before him. It was too sudden. The heavenly tribulation he had faced today only had 5 thunderbolts.
Took him a while to regain his senses. He sighed in relief again, even though a hint of anxiety could be seen on his face. He thought to himself, "It's just a false alarm. I really didn't expect the heavenly tribulation to only have 5 lightning bolts. Fortunately, there's no 6th lightning bolt. Otherwise, I'd definitely be killed by the 6th lightning bolt." At this moment, Duan Tian felt immensely lucky. If there were 6 lightning bolts from the heavenly tribulation, he would have died. There were only 5 lightning bolts, but he had barely made it through alive. If this heavenly tribulation is caused by my innate spiritual root turning black, doesn't this mean now that my innate spiritual root has turned black, the danger I would face is much more terrifying? When Duan Tian thought about this, his mood sank.
An ordinary person that hasn't reached the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't have survived that heavenly tribulation without being grievously injured.
Initially, I plan to improve Kur's innate spiritual root to a black one after I've successfully turned my innate spiritual root black. Looks like I'll have to put a hold to that plan for now.
Otherwise, it might endanger Kur. Duan Tian realized even if he wanted to help Kur improve her innate spiritual root, he had to wait until she was strong enough to pass the heavenly tribulation.
Soon after, Duan Tian's thoughts drifted to his daughter. Xiling has a black innate spiritual root as well, but she didn't attract any heavenly tribulation when she cultivated. It's very likely that it's because she's bomb with a black innate spiritual root.
If I absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy with my black innate spiritual root now, I don't think I'll attract the heavenly tribulation again, right? Duan Tian smiled at his own silliness before he tried to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy.
Suddenly, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy began to rapidly surge into Duan Tian's body.
When Duan Tian cast his skill, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, he pulled the heaven and earth spirit energy into his body as it made a cycle in his body before transforming into Sun Saint origin. That's fast. Duan Tian's eyes flew open. A look of excitement and exhilaration could be seen in them.
My current cultivation speed is 10 times faster than before.
It's even faster than when I had help from the slower time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Tian was amazed by the speed of his cultivation.
Now that he possessed the black innate spiritual root, his cultivation speed in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was even faster than when he was cultivating in the upper province with the help of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
What could this mean? It could only mean that his current cultivation speed was at a higher level than before. When I was in the upper province, it took me 3 years in the outside world to break through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage when I was in the pseudo-realm left behind by 3 eminent devils. I even had the help of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda then.
With my innate talent now, even if I'm in the lower province, I'm not afraid to say it would take me about 2 years to raise my cultivation base. One had to know the cultivation environment in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was far inferior to the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Currently, the only thing Duanling Tian had to help him with his cultivation was his black innate spiritual root. But he was confident he would only need 2 years in the lower province to make the progress he made when he was on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in the upper province that took him 30 years inside the pagoda and 3 years in the outside world. In other words, although Duanling Tian was cultivating in the lower province, his speed might be even faster when he was in the upper province and had the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda.
No wonder it attracted the heavenly tribulation. The black innate spiritual root really defies the nature of cultivation. Duanling Tian let out a sigh when he thought about this.
With my current innate talent, if I cultivate in the human devil saint city, it wouldn't be a problem for me to break through to the 8th form of the saint celestial stage in a year.
Moreover, it might not even be a problem for me to break through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage within 3 years. Duanling Tian was very confident now that he had a black innate spiritual root, the highest grade of innate spiritual roots.
If I'm still in the fire worship sect in the upper province, with its superior cultivation environment, I'm certain I'll be able to break through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage within a year. When Duanling Tian thought about this, his heart was in turmoil. He had just broken through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, but now he was most likely to break through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage in just 3 years? With Si Ling's innate talent, her cultivation speed is going to be faster than others by 1,000 times. In the future, her cultivation speed wouldn't be hindered even if she encounters bottlenecks in her cultivation. Her speed will be peerless compared to other cultivators. Duanling Tian began to eagerly anticipate his daughter's cultivation progress, since his daughter was a genius among geniuses who possessed a black innate spiritual root.
It's time for me to return. Once I return, I'll head to the Wandering Saint Palace of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan.
Duanling Tian no longer wasted any time and left the cultivation place of the 3 great guardian warriors and the territory of the Boar Devil clan. At present, he had no idea that his human identity had already been exposed to the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. It would not be long before the Boar Devil clan or the other devil clans found out about the existence of a human who possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and had killed the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. Duanling Tian left the Boar Devil clan's territory and returned to the Human Devil Saint city that belonged to the Human Devil clan. Meanwhile, in a barren mountain, northwest of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as a mighty force swept out. It felt as though the mountains and earth were shaking. Dust and sand flew up, obscuring one's vision. In the sky, 4 figures could be seen fighting. Among the 4 figures, 3 of them had a very small build. It seemed as though they were children at the ages of 8 or 9. The 3 figures indeed belonged to 3 children. There were 2 little girls and 1 little boy.
The girls were beautiful and looked like dolls. They were adorable. One of them was dressed in a white robe and the other was dressed in a golden robe.
On the other hand, the adorable little boy looked aloof. He was dressed in black, which seemed to match his aura. At this moment, 3 of them were fighting a monster. The monster was tall and burly. He seemed like a hill compared to the children who were like ants. The monster's body was that of a human, but its head was that of a bull. The monster was none other than an ox devil from the Ox Devil clan. The white-clad girl moved gracefully like a fairy. She said to the golden-clad girl and the black-clad boy through voice transmission, "It'll be difficult for us to kill him if we don't revert to our true forms." Her voice sounded soft and pleasant. Based on her words, it was clear the children were not humans. "Keep on trying for now. If we still fail to kill him, we'll revert to our true forms to deal with him," the golden-clad girl replied through voice transmission. Unlike the gentle white-clad girl who looked like a fairy, the golden-clad girl was valiant, energetic, and playful.
The aloof black-clad boy naturally did not speak. However, his eyes turned colder and colder as he looked at the Ox Devil. "You itty-bitty little thing, I'll eat you alive today." The Ox Devil grinned maliciously at the 3 children as he stared at them hungrily. His opponents were 3 children today and he thought they would be easy prey. They were like sitting ducks to him. The golden-clad girl scoffed before she said disdainfully, "Are you even capable of doing that?" "Very well. Since you're so eager to see what I'm capable of, I'll show you." The ox devil was angered by the golden-clad girl's provocation. He roared before his saint origin began to rise in his body and devil chi surged out menacingly from his body, poised to strike. When the golden-clad little girl who provoked the ox devil saw that he had unleashed all his strength, she turned solemn immediately. The white-clad little girl had a solemn expression on her face as well. The only one who seemed unaffected was the black-clad little boy. As usual, his face remained emotionless. Boom! An explosion rang in the air when the ox devil shook his body and prepared to charge at the children. Whoosh! However, all of a sudden, a gust of wind began to stir around them. It did not take long before a chilling aura shrouded them. Not only did the children's expressions change drastically, but even the ox devil was startled and instantly put his guard up. Although it did not seem like the chilling aura contained any killing intent, it still sent chills running up their spines. For a moment, the three children and the ox devil reached a tacit agreement to temporarily halt their fight, and they looked at the source of the wind. They saw a person standing in the distance, holding a simple 3-foot-long blade in his hand. It was a young man dressed in a blood-stained robe. He had a determined and solemn expression on his face. His hair laid on his back in a disheveled state. What really stood out was his bloodshot eyes and the bloodthirsty look in them. Just a look would make one's skin crawl. "His robe is soaked with blood," the golden-clad little girl muttered to herself after she gulped. She sounded wary. She asked her companions, "What do you think?" However, both of the golden-clad little girl's companions did not respond to her. She called out tentatively, "Little White." It was normal for the black-clad little boy to ignore her, but it was strange that the white-clad little girl had ignored her as well. She turned to look at her companions in confusion when she received no reply from the white-clad little girl. When the golden-clad little girl turned to look at the white-clad little girl, she discovered the white-clad little girl was staring blankly at the young man in a blood-stained robe. She quickly turned to look at the black-clad little boy and discovered that he was also similarly staring blankly at the young man in the blood-stained robe. Moreover, a hint of doubt, surprise, and disbelief could be seen in both of her companions' eyes. What's wrong?" The golden-clad little girl was confused. "Please don't tell me both of you know this guy." "Su Li." Two voices cried out in unison as soon as the golden-clad little girl finished speaking. It was the white-clad little girl and black-clad little boy who had cried out. When the golden-clad little girl heard her companion's words, she frowned as she muttered to herself in confusion. "Su Li? This name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Su Li. Su Li." Upon hearing the name Su Li, the young man in a blood-stained robe looked at the white-clad little girl and black-clad little boy, and the bloodthirst in his eyes slightly dimmed. "I am Su Li?" The young man in a blood-stained robe muttered under his breath. "That's right. I think I'm Su Li." The white-clad little girl looked at the young man in a blood-stained robe in confusion. She said, "He's Su Li. He's Brother Ling Tian's friend in the Paladin Academy in the Crimson Sky Kingdom." But what happened to him? Although the young man before her had matured since she last saw him, his appearance did not change much. For this reason, it did not take long for her to recognize him. "It seems like he's in a state of delirium," the black-clad little boy said solemnly. The white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy, Little White and Little Black, were the two pythons who used to accompany Duan Ling Tian when he was studying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. They were always hiding in Duan Ling Tian's sleeves, so they knew who Duan Ling Tian's friends were. Su Li was one of the friends Duan Ling Tian had made in the Paladin Academy. Su Li had left an impression on Little White and Little Black, so it was easy for them to recognize him. At this moment, the golden-clad little girl finally regained her senses when she heard Little White and Little Black's words. "Su Li? Brother Ling Tian's friend?" She looked at the young man dressed in a blood-stained robe and muttered to herself, "Is he really Brother Ling Tian's friend? Why is he here? Moreover, he seems to be much stronger than us." A hint of surprise could be seen on her face when she reached the end of her sentence. The golden-clad little girl was the Jade Eye's heavenly mouse, Little Gold,
who accompanied Duan Ling Tian for quite some time in the past. She, Little Black, and Little White were then brought to the upper province by Han Xuanai along with the others from the Seven Absolutes sect.
However, 3 of them were sent back to the lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land later by Yu Wu-ing, the heir to the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th Absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect under the Old Prophet's order.
Su Li. Meanwhile, the Ox Devil who was standing nearby overheard the children's words. His expression changed dramatically as he looked at Su Li in horror. Why you? You're the mad devil swordsman? Su Li. The Ox Devil shot a look at the simple 3-foot-long blade in Su Li's hand when he finished speaking as his expression changed again. Bang!
Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were baffled by the Ox Devil's reaction to Su Li when a loud noise rang in the air.
The Ox Devil's saint origin and his devil chi surged out quickly from his body. However, his next course of action thoroughly shocked and baffled Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. Swoosh! A gust of wind stirred in the air as the Ox Devil used all his strength to run away with a panicked expression on his face. His reaction was even more extreme than how a mouse would react to a cat. As soon as the Ox Devil began to flee, the bloodlust in Su Li's eyes flared up again. Hoo! A gust of wind appeared as Su Li disappeared from where he was standing.
In just a blink of an eye, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black saw Su Li appeared in front of the Ox Devil, blocking his path. He was so fast that it seemed as though he had teleported. So powerful. Naturally, they knew it was not teleportation. Su Li's speed was just fast for them to catch. Based on this, they knew Su Li was much stronger than them. What did Su Li encounter?
How did he become so strong? At this point, even Little Black could not maintain his aloof expression. He was shocked. Xiao! A brief sword cry rang in the air. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black witnessed the Ox Devil being severed into 2 by Su Li with just 1 strike.
Everything happened in just a blink of an eye.
3 of them gasped when they saw this. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Li disappeared from his spot again. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black, staring at them. Killing intent could still be seen in his eyes. Currently, a killing intent rose in Su Li's eyes as he stared at Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black.
Saint origin laced with devil chi surged into the sky, making his aura similar to that of a gigantic sword. His aura was piercing and cold, shrouding his body. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black regained their senses and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they knew they were very close to death. When Little Gold sensed the killing intent from Su Li, she knew he was a hairbreadth away from killing them. She hurriedly said, "Hey,
Su Li, aren't you Brother Ling Tian's friend? You can't kill us." It was as though she was afraid Su Li would really kill them if he did not know about their relationship with Duan Ling Tian.
When Su Li heard Little Gold's words, his red eyes that were filled with bloodlust narrowed as he muttered to himself, "Brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian?" It did not take long before the bloodlust in his eyes lessened slightly.
It seemed as though the word Ling Tian held some magical power. Unfortunately, it only lasted for a second before the bloodlust in his eyes returned in full force. Even the killing intent that rose from his body seemed stronger than before. Su Li, our brother Ling Tian is Duan Ling Tian. He's your friend. Did you forget him? Back then, you were best friends at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. Did you forget all about it? Little White hurriedly said when she saw Su Li seem to be losing himself again. Based on Su Li's earlier reaction, she could tell that he still remembered Brother Ling Ting. However, she still felt anxious. She was afraid he would kill them. With his strength, if he intended to kill them, it would be difficult for 3 of them to escape even if they reverted to their true forms. At this moment, she could only hope that he remembered Brother Ling Tian in time and would not kill them due to their relationship with Brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, they would definitely meet their demise today. At this moment, all of them knew there was something amiss with Su Li. It seemed like he was not himself when the bloodlust clouded his eyes. In this state, he felt more like a devil than a human to them. Moreover, he seemed like a devil who had gone mad.
After Little White finished speaking, Little Gold and Little Black turned to look at Su Li solemnly. At this time, all they could do was hope that Su Li remembered Brother Ling Tian.
If he failed to recall Brother Ling Tian, their likelihood of dying today was high. At this moment, 3 of them felt slightly regretful. If they knew they were going to encounter Suli, they would not have wasted time toying with that ox devil.
Although they were not certain if they could kill the ox devil even after they reverted to their true forms, it was definitely not a problem for them to escape. They felt as though they had learned a lesson. If they survived this, they would not toy around with their opponents anymore. The bloodlust in Su Li's eyes dimmed significantly this time when he heard Little White's word. He muttered repeatedly to himself, Lington, Dun Lington, Dun Lington, Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. After a few moments, it seemed as though the bloodlust in his eyes had vanished completely. It seemed like Little White's words had gotten through to Su Li. When the bloodlust in Su Li's eyes disappeared, he shook his head in exhaustion. Then, he looked at the 3 little fellows and asked, You, all of you know Duan Ling Tian? You even know about the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Paladin Academy? At this moment, Su Li seemed himself again. However, he was unfamiliar with Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black.
He's our brother Ling Tian. Of course, we know him, Little Gold said earnestly. I've heard about the stories of you and him. You knew him from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Genius Camp, right? Genius Camp. Su Li's body trembled when he heard Little Gold's words. His thoughts seemed to have returned to a time when he was much younger.
The first time he met Duan Ling Tian was at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City Army Camp. At that time, they were there to participate in the Genius Camp's assessment. He could still vividly remember Duan Ling Tian's actions from that day.
The purple-clad young man was as slippery as a snake. He had sent his opponent flying with just one punch, effectively passing the test. Little White began to speak. However, Su Li quickly cut her off. No!
At this moment, Su Li's body began to tremble violently. His eyes that were clear were clouded with bloodlust again. He growled and grunted as he clenched his teeth as though he was struggling with something.
No! Little White and the others' expressions changed again when they saw the bloodlust in Su Li's eyes. I won't let you succeed again. Su Li growled before his saint origin surged out of his body like a dragon as bloodlust flickered in his eyes. His devil chi skyrocketed as well. At this moment he seemed like a peerless devil king. Whoosh! 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 Little White and the others paled when they saw this. Su Li suddenly lifted his hand, and the super saint weapon, the traceless sword, in his hand turned into a sword ray and began to revolve around him at increasing speed.
Sword, come to me! Su Li growled again as the sword ray that revolved around him suddenly split and formed thousands of sword rays. Each of the sword rays contained chilling devil chi. At this moment, the bloodlust in his eyes intensified.
I, Su Li, will not allow you to harm Duan Ling Tian's friends even if I have to die. Su Li cried out before he manipulated the sword rays around him to pierce himself. There was only one thought left in his mind. He must not kill Duan Ling Tian's friends. There were only a few people in this world whom Su Li cared about. His master was one of them, and Duan Ling Tian was the other. He had already accidentally killed his master. He would not kill Duan Ling Tian's companions now. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to meet Duan Ling Tian in the future. He would rather die than kill Duan Ling Tian's friends. Xiao! 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 As soon as Su Li cried out, the thousands and thousands of sword rays seemed to have received an irreversible order as they shot toward him like a shower of arrows. At this moment, the bloodlust in Su Li's eyes appeared again. His whole demeanor seemed to have changed. It was not an exaggeration to say he seemed like a different person. Saint Origin laced with devil chi surged again from his body and formed a shield that blocked the thousands of sword rays heading his way. However, since his defense was created quickly at the last minute, it was very weak. For this reason, the shield only managed to block a few of the sword rays. In the end, he was still injured and weakened by the sword rays. There seemed to be thousands and thousands of cuts and holes on his body.
Ah! Little White cried out in horror as her expression changed when she saw this. At the same time, her eyes glistened with tears. Naturally, she understood Su Li's intention. That was why she was moved to tears.
Su Li. Little Gold and Little Black's eyes also reddened when they realized Su Li's intention. It was unknown if the pain had weakened Su Li's bloodlust, but at this moment, he seemed to have regained control of himself. "Go!" Su Li said to them with the last of his strength. An expression of agony could be seen on his face as blood gushed out of him like a fountain. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, the bloodlust appeared in his eyes again, and his aura changed as well, turning him into a different person. He instantly tried to staunch the bleeding on his body. However, the injuries were grievous and it was difficult to heal in a short time. At this moment, his aura had weakened a lot. It seemed as though anyone would be able to kill him at this moment. Su Li, who was severely injured, shot a look at Little White and the others. After a few moments, he eventually left in another direction as though he realized he would not be able to kill them now even if he tried. However, due to his injuries, his movements were very slow. "I'm afraid that even a weak devil would be able to kill him now," Little White muttered to herself with a worried expression. Then she turned to look at her companions with a question in her eyes. She did not have to verbalize her thoughts, the other two understood her. "He'd rather die than hurt us. How can we let the devils kill him?" "That's not me," Little Gold said with a rarely seen seriousness. "Let's go," Little Black said as he flew toward Su Li. Any one of them could kill Su Li at his current state. The three of them agreed to follow and protect him. They would leave once Su Li's strength had recovered to the point where he could kill them if they reverted to their true forms. After all, if they still continued following him when he regained his full strength, they would probably be killed by him when he goes mad. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black continued to follow Su Li from a distance. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had returned to the inn that was owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil Saint City. As soon as he arrived at the entrance to the courtyard, he saw a beautiful woman standing there. The beautiful woman was alone, and she was looking around with an expression filled with anticipation as though she was waiting for someone. When she saw Duan Ling Tian, her excitement became obvious. She hurriedly cried out, "Brother Tian." As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the courtyard, she had already rushed into his arms and hugged him tightly, as though she was afraid she would lose him. "Kur, I'm back." Duan Ling Tian reached out and gently hugged Kur in return, patting her back lightly and comforting her. He could clearly feel the love and longing she felt for him at this moment. "Brother Tian, I don't ever want to be apart from you," Kur said after their tender moment. She looked at him with love in her eyes. At some point she had cried. This was obvious from the tear marks on her face. "Kur, why are you crying?" Duan Ling Tian felt his heart ached when he saw the tears on Kur's face. Then he held her in his arms again. He held her for a long time before saying, "Don't worry, I'll never leave you alone." Cough. Both of them were still in their own world when they heard a soft cough behind them. It came from Gan Ruyen, who had exited her room earlier. When she saw the tender moment between her sister and Duan Ling Tian, she did not know whether she should pretend she did not see anything, stand there, or return to her room. Eventually, she decided to subtly alert them to her presence. Kura instantly jumped out of Duan Ling Tian's arms like a startled bird with a blush on her face. After that, she turned to greet her sister. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Gan Ruyen and was shocked by what he saw. She seemed like a different person now. There was only one possibility for this change. He asked in astonishment, "You've broken through?" "Yes." Gan Ruyen seemed satisfied that she managed to surprise Duan Ling Tian. She nodded before she said, "The cultivation speed of a violet innate spiritual root is indeed extraordinary. Even if the cultivation environment here is very much inferior to the upper province, my cultivation speed is still faster than when I was in the upper province." In fact, Gan Ruyen was quite upset when she had been suddenly transported to the lower province previously. She wondered many times when she would be able to return to the upper province. After all, the cultivation environment in the lower province was really bad. It was a waste of time to cultivate here. Who knew she would encounter something so fortuitous in the lower province? Your innate spiritual root is no ordinary violet innate spiritual root. It's a dark violet innate spiritual root, with a dark violet innate spiritual root. It would be strange if you still cultivate slower in the lower province when you merely had an indigo innate spiritual root in the upper province. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Gan Ruyen's words. He continued to say, This is your cultivation speed in the lower province. Imagine if you're in the fire worship sect in the upper province now. Your cultivation speed would be even faster.
Ganru Yan's eyes lit up immediately with anticipation when she heard Duan Tian's words.
Naturally, Duan Tian knew what Ganru Yan was excited about. He did not hesitate to dampen her excitement. If the devil clans don't have anyone who's skilled at formations to fix the inter-province transportation formation, it would be very hard for us to return to the upper province. As expected, the expression of anticipation and excitement on Ganru Yan disappeared immediately and was replaced with disappointment when she heard Duan Tian's words.
There's no need to worry. Now that the devil clans have settled down in the lower province, it won't take long before they would fix the inter-province transportation formation. At that time, we would be able to return, Duan Tian said after a while, restoring Ganru Yan's hope. Ganru Yan looked at Duan Tian exasperatedly. She knew this man was toying with her.
Naturally, Duan Tian had intentionally dashed her hope before restoring it again, because he felt indignant that Ganru Yan had interrupted his intimate moment with Kur. Sister, you finally came out from closed-door cultivation. Once Xiling is awake, we can go to the Wandering Saint Palace with Brother Tian. Kur could see the tension between her man and her sister, so she hurriedly changed the topic to ease the tension.
Just as Ko expected, Ganru Yan was distracted by what she had heard. Wandering Saint Palace?
Yeah, I plan to go to the Wandering Saint Palace and become a Vice Palace Master. If the opportunity arises, I'm going to take over the Wandering Saint Palace and become the Palace Master. Duan Tian's eyes brightened when he spoke about his grand plan. Ganru Yan did not doubt Duan Tian's strength. After all, Duan Tian managed to defeat Hua Shuang, someone who was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse under the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, when he was in the upper province.
With his strength, it would not be too difficult for him to become a Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. She gasped before she said, "You plan to seize control of the Wandering Saint Palace?
In the future, when the devil clans invade the upper province, you'll lead the Wandering Saint Palace and betray the devil clans to deal them a heavy blow." Ganru Yan could vaguely guess Duan Tian's intention when he said he planned to seize control of the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the strongest factions in the Human Devil clan. If Duan Tian really managed to seize control of the Human Devil clan, he would be able to deal an extremely heavy blow to the Devil clans since they would not see it coming. Yes, Duan Tian nodded. It won't be difficult for you to become a Vice Palace Master in the Wandering Saint Palace with your current strength. However, I heard that the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'm afraid you're still no match for him, Ganru Yan said. I think you should improve your innate spiritual root until it turns black before entering the Wandering Saint Palace. Your cultivation speed will definitely improve. At that time, you'll be able to grow strong quickly and defeat or kill the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. My innate spiritual root has already turned black, Duan Tian said nonchalantly.
What? Ganru Yan was shocked when she heard this.
Kur, on the other hand, did not seem surprised since she knew the reason Duan Tian had left earlier. Since he had returned, he must have accomplished his goal.
Why your innate spiritual root has already turned black? Ganru Yan looked at Duan Tian in shock.
Yes, Duan Tian nodded. It was already very close to turning black. When I went out earlier, I managed to cross the last step and improved it to a black innate spiritual root. Ganru Yan remained shocked for quite some time after listening to Duan Tian's words. It took a while before she finally returned to her senses. At this moment, Duan Tian seemed to recall something and turned to Kur and said, Kur, there's something I forgot to tell you. I'm afraid I won't be able to improve your innate spiritual root to a black one for now. When Kur heard Duan Tian's words, she only nodded. She did not question him at all. In her opinion, everything her man did was for her good. She trusted him unconditionally.
Ganru Yan, on the other hand, was different. She obviously did not have Kur's unconditional trust toward Duan Tian. She asked with a frown, why not? Ku's reaction had pleased Duan Tian. However, his mood plummeted when he heard Ganru Yan's question. It's nothing. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not answer Gan Ruyen now that his mood was ruined. You. What's with your attitude? It annoyed Gan Ruyen to see Duanling Tian deliberately ignoring her. She looked at Kur and asked, Kur, look at your man. What kind of attitude is this? Kur looked at Gan Ruyen and said with a smile, Sister, I believe Brother Tian has a valid reason. There's no need to question him. You're under his love spell. Although Gan Ruyen was mad at Kur, there was nothing she could do. Although she was Ku's twin sister, she knew her importance was lesser than that man. Regardless, it did not mean that Kur did not care about her. Usually, it was unnoticeable. However, now that there was a comparison, the difference was obvious. Comparing only caused despair. Nonetheless, she also knew her sister would not hesitate to put herself in danger to protect her. Gan Ruyen cared a lot about her sister. Her younger sister is too kind. However, there was no doubt the person her sister cared about the most was the man standing before them. Suddenly, Duan Xiling opened the door and walked out of her room. She rushed excitedly into Duanling Tian's arms like a gust of wind. Daddy, you're back? After Duanling Tian picked her up, she turned to Gan Ruyen and asked, Auntie, you came out from your closed-door cultivation too. Gan Ruyen could help but feel a slight hint of sadness when she saw her niece also seemed to care more for the man standing before her. It felt as though she had suddenly lost something important. Although Gan Ruyen was born in a clan, she was not close to any of the clan members. She was born in the fire worship sect along with her sister. At that time, her sister was declared as the saint girl of fire worship sect while she was accepted as a disciple by her master. Throughout these years, apart from her master, her world only consisted of cultivation. She hardly had any interactions with the fire worship sect disciples. She only felt familial love when she went to the lower province and found her sister. When her sister gave birth to a child, her love extended to the child as well, and she loved her niece like a daughter. Xiling. Although Gan Ruyen knew she could not compete with the bond between a father and a daughter, she could not help but feel upset. It felt as though Xiling no longer needed her now. At this moment, Kua looked at Duan Xiling and said, Xiling, play with your aunt for now. There's something I need to talk to your father about. Duan Xiling reluctantly left Duanling Tian's arms and watched as her father and mother entered a room. A child's mind was simple. It did not take long before Duan Xiling's attention went back to Gan Ruyen after her parents had left her sight. Auntie. Duanling Tian was puzzled. He looked at Kur and asked, Kur, are you okay? Brother Tian, I'm fine. Kur shook her head and sighed. I can tell my sister is feeling a little down, so I want her to have some alone time with Xiling. Ever since Xiling was born, she has treated Xiling really well. She treats Xiling like her own. I can see that. She cares for Xiling more than she cares for herself. Earlier when Xiling ran into your arms as soon as she came out, I can see my sister is upset. As a woman, Kur was acutely aware of people's emotions. In this regard, Duanling Tian was no match for her. I see. Duanling Tian finally understood the situation. Then he began to feel bad. I really didn't know she treats Xiling so well. If I knew, I wouldn't have tormented her like that. He was prejudiced against Gan Ruyen because she was the one who brought Kur away from him back then. Now that he found out Gan Ruyen had treated his daughter very well, his prejudice against her vanished and was replaced by a sense of guilt. After all, it was ungentlemanly for him to treat a girl in that way. Brother Tian, my sister's really a nice person. She brought me away back then because she was worried the others from the fire worship sect would harm me if they found me. She doesn't mean any harm. If she has ill intentions, she sent me to the enforcement hall immediately. Kur said. I know that. Duanling Tian nodded. Don't worry. I won't be prejudiced against her in the future. Okay. Kua nodded with a smile. It was obvious she was in a good mood. After all, Duanling Tian and Gan Ruyen were her closest family members. She did not want any conflict between them. Duanling Tian and Kua stayed in the room for quite some time before they finally left. During the time they were gone, Duan Xiling seemed to have temporarily forgotten Duanling Tian's existence. She played and chatted with Gan Ruyen with a wide smile on her face. This was how simple a child's world is. When Duanling Tian walked out, he made his way to Gan Ruyen immediately.
He felt slightly awkward when she gave him the cold shoulder. Even then, he soldiered on and explained himself to her.
So, the reason I decided to stop helping Kura to improve her innate spiritual root to Black One for now is due to the heavenly tribulation. When my innate spiritual root turned black, he continued to explain how dangerous the heaven tribulation was to her with a grave expression on his face. Finally, he concluded his explanation with these words. To pass the heavenly tribulation, one must have a cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Ganru Yen was so horrified by Duanling Tian's explanation that she did not notice Duanling Tian's sudden change of attitude toward her or why he had suddenly decided to explain things to her. At this moment, all her attention was on the black innate spiritual root that would attract the heavenly tribulation. To pass the heavenly tribulation, one must have a cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian's words appeared in Ganru Yan's mind, shocking her. When Ganru Yan regained her senses, she stared at Duanling Tian and asked in astonishment, Did you break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? My current strength is merely on par with those powerhouses who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian answered. Ganru Yan was thoroughly shocked as she stared at Duanling Tian with mixed feelings. Back then, when she brought her sister away from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, this man was as weak as a baby to her. However, currently, he had surpassed her in leaps and bounds. After a while, Duanling Tian called out to the girls, Let's go to the Wandering Saint Palace. Duanling Tian and the girls left the inn and made their way to the territory of the Wandering Saint Palace. As one of the strongest factions among the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, the Wandering Saint Palace had a vast territory in the Human Devil Saint City. From a bird's-eye view, it looked like the imperial palaces in the mortal continents. Needless to say, the Wandering Saint Palace's territory was much larger than the imperial palaces on the mortal continents. Even the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace could not compete with it.
The Wandering Saint Palace's territory was located in the northeast of the Human Devil Saint City. The area was quite remote, so there were very few human devils around. Only a few Wandering Saint Palace disciples on patrol could be seen. When Duanling Tian and the others were approaching the territory of the Wandering Saint Palace, a stern voice rang in the distance. This is the territory of the Wandering Saint Palace. State your business. After a few moments, 3 figures appeared to block Duanling Tian and the others' path. The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man who stood in the middle. His face was expressionless. He did not even blink twice when he saw the pair of beautiful twins flanking Duanling Tian. Contrary to the middle-aged man, the 2 young men standing next to him were completely captivated by Kur and Ganru Yan's beauty. They stared at the 2 girls intently before they turned to look at Duanling Tian in envy.
I came to join the Wandering Saint Palace, Duanling Tian said casually. The middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the trio remained impassive when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He asked flatly, nary an inflection could be heard in his voice. You'll need a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Do you have a referral? Referral?
Duanling Tian stiffened slightly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. He was obviously unaware that one needed a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace. I thought anyone would be able to join as long as they're purely human? Duanling Tian asked.
It was unknown if one of the young men was jealous because of the 2 beautiful women accompanying Duanling Tian, but he scoffed immediately. The Wandering Saint Palace opens our door once a year to take in humans. However, we've done that 3 months ago.
If you intend to join us, you'll have to wait for another 9 months or get a referral from someone in the Wandering Saint Palace. However, as soon as the young man finished speaking, he quickly sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. If you ask the girls by your side to spend the night with me, I can consider giving you a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace. His tone was extremely arrogant and condescending.
His desire was apparent in his eyes. You're seeking death. Duanling Tian spat out and he narrowed his eyes as soon as he heard the young men's words. His aura turned cold immediately. It felt as though the surroundings' temperature had dropped. At the same time, Sun Saint origin flowed in Duanling Tian's body through his 99 Saint veins at lightning speed before it surged out his body and shot at the young man at an outrageous speed. Shwa! At this point, the middle-aged man could no longer maintain his composure. His expression changed drastically. "Stop it!" the middle-aged man cried out. However, it was too late. Duan Lingtian had killed the young man in just a blink of an eye. There was no trace of the young man at all. The spatial ring that was hovering in the air was the only proof of his existence. Both men's expressions changed immediately. They stared at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a monster. After domineeringly killing the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian said coldly, "Anyone who disrespects my woman has to die." It struck fear into the hearts of the remaining patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. They began to tremble in fear. At this moment, Kua and Ganru Yen finally understood why Duan Lingtian had suddenly attacked. After a few moments, the middle-aged man finally regained his composure. He stuttered, "Why you? You dare to kill a Wandering Saint Palace disciple in our territory?" The middle-aged man from Wandering Saint Island stared at Duan Lingtian fearfully. He could not believe what had just happened. The purple-clad young man's strength had struck fear into his heart. At the time, he was also filled with disbelief because he found it unbelievable that this young man dared to kill a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace in their territory. Although this had happened as well in the past, those people were mercilessly killed by the powerhouses in the palace. Chun and must have said some offensive words to the purple-clad young man through voice transmission. Based on the young man's words, it must have something to do with the twins next to him. The twins must be his women. The other young man, who was also a patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, managed to figure out what happened. After all, he was close to Chun and who was just killed. Therefore, he knew how lecherous Chun was. When Chun saw beautiful women, he would act recklessly and become more unrestrained if the women were from lowly backgrounds. The patrolling disciple sighed again as he thought to himself, Chun must have thought these people are common human devils that came here to seek protection from the Wandering Saint Palace. He probably didn't even know what hit him when he died. The young man silently said a prayer for Chun, and after that, the young man's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the purple-clad young man. He found him extremely terrifying. After all, he did not even see the purple-clad young man make a move, but he was able to effortlessly kill a cultivator at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage with just his energy, as though he was slaughtering a chicken. Even Brother Hong could not react in time when the purple-clad young man attacked. Brother Hong's at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, so this young man has to be at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage at least. However, it's more likely that he's at the fifth or sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The young man continued thinking to himself, however, even if he's a cultivator at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would still die for his audacity in killing a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace disciple. The young man felt reassured when he thought about this. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian, thinking about what was going to happen to Duan Lingtian. Generally, if a human was at or above the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could freely join the Wandering Saint Palace. Since powerhouses like that were considered quite strong, an exception was made for them. However, this purple-clad young man's action had trampled on the pride of the Wandering Saint Palace. If the Wandering Saint Palace did not kill him, their reputation would be greatly damaged. For this reason, the young disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace did not think Duan Lingtian would survive today. If you're going to ask for reinforcement, please do so quickly. You've been holding the voice transmission jade token for quite a while now, Duan Lingtian said calmly, as though he was talking about something of little significance, when he looked at the middle-aged man. Since there were almost no Dao cultivators in the devil clans, it was only natural that they did not have Dao talisman. However, they had voice transmission jade token. It could be easily obtained from the people they had slaughtered in the lower province of Dao Marshal Saint Land. After all, these voice transmission jade tokens were not rare. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock when he realized Duan Lingtian had long discovered he had taken out a voice transmission jade token. He did not break the voice transmission jade token in his hands because he was afraid Duan Lingtian would kill him if he found out about it. Based on that purple-clad young man's strength and how he had easily killed Chen, he could easily stop him from alerting the others.
In fact, the middle-aged planned to use the other young disciple as a distraction before he broke the voice transmission jade token. It was out of his expectation that the purple-clad young man had already discovered his plan.
If you're going to call for reinforcement, please do so quickly. Duan Ling Tian's words rang continuously in the middle-aged man's mind. Even then, he did not dare to act recklessly. Who knew if the young man would stop the message before killing him? Ding Jianhong?
Why are there only 2 of you?
Who are these people? The middle-aged man, Ding Jianhong, was having an internal struggle in his mind when an old voice rang out from afar. When he heard this voice, he felt relieved immediately.
It seemed like the other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace had also found out about the situation here.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These 3 noises heralded the arrival of 3 men. There was 1 old man, 1 middle-aged man, and a young man. The old man was clearly the leader among the trio, and he was also the one who had spoken. Crack! At the moment when Duan Ling Tian's attention was focused on the 3 patrolling disciples who had just arrived, Ding Jianhong quickly broke the voice transmission jade token before a bright streak of light flew to an unknown location in the Wandering Saint Palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
This caused a large commotion and alarmed the 3 people who had just arrived. Their expressions turned grim.
They knew that Ding Jianhong must be facing a difficult situation for him to use a voice transmission jade token at this hour. In the Wandering Saint Palace, each patrol group consisted of 3 people. Now that the 3 new arrivals saw Ding Jianhong only had 1 person by his side, an ominous feeling rose in their hearts immediately.
Hey, this purple-clad young man just killed Chinen. When he attacked, I could not react in time at all. When I regained my senses, Chinen had vanished. The only thing left was his spatial ring. Ding Jianhong transmitted his voice to the 3 who had just arrived, shocking them.
From the beginning to the end, he did not move at all. I suspect he's at least at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The latter half of Ding Jianhong's words shocked them even more. A powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
The 3 new arrivals were scared stiff. Among them, the strongest one was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. Let alone a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial, even a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage could easily kill them. At this time, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze back to Ding Jianhong, causing Ding Jianhong to sweat. However, he sighed in relief when he thought about the message that had been successfully sent.
Ding Jianhong no longer felt afraid. At this moment, he had resigned himself to death. However, he was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian complained lazily. I told you to use the jade token earlier, but you waited until now to do it. Were you afraid that I would block you from sending the message?
He's not afraid of me sending the message. Ding Jianhong was baffled. Isn't he afraid of death?
Where does he get confidence from? All of a sudden, a thunderous voice reverberated in the air.
Oh no.
How could I forget about him? Ding Jian and finally remembered Chang, and's father was an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace. His cultivation base is already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Elder Qintong. Elder Qintong.
In just a blink of an eye, an average-sized man and a middle-aged man arrived as well. Ding Jianhong and the other 4 patrolling disciples paid their respect to them. This middle-aged man was Chun Tong, the elder of Wandering Saint Palace. He was the father of Chun and who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian not too long ago. Chun Tong ignored everyone's greetings and instantly looked at Ding Jianhong coldly before he asked, Ding Jianhong, isn't my son on patrol with you today?
Where's he?
Ding Jianhong felt chills running up his spine, but he gritted his teeth and answered, Elder Chun Tong. Chun has been killed. He could meet Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he spoke. You're the one who killed my son. Chun Tong's gaze left Ding Jianhong, causing him to sigh in relief, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian. You're the one who killed my son? Chun Tong, the elder of Wandering Saint Palace, thundered as he fixed his gaze on Duan Ling Tian. His voice was so loud that it hurt the eardrums. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, the old man who had just arrived chimed in, Elder Chun Tong, he's the one who killed your son. Chun, and according to Ding Jianhong, he left no corpse behind.
Qian's body was turned into dust. It was obvious this old man was trying to stir up trouble and add oil to fire. He continued to say, Elder Qintong, this fellow killed Qian in our Wandering Saint Palace's territory. Not only does he show no regard for the Wandering Saint Palace, but it shows that he disregards you as well.
Qintong's eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened immediately. His body emitted a cold aura, causing people to feel as though they were in a snowy tundra.
He cursed loudly, you son of a bitch. His body radiated killing intent as his saint origin circled through his saint veins and surged out of his body.
Daddy, this man is so annoying. A childish and melodic voice suddenly rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention.
The voice belonged to Duan Xiling, who was being carried by Duan Lingtian. She frowned at Qintong, looking like a young adult. Her dislike toward Qintong was apparent on her adorable face.
Since Xiling said that he's annoying, then, should I make him leave? Duan Lingtian asked Xiling gently as he looked at her affectionately and stroked her little head. He did not even deign to look at Qintong. It was as though Qintong did not exist at all. What shameless boasting! The old patrolling disciple glared at Duan Lingtian and said angrily, Hey, little brat, do you really think just because you're at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage you can look down on Elder Qintong? Elder Qintong is a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. You'll die today even if you're at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die today. After listening to the old man's words, Qintong scoffed in disdain. Your cultivation base is at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Is that why you're so arrogant? I'll be able to kill you with just a move. Qintong was definitely being very presumptuous with his words. Moreover, the patrolling disciples present on the scene did not doubt Qintong's words and ability as well. If I knew Elder Qintong would show up, I wouldn't have broken the jade token to ask for help. Ding Jianhong thought to himself.
Die! Qinhong cried out. As he moved, a thunderous and piercing noise reverberated in the air, accompanied by a flurry of hurricanes that swept toward Duan Lingtian ferociously like a dragon.
Qintong looked impressive as he stood above the hurricane with his hands clasped behind him, looking down at the world condescendingly. All of these happened in just a blink of an eye. When Qintong moved, all the patrolling disciples only caught a flash of his body. In the next moment, they saw Qintong appear near Duan Lingtian. His saint origin was aggressively increasing and surging out of his body before they converged in his hands. Suddenly, boom! An explosion sounded as Qintong released the saint origin that had accumulated in his hands. It rained down toward Duan Lingtian like a torrential storm. There was no doubt this attack was extremely powerful. Boom! 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 A series of explosions continued to ring in the air from Qintong's attack. Even the ground began to quake violently. When Ding Jianhong saw the torrential attack formed from Saint Origin aimed at Duan Lingtian, he sighed inwardly. Karma sure came for this purple-clad young man quickly. He turned Chen and into dust. And now, Chen and's father is going to turn him into dust. Not only that, but his women and daughter will have to die along with him as well. The expression of pity on his face was soon replaced by shock and disbelief when he saw something. Ding Jianhong was not the only one. The other patrolling disciples, including the old man, widened their eyes in shock as an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. What caused them to react in this manner? Before Qintong's Saint Origin was about to land on Duan Lingtian, whirlpools began to appear around him, swirling rapidly. As it churned faster, a terrifying force that seemed able to devour everything began to form. It did not take long before it absorbed Qintong's Saint Origin. How's this possible? Qintong was shocked and instantly released all his Saint Origin. His Saint Origin was stronger now, and its force seemed infinite. Almost there, Duan Lingtian absorbed part of Qintong's Saint Origin before moving to another area. Soon after, a massive suction force met with Qintong's Saint Origin. Boom! In just an instant, a loud explosion rang in the air when the two forces collided. The ground quaked so violently that it seemed it was going to split apart. At the same time, a flurry of hurricanes swept toward the center of the collision. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. After a series of explosions, Chun Tong's force was no longer devoured by the whirlpools. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was experimenting all this time. He was experimenting with the elementary devouring tactic. He discovered he could absorb his opponent's Saint origin within a certain range. Therefore, he planned to devour his opponent's strength to increase his strength. However, he discovered that his opponent's Saint origin could not raise his strength like the heaven and earth spirit energy. Although he had successfully devoured his opponent's Saint origin, he did not manage to raise his own strength. It caused him to fall into a disadvantageous position for a moment. Black Turtle's Barrier. Duan Ling Tian cried out, casting the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. A light shield in the shape of a turtle successfully blocked Chun Tong's attack. Impossible! Chun Tong was shocked to see that even though he had exhausted almost all of his Saint origin, he still failed to injure Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian did not use much of his energy at all. At this moment, if he still did not realize Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him, then he had lived in vain all this time. It was clear the purple-clad young man was not at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was, at least, at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, he would not be able to cast a technique that could devour his Saint origin. Chun Tong was horrified. He bellowed in a trembling voice, "I'm an elder of Wandering Saint Palace. If you kill me, the palace won't let you go." He felt as though he had found a life buoy. He thought he could use the Wandering Saint Palace's name to save his life. Duan Ling Tian glanced at him and sneered. "There's no need for you to worry if the Wandering Saint Palace would let me go or not." Then, he lifted his hands and his son's Saint origin swept out in the form of a sword and flew toward Chun Tong. Since Chun Tong had depleted almost all his Saint origin, even someone at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage could easily kill him, let alone an attack by Duan Ling Tian. Pa! When the gigantic sword formed from Duan Ling Tian's son Saint origin landed on Chun Tong, the void began to quake, causing ripples in the air. Meanwhile, Chun Tong had already vanished. Only a single spatial ring was left floating in the air before it fell. Swoosh! An invisible force extended out and brought the spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, the patrolling disciples present on the scene were terrified as they watched the purple-clad young man put the spatial ring away. How's this possible? Elder Chun Tong's cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How's he so easily killed? Before Elder Chun Tong made his move, he said that he would definitely kill that purple-clad young man with just a move. Who knew in the end? The young man only took 2 moves to kill Elder Chun Tong. Who's this young man? He's really terrifying. He killed a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, as though he was only slaughtering a chicken. It's possible that his cultivation base is at least at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The group of disciples on patrol were horrified as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, an expression of disbelief could be seen in their eyes as well. A few of them even pinched their own thighs or slapped themselves to make sure they were not dreaming. How can he be so powerful? Ding Jianhong, the middle-aged man from the Wandering Saint Palace, had thought the purple-clad man would definitely die. He was certain that Chun Tong would be able to kill the young man with just a move and turn him to dust. However, the scene before him was like a huge slap across his face. He found it hard to believe that the young man did not die. Instead, Chun Tong, the powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was killed by the young man. Not even in his wildest dreams would he think the purple-clad young man would be so powerful. Ding Jianhong continued thinking to himself, "He's not at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage at least." Ding Jianhong was not the only one who came to this conclusion. The old man who added oil to fire earlier had also realized this. The old disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace's body trembled in fear. He instantly fell to his knees and kept kowtowing at Duan Ling Tian as he begged for mercy. "Have mercy, good Lord. Have mercy, good Lord." After he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, all thoughts of stirring up trouble and rebelling had vanished from his mind. What a joke!
Even a strong elder from the wandering saint palace like Qin Tong, who was at the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, was killed in 2 moves, let alone him who was only at the 3rd form of the saint celestial stage. For this reason, he had discarded his pride and dignity to beg for mercy from the purple-clad young man. Faced with the old disciple from the wandering saint palace, Duan Ling Tian only scoffed.
Duan Ling Tian's response frightened the old man even more. His body stiffened in fear and his eyes were filled with despair. Boom! No one present on the scene saw Duan Ling Tian made a move. However, a sudden gust of wind blew at the old man from the wandering saint palace, who was kneeling before the sound of an explosion rang in the air. When the dust settled, the old disciple from the wandering saint palace had disappeared into thin air. The only thing that remained was his spatial ring. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent.
The remaining 4 patrolling disciples and Ding Jianhong did not even dare to breathe loudly, and all of them averted their eyes from Duan Ling Tian. All of them lowered their heads, waiting for Duan Ling Tian's next move.
Wow! Daddy is so powerful. Daddy even managed to chase them away. Duan Xiling moved in Duan Ling Tian's arms. Excitement was clear on her face. Naturally, she thought her father had only chased the bad people away. She was unaware that her father had killed those people to the point where not even their corpses were left. Chase them away? The 4 patrolling disciples from the wandering saint palace could only smile bitterly when they heard Duan Xiling's words. Was this young miss mocking them? Did she not notice the spatial rings that remained after the people had disappeared? Ha! Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to sense something and shifted his gaze to the estate of the wandering saint palace. After a while, swoosh, swoosh, 2 swift figures appeared in the distance as they flew toward Duan Ling Tian's direction. One of them was flying at a slightly faster speed and arrived before Duan Ling Tian and the others. Who killed the disciples of wandering saint palace? The newcomer asked in a deep baritone as soon as he arrived. Elder Lin Yuan. Elder Lin Yuan. The instant the newcomer arrived, the unease that Ding Jianhong and the others felt quickly vanished. They quickly greeted the newcomer respectfully. The newcomer was an elderly man with gray hair and eyebrows. However, his complexion remained youthful. He wore a long and loose robe that made him look like an immortal.
The reason the 4 patrolling disciples felt relieved when the elderly person appeared was due to the fact that this person was an outstanding powerhouse in the wandering saint palace. His cultivation base was at the 8th the saint celestial stage. Form of.
Soon after Elder Lin Yuan from the wandering saint palace appeared. The other person who flew here with him appeared as well. Elder Peng Lai. Elder Peng Lai.
The 4 patrolling disciples instantly greeted this man respectfully as well.
This man was a middle-aged man with a strong but stout body. He was Peng Lai, also an elder of wandering saint palace. He was weaker than Lin Yuan since his cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the saint celestial stage. Peng Lai looked at Ding Jianhong and asked in a deep voice without beating around the bush. Ding Jianhong, you broke the jade token and reported that someone has killed Chenin?
When Ding Jianhong heard this, his eyes instinctively darted to the purple-clad young man standing nearby who was carrying a little girl in his arms.
Lin Yuan and Peng Lai's eyes both followed Ding Jianhong's gaze and landed on Duan Ling Tian. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes as he suddenly cried out, Duan Ling Tian. His voice was filled with rage, and hatred burned in his eyes. It did not seem like it had anything to do with the death of the disciple from the wandering saint palace. It seemed like there was already enmity between them prior to this. Ha! What's going on? Elder Lin Yuan knows this young man? When everyone saw Lin Yuan's reaction, Elder Peng Lai and the patrolling disciples from the wandering saint palace were baffled. Based on Lin Yuan's expression, it seemed like he had known this young man for a long time. Moreover, there seemed to be deep-seated hatred between them.
When Peng Lai regained his senses, he found Duan Ling Tian's familiar as well. Duan Ling Tian? After a while, his eyes widened as though he had recalled something. I remember the person who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Shigang, is called Duan Ling Tian?
Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian had a surprised expression on his face as he asked, You know me? The elder from Wandering Saint Palace had recognized him as soon as he arrived and stared at him with hate-filled eyes as though he had committed some unforgivable sins.
However, he was certain this was his first time meeting this elder from the Wandering Saint Palace.
Of course I know who you are. Lin Yuan was extremely furious and a killing intent could be seen in his eyes. A year ago you killed my grandson, Lin Qigang. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door after a year. It seems like God has answered my prayer. As soon as he finished speaking, his killing intent mixed with devil chi surged to the sky. Lin Qigang. Duan Ling Tian was slightly confused. Although the name sounded familiar, he did not know where he had heard them before. Everyone present was shocked by this revelation except for Peng Lai, who knew what had happened. This Duan Ling Tian is the person who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang?
Rumor has it that Elder Lin Yuan's grandson was killed outside in the ruin that was allegedly left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. Apparently, he was killed by a human devil who's even stronger than Miss Wenjing.
It didn't even cross my mind that this purple-clad young man is that person.
Is this guy out of his mind? After killing Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, he still harbors hope of joining the Wandering Saint Palace?
Humph! Don't forget, he could very well be a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage just like Elder Lin Yuan. That's not the only thing. Apparently, apart from killing Lin Qigang, Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, he also killed Elder He Qing's son, Xianxia, and Elder Lu Wei's grandson, Sitiyuji. He managed to offend 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace that are at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and still dare to come to the Wandering Saint Palace. He's really bold. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace whispered among themselves. Although they were speaking softly, their conversation was still heard by Duan Ling Tian and the others. When Peng Lai heard the whispered conversations between the patrolling disciples, he shook his head. Elder He Qing. He Qing had passed away a year ago. His soul pearl was found shattered a year ago. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace had even sent a few elders to investigate his cause of death. However, the elders could not find anything.
However, since He Qing was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and one of the backbones of the Wandering Saint Palace, his death had been concealed by the Wandering Saint Palace.
For this reason, all of the ordinary disciples in the Wandering Saint Palace were unaware of He Qing's death. A light bulb flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind when he heard the patrolling disciples' conversation. He looked at Lin Yuan and said, "So you are that man's grandfather. As for the elder He Qing they mentioned, it should be the elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage whom I killed a year ago. He must be He Sun Lai's father."
However, it seems like they're unaware of He Qing's death, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Both Lin Yuan and Peng Lai frowned when they heard the whispered conversation from the patrolling disciples of Wandering Saint Palace. After they questioned the patrolling disciples through voice transmission, they also learned that Chun Tong, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial, was killed by Duan Ling Tian with just 2 moves. Duan Ling Tian is so strong. Peng Lai was shocked. Although he had heard that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Miss Wenjing of their Wandering Saint Palace, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be stronger than Chun Tong, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He even killed Chun Tong with just 2 moves. How could he not feel surprised? Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base should already be at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it's unlikely that he's stronger than Elder Lin Yuan. After all, if Elder Lin Yuan battles with Chun Tong, he could probably kill Chun Tong with just a move. Peng Lai was confident about Lin Yuan's strength because it took Duan Ling Tian 2 moves to kill Chun Tong. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples from Wandering Saint Palace began to whisper among themselves again. Based on their words, it was obvious they had complete confidence in Lin Yuan as well. Although Duan Ling Tian is most likely at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he shouldn't be stronger than Elder Lin Yuan.
Yes. Although Elder Lin Yuan is not at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he had already broken through this stage for quite a while. He has to be stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Elder Lin Yuan is definitely able to kill Chun Tong with just a move. This should mean he's stronger than Duan Ling Tian. In fact, Lin Yuan's thoughts were similar to the others as well.
Duanling Tian, I'll kill you today to avenge my grandson even if you're at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lin Yuan cried out as he glared at Duanling Tian coldly. His aura was filled with killing intent as Saint origin laced with devil chi surged out of his body.
Fuck! Duanling Tian cursed, annoyed. Once Lin Yuan finished speaking, in the next moment, he quickly cast his divine ability, Elementary Devouring Tactic. While Lin Yuan's Saint origin was skyrocketing, Duanling Tian cast the Elementary Devouring Tactic as whirlpools began to appear around him. He could mobilize his Sun Saint origin quickly due to his 99 Saint veins. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy was instantly pulled into his body, strengthening his Sun Saint origin. In just an instant, Duanling Tian's Sun Saint origin had been raised to the 8th form of the Saint origin.
His current Sun Saint origin was definitely stronger than Lin Yuan's Saint origin.
When the group of people saw Duanling Tian casting his techniques, they thought he would instantly attack Lin Yuan. However, contrary to their expectations, Golden Crow's wings. The group of people saw a pair of flaming wings sprouting out from Duanling Tian's back. As soon as he flapped his wings, the sounds of explosions rang in the air.
Meanwhile, Kuo and Ganru Yen were brought away by him in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, this included Duan Si Ling whom he was carrying in his arms. Is he trying to escape? Most people had the same thought when they saw what was happening. Trying to escape? Lin Yuan smirked, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He had finally finished mobilizing his Saint origin. He instantly cast his movement martial tactics and movement divine ability.
Apart from that, he also cast his assist-type divine ability to raise the strength of his Saint origin.
When Lin Yuan moved, a long and piercing whistle rang in the air.
Boom! 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 As he continued to move, the sounds of explosions reverberated in the air as well. Elder Lin Yuan is indeed stronger than Duanling Tian. Peng Lai saw that Lin Yuan's speed was faster than Duanling Tian. It seemed as though he had forgotten that Duanling Tian was carrying 3 other people with him.
After a while, his eyes widened in shock when he saw Duanling Tian's speed was on par with Lin Yuan's speed when he moved again. Wait. He's carrying 3 people with him. When he finally noticed this, he gulped. Peng Lai continued to observe the scene before him. When he changed places, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings would stir and enter his body. What kind of assist-type divine ability did he master?
Isn't it enough for him to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in one area? Since he was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it did not take long for him to notice this. Since Peng Lai had noticed this, how could Lin Yuan, who was stronger, fail to notice this? How's this possible? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. However, his hatred overwhelmed the alarms that were ringing in his mind. His assist-type divine ability has probably raised his Saint origin to its highest level. Although I can't catch up to him now, he still won't be able to escape from me. Once the effect of his divine ability fades away, he will die. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan continued to pursue Duanling Tian. During this time, Lin Yuan noticed Duanling Tian would fly to various places and absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings with this assist-type divine ability. Initially, he felt a jolt of fear when he thought of Duanling Tian further increasing his strength with his assist-type divine ability. However, when he saw that Duanling Tian's speed was still only on par with his speed, he smirked.
How mysterious. He was not afraid of Duanling Tian's current strength.
However, was what Lin Yuan saw truly Duanling Tian's current strength? Naturally, the answer was no.
In fact, after Duanling Tian absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the 2nd place, his speed while carrying the 3 girls had already surpassed Lin Yuan's speed. However, he did not see a need to increase his speed. He could still evade Lin Yuan by maintaining this speed. He quickly moved to another place to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy so he could raise his strength to that of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Whoosh! Whoosh! The patrolling disciples were stunned by the scene of Lin Yuan chasing Duanling Tian. It was not unlike a cat chasing a mouse. Although they could not see the 2 figures clearly, they were able to tell that their speed was the same.
Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have caught up to Duan Tian, or Duan Tian would have escaped.
Duan Tian's speed seems faster in the beginning.
He's only relying on his assist-type divine ability to increase his speed. His speed will decrease once the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off. However, it must be said that his assist-type divine ability is truly special. He's actually able to maintain the same speed as Elder Lin Yuan even though he's carrying 3 people with him. I agree. It's indeed special.
The patrolling disciples, including Ding Jianhong, discussed among themselves as they watched the scene before them. Although they could not see clearly, they could hear the noises. Even then, it did not stop them from staring intently at the 2 people.
It was as though they were afraid of missing something. There was something they had failed to notice again. If Duan Tian would return to his original state after the effect of the assist-type divine ability disappeared, why did he not run away? Currently, he was only moving in circles. He showed no signs of wanting to leave the area at all. After more than 10 breaths, Duan Tian muttered under his breath, "Finally!" He had finally raised his Sun Saint origin to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was feeling very confident now that his body was filled with the explosive power of his Sun Saint origin. Swoosh! Duan Tian suddenly came to halt and turned to stare at Lin Yuan, who was chasing him. What's he doing?
Could it be that the effect of his assist-type divine ability has disappeared?
He knows he can longer escape, so he's choosing to directly face Elder Lin Yuan. Maybe. Peng Lai agreed with the words of the patrolling disciples as well.
At this moment, Lin Yuan was the only one who felt uneasy.
Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Tian lifted his hand as a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. It was 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword.
Merge! Duan Tian infused much of his Sun Saint origin that had been raised to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage into the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword and wielded the sword with the techniques he had mastered. In the next moment, Duan Tian cried out inwardly, "Go!"
Swoosh! With a whistling sound, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword flew out of Duan Tian's hand. Swoosh!
The sound of sword howling rang in the air.
Elder Lin Yuan, who was chasing after Duan Tian, suddenly felt oppressed by a ferocious aura.
Oh no! Lin Yuan was shocked. He quickly used his Saint origin and Devil Chi to form a shield in front of him. The shield was so big that it seemed to reach heaven from the ground up.
As the sound of howling continued, Duan Tian's voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Compared to that elder whom I killed last year, that father of that Xianxia, you're weaker than him.
Xianxia's father?
Was it not He Qing? He's the one who killed He Qing. Realization dawned on Lin Yuan at this moment. Before he could continue his thoughts, he saw a flash of sword chi. Bang! The defensive shield that Lin Yuan had formed in a haste shattered under the sword chi's strike. After it shattered the sword chi, it continued on its trajectory toward Lin Yuan.
No, Lin Yuan groaned in despair. Before he could make any move, the sword chi had already pierced through his glabella, leaving a bloody hole as blood gushed out.
Swish! Before the sword chi pierced Lin Yuan's glabella, his soul that looked exactly like him separated itself from his physical body. He had decisively abandoned his body by casting the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at and above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he realized he could not dodge Duan Tian's attack.
Would Lin Yuan be able to escape with his soul intact?
Whoosh! 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 Whoosh!
Like a flurry of hurricanes, Duan Tian, who was carrying Duan Ling, moved forward before the sword chi pierced Lin Yuan's glabella. It did not take long at all before he arrived in front of Lin Yuan.
Duan Tian was not surprised, he only sneered. Trying to escape with your soul? Thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the sky.
Duan Tian held Duan Ling tightly in his left arms as he pointed his right hand in the direction of Lin Yuan's body and soul. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air.
Duan Tian released his mighty Sun Saint origin from his right hand. His Sun Saint origin surged out like the tsunami. No! Lin Yuan in his soul form cried out in despair as the wave-like destructive force landed on him. The force shrouded him like a lonely boat in the middle of the sea that had capsized and swallowed by the sea. Lin Yuan, the elder of Wandering Saint Palace, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage 8, was dead. Lin Yuan was the second elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, whom Duan Ling Tian had killed in the span of a year.
Did he die? Peng Lai, as the only elder on the scene, was the only one who saw what had transpired. This had shocked him greatly. This Duan Ling Tian. Was he toying with Elder Lin Yuan in the beginning? Peng Lai stared at Duan Ling Tian with a horrified expression. He continued his train of thought. After he flew away, he did not escape, but he attacked Elder Lin Yuan instead.
He had easily destroyed Elder Lin Yuan's body and soul, even though Elder Lin Yuan had used the soul-detaching technique. He felt a jolt of fear and his eyes widened when he recalled what had just happened.
How terrifying!
Elder Lin Yuan was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage.
In fact, only the Palace Master would be able to kill Elder Lin Yuan easily in the entire Wandering Saint Palace. I don't know if Duan Ling Tian is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, but I'm certain that after he cast his assist-type divine ability, his strength is definitely at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage.
Based on his strength, it seems like nobody apart from the Palace Master is a match for him in the Wandering Saint Palace. Peng Lai's heart thumped wildly in his chest when he thought about this. Meanwhile, the 4 patrolling disciples, including Ding Jianhong, finally discovered Lin Yuan had been killed by Duan Ling Tian, even though they could not see his movements clearly.
What's happening? What's with this situation?
Wasn't Duan Ling Tian being chased by Elder Lin Yuan just a moment ago? How did he turn around and kill Elder Lin Yuan in just a blink of an eye? Elder Lin Yuan is dead. It only took Duan Ling Tian a short time to kill Elder Lin Yuan. Don't tell me he's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage? Isn't that the same level as our Palace Master? The patrolling disciples' hearts were thumping in fear when they looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was collecting Elder Lin Yuan's spatial ring. Apart from being shocked by Duan Ling Tian killing Elder Lin Yuan in such a short time, they also wondered if Duan Ling Tian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Otherwise, how could he kill Elder Lin Yuan in such a short time? Even if Elder Lin Yuan fought with Lord Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master and the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Wandering Saint Palace, it would still be impossible for Lord Xing Yuanba to kill Elder Lin Yuan so quickly. I agree. No matter how strong Lord Xing Yuanba is, he's still at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Even if he's at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, he still wouldn't be able to kill Elder Lin Yuan so quickly.
The 2 patrolling disciples commented one after another. They were certain Duan Ling Tian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The few patrolling disciples were all in awe. On the other hand, neither Ke nor Gan Ruyen was surprised. After all, they had long known that Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. It was not a big deal to them that he killed an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. With his ability, if Palace Master knew that he wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace, he would have personally welcomed him, and yet, not only did we reject him, but we insulted him as well, Ding Jianhong murmured after he sighed. His voice was soft so the other disciples did not hear him. However, Peng Lai, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, naturally heard Ding Jianhong's words.
Peng Lai's eyes widened as he sent a voice transmission to Ding Jianhao.
Duan Ling Tian wanted to join our Wandering Saint Palace? Previously, he only knew that Duan Ling Tian had killed their palace's disciples and their elder when he rushed here, but he had no idea that Duan Ling Tian wanted to join their Wandering Saint Palace. He thought Duan Ling Tian had intentionally come to challenge the Wandering Saint Palace. Yes, Ding Jianhong immediately responded.
Since he wanted to join our palace, why did he kill Chenin? Peng En was baffled.
I think Chenin had said some offensive words about his women through voice transmission. I'm sure Elder Peng Lai has heard about how lecherous Chenin was. He must have thought those 2 women are from lowly backgrounds.
Therefore, he did not think twice about propositioning them. Ding Jianhong transmitted his words with a bitter smile on his face. Damn it! So this is what happened. Peng Lai's expression darkened when he heard Ding Jianhong's explanation. He did not doubt Ding Jianhong's words at all. After all, A powerhouse like Duan Lingtian would not kill their disciple for no reason if he intended to join them. Chun and must have crossed a line. Very well. He deserves it.
In Chen Tong's case, he deserved it for not being a good father. Ping Lai felt the deaths of the father and son were justified.
What a pity. If Elder Lin Yuan was privy to Duan Lingtian's strength, he wouldn't dare to go against him, even if Duan Lingtian joins the Wandering Saint Palace, no matter how deep his hatred is. Peng Lai lamented Lin Yuan's death. He did not think Lin Yuan would dare to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian if he knew how strong Duan Lingtian was. After all, everyone was afraid of death, especially if dying in vain. Peng Lai took a deep breath before he asked respectfully, Sir Duan Lingtian, are you planning to join our Wandering Saint Palace?
Sir Duan Lingtian? When Elder Peng Lai of Wandering Saint Palace spoke to Duan Lingtian, his attitude had undergone a change.
This surprised the 4 patrolling disciples of Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong. However, on second thought, they no longer found it surprising when they recalled Duan Lingtian's strength. If Duan Lingtian is serious about joining the Wandering Saint Palace, I'm afraid Lord Palliser wouldn't even blame him for killing Chun Tong, Chanin, and Elder Lin Yuan, Ding Jianhong said under his breath. After all, even the combined power Chun Tong, Chanin,
and Elder Lin Yuan could not hold a candle to someone with the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace whom Duan Lingtian killed after he had killed Chun Tong, nobody spoke about him at all. After all, he was a nobody in the Wandering Saint Palace. He was just a lowly disciple and did not come from an influential family.
Ding Jianhong took a deep breath before he bowed and greeted Duan Lingtian. Sir Duan Lingtian. When the other patrolling disciples saw Peng Lai and Ding Jianhong bowing at and greeting Duan Lingtian respectfully, they followed suit as well. Sir Duan Lingtian. After that, the entire place fell silent. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally responded to Peng Lai's earlier question. I genuinely want to join your Wandering Saint Palace. However, it seems like the Wandering Saint Palace doesn't welcome me. When he reached the latter part of his sentence, he stared at Peng Lai intently.
It's just a mistake, it's just a mistake. Peng Lai quickly waved his hand to dismiss the matter when he saw Duan Lingtian's piercing gaze. His expression remained respectful as he said, if Sir Duan Lingtian really intends to join our Wandering Saint Palace, naturally, we'll be delighted to have you.
I believe our Lord Palliser would be delighted as well when he finds out that Sir Duan is planning to join our Wandering Saint Palace. Oh? Really? However, I've killed a few people from your Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian said as he narrowed his eyes. Those people that Sir Duan Lingtian killed deserve it. If they did not provoke you, they wouldn't have been killed. Peng Lai forced a smile on his face. Although it might seem like he was trying to flatter Duan Lingtian, his words were sincere. Soon after, Peng Lai turned to Duan Lingtian, Kur and Gan Ruyen before he said, Sir Duan Lingtian, both please come with me. I'll arrange for a place for your stay. Let me see our Lord Palace Master and inform him about this.
At that time, he'll personally come and see you to give you a position. When Gan Ruyen heard Peng Lai said both madams, her eyebrows furrowed, but she did not say anything.
However, as soon as Peng Lai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian pointed at Gan Ruyen and corrected Peng Lai. She's not my wife. She's my wife's sister.
When Peng Lai heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was embarrassed. He quickly apologized to all 3 of them. He did not think he would commit such a huge faux pas. Sir Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. Madam, I'm sorry. Miss, I'm sorry as well.
After Peng Lai apologized for his mistake, he looked at Duan Lingtian warily as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would punish him. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making things difficult for him. After that, he immediately led all of them to their quarter. When Duan Lingtian corrected Peng Lai's mistake, Gan Ruyan's face turned sullen. She muttered to herself, Whatever, I don't care anyway. Duan Lingtian noticed that Peng Lai was making his way to the estate of the Wandering Saint Palace, and he continued to carry Duan Xiling in his arms as he followed after Peng Lai.
As for Kur and Gan Ruyen, he did not use his force to bring them along since Peng Lai was walking at a leisurely speed. It was as though Peng Lai was worried they would not be able to keep up.
while Duan Ling Tian and his companions left with Peng Lai for the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. The 4 patrolling disciples heaved a big sigh of relief. They were so frightened that cold sweat had formed on their bodies. Even now, fear still lingered in their hearts.
That's Sir Ling Tian. If he really joins the Wandering Saint Palace, he would be given the position of a first-class vice palace master, right? Ding Jianhong murmured.
Although Ding Jianhong's voice was soft, his comment was overheard by the other patrolling disciples. All of them agreed with his words.
With Sir Duan Ling Tian's strength, it wouldn't be strange at all if he was given the position of vice palace master. If he really becomes the vice palace master, the strength of Wandering Saint Palace would rise immensely. His strength would make up for the loss of the 2 elders whom he killed.
If he becomes a vice palace master, there's no doubt he would be first vice palace master in the Wandering Saint Palace.
That's a matter of course.
The patrolling disciples discussed among themselves. All of them were certain Duan Ling Tian would be given the position of vice palace master. Suddenly, Ding Jianhong felt as though something was amiss. He quickly scanned his surroundings and sighed. I'm afraid it would be difficult to cover up the incident today.
High up in the sky, a few figures were hidden in the clouds. There was no doubt Ding Jianhong knew who these people were. He was certain these people had been here for a while. It was likely they had witnessed what had happened as well. Meanwhile, Peng Lai from Wandering Saint Palace had arranged for Duan Ling Tian and the others to stay in a private mansion. Moreover, he also arranged for a few servant girls to attend to their needs.
Duan Ling Tian was impressed by Peng Lai's hospitality. This Peng Lai is a capable and smart man. Even after he had killed the elder Lin Yuan, Peng Lai did not treat him with hostility. On the contrary, Peng Lai had been respectful. Moreover, he could see Peng Lai was sincere in his respect. He was not putting up an act at all. From the moment Duan Ling Tian arrived in the Wandering Saint Palace, Peng Lai was the only one who left a good impression on him.
If I'm to settle down in the Wandering Saint Palace, I'll definitely need a good assistant. This Peng Lai seems to be perfect for the job. However, before I reveal anything to him, I'll have to make him swear on the lightning penalty oath. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself.
Although there was a saying that said, one should not be distrustful toward one's underling. If one was distrustful toward that person, it was better not to use that person at all. Duan Ling Tian felt it was easier to use the lightning penalty oath in this treacherous world. Moreover, to the human devil clan, Duan Ling Tian's plan was definitely treasonous. Therefore, he had to take extra care in regard to this matter. Daddy, the people here are strange. First, they were so fierce. However, after Daddy chased them away, they became so nice, Duan Xiling said, sitting snugly in Duan Ling Tian's arms. Well, that's the way of the people here. They wouldn't listen if you don't give them a beating. Duan Ling Tian laughed and nodded.
When Kuer heard Duan Ling Tian's reply, she only smiled lightly.
On the other hand, Ganru Yen looked at Duan Ling Tian with a strange expression on her face.
While Peng Lai from the Wandering Saint Palace went to look for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, shocking news began to spread in the estate of the Wandering Saint Palace, causing a huge commotion. Chenin, the disciple on patrol, is killed outside the estate of the Wandering Saint Palace?
Chun An's father, Elder Chun Tong, is also killed by the same person? In the history of Wandering Saint Palace, there were very few people who were bold enough to kill the people from Wandering Saint Palace in their territory. Moreover, this person had killed an elder of Wandering Saint Palace. This was akin to a slap on the Wandering Saint Palace's face. I wonder who's so bold to do such a thing? Is he seeking death? When people from the Wandering Saint Palace heard about this, they felt this madman was seeking death.
It did not take long before another news spread in the estate of the Wandering Saint Palace.
Elder Lin Yuan personally went to confront the madman after he received a message from a broken jade token. But he was killed by the madman instead? How's this possible? Elder Lin Yuan was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How is he so easily killed?
Rumor has it that similar to Elder Qin Tong, Elder Lin Yuan was killed with just 2 moves. The madman killed Elder Lin Yuan with just 2 moves?
Is this a joke?
Of course not. It's said that the madman intentionally provoked Elder Lin Yuan in the beginning. He even toyed with Elder Lin Yuan, carrying 2 women and a little girl as he made Elder Lin Yuan chase after him.
Finally, When the madman had enough, he attacked Elder Lin Yuan and killed him with just 2 moves.
Where did you hear this news from? The other patrolling disciples who were hiding told me about this. They personally witnessed the incident.
Similar remarks could be heard all over the Wandering Saint Palace. Eventually, it even spread to Ding Jianhong and the other 3 who were present on the scene. However, what they heard made them frown in confusion. Those other patrolling disciples who had hidden themselves didn't even understand what happened, but they're spreading false information. This is too much, Ding Jianhong said grimly. The rumor that had been spreading around Wandering Saint Palace was detrimental to Duan Ling Tian's reputation after all. After all, Ding Jianhong and the others knew there was a valid reason as to why Duan Ling Tian killed the Qin father and son, and Elder Lin Yuan.
Ding Jianhong muttered to himself resolutely, "No. I have to tell everyone the truth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be beneficial to the Wandering Saint Palace if Sir Duan Ling Tian becomes upset over this." When unfavorable news about Duan Ling Tian was still circulating in the Wandering Saint Palace, another 2 news caused a commotion in the palace.
Chen was killed because he said offensive words about the powerhouse's woman? Chen Tong was killed because he attacked that powerhouse without listening to the reason why his son was killed?
This news naturally caused an uproar because previously many people thought the Qin family was wronged. Moreover, since the Qin family was part of the Wandering Saint Palace, it was only natural that they would be biased against an outsider like Duan Ling Tian.
When this news spread out, although most people stopped feeling sorry for the Qin family, they still doubted the authenticity of the news.
Is the news true? Many people were skeptical.
After all, these 2 pieces of news had been spread so quickly as though it had been done on purpose. It should be true. After all, it came from the patrolling disciples on the scene. Compared to those patrolling disciples who were hiding, they should have a better understanding of what really happened. Some people who knew the truth confirmed the veracity of the news. As such, the news began to spread. Eventually, almost everyone in the palace knew what the Qin family had done. Naturally, there were some idiots who continued to defend the Qin family. Regardless if the Qin family was in the wrong or not, that person has humiliated our Wandering Saint Palace for daring to kill our people in our territory. You're right. We can't let that brat live. If that madman is allowed to live, doesn't that mean that anyone can just trample on the pride and dignity of the Wandering Saint Palace?
We must ask the palace master to punish him. It did not take long before another news spread again.
The person who killed the Qin family is also pure human?
He's a human devil like us?
He came to the Wandering Saint Palace to join us?
However, due to the Qin family's hostility, we lost a patrolling disciple as well.
Saint Palace to join us?
However, due to the Qin family's hostility, we lost a patrolling disciple as well.
This news stunned the people in the Wandering Saint Palace. The person they thought of as a madman was a human devil as well, one of their kin. He had come to join the Wandering Saint Palace?
Again, another uproar broke out.
Goodness! So that powerhouse is one of our kind? He plans to join us as our comrade. Since he's able to kill Elder Lin Yuan with 2 moves, even if he's not as strong as our palace master, he should be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? How stupid are the people from Chun family to reject such a powerhouse? They're really stupid. Humph. It seems that the Chun family is to blame for their death.
Currently, no one in the Wandering Saint Palace sympathized or defended the Qin family any longer. Instead, they began to blame the Qin family.
Naturally, this was because they found out the powerhouse was one of their kind. Not only that, but he had planned to join their Wandering Saint Palace. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage joined them, the Wandering Saint Palace would only grow stronger.
This was good news for everyone.
Although the members from the Wandering Saint Palace from the Human Devil clan were referred to as human devils, they were all humans. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, they were known as devil cultivators. As such, they did not have a sense of belonging to the devil clans or the Human Devil clan. They only felt a sense of belonging in the Wandering Saint Palace. It was only natural that they wanted the Wandering Saint Palace to grow stronger. With a second powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was no doubt the Wandering Saint Palace would grow even stronger. Now that they found out one of their kind at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage planned to join the Wandering Saint Palace but was obstructed by the Chen family, How could they not feel furious?
After all, the act of the Qin family rejecting the powerhouse was equivalent to restricting the growth of the Wandering Saint Palace.
Not only did the father and son from the Chen family cause the death of a patrolling disciple, they even caused the death of Elder Lin Yuan. Damn it! They really deserve to die, many people remarked. Actually, what you said is not entirely correct. Someone who was privy to what happened stepped forward and said,
The death of Elder Lin Yuan is not related to the father and son from the Qin family. It's due to the private enmity between Elder Lin Yuan and the powerhouse who wanted to join our Wandering Saint Palace.
Due to his deep-seated hatred toward that powerhouse, he couldn't wait and tried to seek revenge from the powerhouse.
Private enmity? What's it about? Many people were confused.
Everyone should remember the incident last year. Do you remember when Lin Qigang, Xianxia, and Sitayu Ji, who were the grandson of Elder Lin Yuan, son of Elder He Qing, and grandson of Elder He Wei respectively were found dead outside the ruin that's allegedly left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master? Yes.
That incident caused such a huge commotion at that time. It was said that those three are killed by a human devil called Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian seems to be one of us. See, could it be that?
You're right. He's the powerhouse who killed the father and son from the Chun family and Elder Lin Yuan. Goodness! It's actually him. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace was thoroughly shocked when they found out about this. That powerhouse was actually Duan Ling Tian, the murderer of their three elders' son, grandson, and godson.
It's unbelievable and unexpected. I'm really surprised that he's that person from a year ago.
If he's the murderer, it's not surprising that Elder Lin Yuan attacked him. However, Elder Lin Yuan must not have expected his opponent would be so strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't attack him in such a haste.
Exactly.
Even if Elder Lin Yuan wanted to seek revenge, he would think twice about it. Otherwise, he would die. That's right. It's definitely a stupid move.
The Wandering Saint Palace was in chaos over this matter.
Duan Ling Tian?
Brother Ling Tian?
Is it him? In a spacious mansion of a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, a young man dressed in luxurious robes suddenly rose to his feet. An expression of surprise was evident on his face when he heard the news. He was not a stranger to the name Duan Ling Tian. After all, a year ago, he would have died in the ruin that was allegedly left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master if Duan Ling Tian was not around. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would come to the Wandering Saint Palace after a year had passed.
Forget about killing Elder Qin Tong with just 2 moves. It's terrifying that he killed Elder Lin Yuan with just 2 moves.
Is it possible that his cultivation is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The heart of the young man who was dressed in a luxurious robe thumped wildly in his chest when he thought about this.
After all, Lin Yuan was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was not at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there was no doubt that he was very strong.
This young man who dressed in a luxurious robe was none other than Huang Qi-ling, the disciple from Wandering Saint Palace, whom Duan Ling Tian met a year ago. At that time, Huang Qi-ling had followed Duan Ling Tian around since he thought Duan Ling Tian was a member of Wandering Saint Palace because Duan Ling Tian was human. At that time, Huang Qi-ling and Duan Ling Tian had gotten into a conflict with 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. The 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace had surrounded Duan Ling Tian, intending to kill him. However, they were all killed by Duan Ling Tian instead. Those 3 were the son, grandson, and godson of the Wandering Saint Palace's elders. It seems like he's currently in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. When Huang Qi-ling thought of this, he flew into the sky without any hesitation and left the spacious mansion. The Wandering Saint Palace had an independent space where they hosted guests. It was divided into a few areas. Important guests would be given a place to stay in one of the independent mansions. Upon arrival, Huang Qi-ling simply asked around before he found out where Duan Ling Tian and his family were staying.
Huang Qi-ling rushed into the independent mansion Duan Ling Tian was staying in and cried out, "Brother Ling Tian." Although his voice was not loud, it permeated the independent mansion due to saint origin contained in his voice.
A gentle and familiar replied to Huang Qi-ling, "Come in." Huang Qi-ling smiled. It seemed like the owner of that voice did not forget him. "How did you find out that I'm here?" Duan Ling Tian smiled when he saw Huang Qi Ling again. He had a rather good impression of this disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace.
"Brother Ling Tian, you're already famous in our Wandering Saint Palace. Everyone knows your name." Huang Qiling smiled. In fact, he was worried that Duan Ling Tian's attitude toward him would change now that he had gotten so much stronger, especially since he might have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian's smile, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was still the same Brother Ling Tian he had met a year ago.
"Oh!" Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised by what he heard. Based on Huang Qiling's explanation, he finally found out that his actions today had caused an uproar in the Wandering Saint Palace. Suddenly, Duan Xiling walked out of a room toward Duan Ling Tian. She stared at Huang Qiling with her big curious eyes before she asked her father, "Daddy? Who's he?"
"He's Daddy's friend and you should call him Uncle," Duan Ling Tian answered fondly. When Duan Xiling arrived in front of him, he carried her up and held her in his arms.
"Uncle?" Duan Xiling called out sweetly to Huang Qiling as she looked at him.
Huang Qiling responded with a smile and felt warmth rising in his heart when he heard Duan Ling Tian referring to him as a friend. "It's my first time meeting you, so I didn't prepare any gifts.
I've had this jade pendant for a few years now. If you don't mind, I would like to give it to you." Huang Qiling rummaged through his spatial ring and finally took out a round, aquamarine jade pendant that warmed the surroundings like a natural furnace.
When Huang Qiling was handing the jade pendant over, Duan Xiling did not take it immediately. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian as though asking for permission. "Since it's given by Uncle, you can take it." Duan Ling Tian stroked her little head and smiled affectionately.
"Thank you, Uncle." Duan Xiling took the jade pendant and looked at it in wonder. "Wow,
"It's so warm and it feels comfortable."
it's a surprise that Brother Ling Tian already has a daughter." Huang Qiling sighed. He could not help but think of Huang Wenjing, the pride of the Wandering Saint Palace.
A year ago, after he returned, she used to come over and questioned him about Duan Ling Tian since she thought he and Duan Ling Tian had a close relationship. Through this, he discovered that she was interested in Duan Ling Tian.
Sister Wenjing might be unaware that Brother Ling Tian already has a wife and daughter. Would she be heartbroken if she finds out about this? I'm sure she's already heard the news about Brother Ling Tian coming to the Wandering Saint Palace. Huang Qiling thought to himself with a sigh. He knew Huang Wenjing very well. She had always been haughty since she was young.
Although there were many who tried to pursue her, she did not even spare them a glance. In fact, he was quite shocked when he initially discovered that she was interested in Duan Ling Tian.
At that time, he had thought Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, was a great match for someone like Duan Ling Tian. However, now that he found out Duan Ling Tian had a wife and daughter, he did not think Huang Wenjing stood a chance.
Although in this world where the strong ones were revered and it was normal for someone powerful to have a few wives, he knew Huang Wenjing's temper well enough to know that she would never share a man with another woman.
Duan Ling Tian and Huang Qiling continued chatting idly. Meanwhile, in a mansion of an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace, bang!
An old lady lifted her pale hand and shattered the stone table she was sitting in front of.
Her eyes were piercing and cold like a sharp blade that could cut through anything. "Duan Ling Tian," the old lady hissed word by word. A hint of resentment, hatred, and helplessness could be heard in her voice.
"Jia, your grandma is useless. I can't avenge you for the time being." The old lady thought to herself, her eyes filled with hatred. "However, there's no need to worry. I might not be able to kill him, but I can kill the people around him. I heard he has a wife and daughter. There's no way he would be able to stay by their sides all the time.
When I find the chance, I'll kill his wife and daughter and bury them with you." Hate continued to fill her heart as she continued thinking to herself, "I want Duan Ling Tian to suffer all his life for killing you." Based on the old lady's words, it was obvious she was Situ Yuji's grandmother. Situ Yuji was one of 3 people Duan Ling Tian had killed a year ago. She was also an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace. Among the relatives of the 3 disciples from Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian had already killed 2 of the relatives except for this elder Lu Wei. Lu Wei found out from the news that was spreading in the Wandering Saint Palace that Duan Ling Tian, her grandson's murderer, had come to Wandering Saint Palace. When she heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed Lin Yuan, whose strength was on par with hers, she temporarily put a halt to her plan to seek revenge from him. She knew she would die if she confronted him directly, so she chose another way to seek revenge from him. She would wait for a chance to present itself so she could kill his wife and daughter. At that time, he would live his entire life in agony.
However, would she get that chance?
All of a sudden, a voice rang from outside, shocking Lu Wei.
Brother Ling Tian, it's here.
Brother Ling Tian. Could it be Duan Ling Tian? Lu Wei thought to herself as her eyes widened. Swoosh! A piercing sound reverberated in the air and Lu Wei's eyes widened in shock. She did not even have time to react. When she regained her senses, she saw a purple-clad young man. Although this was her first time meeting this young man, she recognized him immediately since she had seen his portrait before. This young man was the one who killed her grandson, Situ Yuji. He was her mortal enemy, Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! Wind whistled in the air again, heralding the arrival of another young man. It was Huang Qi-ling. Duan Ling Tian, why are you here? I didn't look for trouble with you at all, Lu Wei asked as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. In her opinion, there was no reason for him to kill her since she did not look for trouble with him. However, when it came to certain matters, was a reason needed?
I'm aware you didn't look for trouble with me, Duan Ling Tian replied calmly. However, I have this habit. I can't allow people who might threaten the safety of the people around me to live. It was obvious he planned to eradicate the source of trouble.
He did not hide his intention to kill Lu Wei to protect his family and friends.
Huang Qi-ling, are you the one who led him here to kill me? When Lu Wei heard Duan Ling Tian's words, her eyes narrowed immediately. A bitter expression appeared on her face as she glared at Huang Qi-ling. Have you forgotten you're the son of a vice palace master? Helping an outsider to deal with me is breaking the rules of our palace.
Elder Lu Wei, what are you talking about?
Huang Qi-ling furrowed his brow in feigned ignorance. He said, perplexed, I'm just accompanying Brother Ling Tian to look around the palace.
Who's helping an outsider to deal with you? I don't understand what you're saying at all. Don't act stupid. Lu Wei snapped coldly. You know what you're doing. Naturally, Lu Wei was right. Huang Qi-ling had persuaded Duan Ling Tian to come here. Earlier, Brother Ling Tian, since everyone knows about your strength now, Elder Lu Wei, Situ Yuji's grandmother, wouldn't dare to seek revenge from you. However, she's not simple-minded. She might not seek revenge from you directly, but she would find other ways to seek revenge from you. This was her go-to tactic in the past. When she was young, she was widely known by her nickname, the Black Widow. For this reason, I advise you to kill her now to avoid trouble before the palace master comes to you.
These were Huang Qi-ling's words to Duan Ling Tian before he led him here.
Duan Ling Tian had thanked Huang Qi-ling for his advice and followed him to Lu Wei's place without any hesitation. After all, his wife and daughter were more important to him than his life. He would not let anyone who threatened their safety. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and 1,000 inscriptions sword appeared in his hand. He stared at Lu Wei emotionlessly. Sword defending art.
Lu Wei was shocked and she tried to escape, but at the same time, the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand had flown out. At the same time, a thunderous voice sounded in the distance. Stop it!
Swoosh! The 1,000 inscriptions saint sword flew through the air like a shooting star, leaving an afterimage in its wake. SSHHH. A soft sound rustled in the air as the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword pierced the back of Lu Wei's head as she turned around to flee. The 1,000 inscriptions saint sword pierced through the back of her head and emerged from her glabella. Blood gushed out from the wound. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. The moment the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword killed Lu Wei, it had also destroyed her soul to prevent her from casting the soul-detaching technique. This was to ensure there was no way she would survive. Lu Wei, the elder of Wandering Saint Palace, who was at the Saint Celestial stage, had died. Duan Ling Tian had killed her with a move. She did not even have a chance to cast the soul-detaching technique.
Duan Tian was able to act so quickly because he had already devoured the heaven and earth spirit from the surroundings to raise his son's saint origin to its limit before he came to Lu Wei's mansion. With his son's saint origin that had been raised to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage and the 3rd stage of the supreme sword Tao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, it was extremely easy for him to kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. This, Huang Qiling, who was standing nearby, saw how Duan Tian had killed Lu Wei. Although he had been mentally prepared for the outcome, he was still stunned speechless. His heart was thumping wildly in his chest as he thought to himself, one sword move. He only used one move. Duan Tian had used his sword and killed Lu Wei, an elder of Wandering Saint Palace who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, with just a move. He made it seem as easy as killing a chicken. Logically, only a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be capable of a feat like that, right? At this moment, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air accompanied by a thunderous voice. So, you're Duan Tian? When the figure appeared above the mansion, Huang Qiling was momentarily shocked when he saw the figure. He quickly bowed respectfully. Lord Palace Master. At this moment, Huang Qiling remembered a voice had called out to stop Duan Tian when he was attacking Lu Wei. However, Duan Tian did not heed the order and killed Lu Wei. The person who had tried to stop Duan Tian had to be the Palace Master. Based on the chilly aura the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace emitted, Huang Qiling knew he was not just annoyed. He was truly furious. Logically, Lord Palace Master won't harm Brother Ling Tian since he plans to join the Wandering Saint Palace. After all, Brother Ling Tian is stronger than the combined strength of Elder Lu Wei and Elder Lin Yuan, Huang Qiling thought in an attempt to comfort himself. After Duan Tian put Lu Wei's spatial ring away, he noticed the figure that seemed to appear out of thin air. He had overheard Huang Qiling's conversation with this person, so he knew who the newcomer was. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? Duan Tian looked at the newcomer. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was a middle-aged man with an average stature. He wore a silver robe. Although there was nothing special about his appearance, his aura was intimidating. One could tell from his aura alone that he held a high position. At this moment, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was staring coldly at Duan Tian. Even his aura was extremely cold. So, you're Duan Tian? He said again. His voice was so cold that it made one feel as though they were in a snowy tundra. Duan Tian remained calm when faced with the famous Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. He replied in a neither arrogant nor servile tone, yes. He did not think there was a need to humble himself before the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace since his current strength was almost on par with a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since Elder Lin Yuan took the initiative to attack you, it's fair that you killed him. However, Elder Lu Wei didn't look for trouble with you, and yet you intentionally came to her mansion just to kill her. Do you think the Wandering Saint Palace is an easy target? The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace said coldly. His tone became harsher as he spoke. Even Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically when he heard the Palace Master's words. He felt as though he had fallen into a river during winter when the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace spoke. On the other hand, Duan Tian, the person involved, remained calm and unaffected. He said, Palace Master Yuan, your words seem quite unreasonable. I've always lived by the principle of not looking for trouble with people if they don't look for trouble with me. I'm not the kind to kill without a reason. In my opinion, she deserves to be killed. I'm sure Palace Master Yuan is clear about what kind of person that old lady was. As he spoke, he stared unflinchingly at the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace without any fear, as though he was exerting his dominance. When Duan Tian arrived at the Human Devil Saint City, he had heard many stories about the leaders of the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Naturally, he had also heard about the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The name of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Yuan Haochun. Most people addressed him as Palace Master Yuan. When Yuan Haochun heard Duan Tian's words, he had a fake smile on his face. He said mockingly, what a great principle. You won't look for trouble with someone if they don't look for trouble with you,
and you don't kill without a reason. What a great excuse.
I'd like to see what makes you think you can act as you please and kill my people in my wandering saint palace.
The moment Yuan Hao Chun finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood.
Naturally, it only seemed like Yuan Haochen had disappeared without a trace to Huang Qiling. To Duan Ling Tian, he could clearly see Yuan Haochen was charging toward him like a cannonball. At the same time, Yuan Haochen's originally average build began to grow.
Yuan Haochen, who was still a distance away from Duan Ling Tian, momentarily stunned Duan Ling Tian with his transformation. What technique is this? Yuan Haochen's average build had transformed into a muscular build in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was still aware of the danger ahead even though he was stunned. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent. When Yuan Haochen, whose robe currently looked too tight on him due to his muscular body, was fast approaching Duan Ling Tian, he quickly cast his movement divine ability and released the Sun Saint origin he had raised to the limit in his body. Golden Crow Wings.
Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, a pair of flaming wings sprouted from Duan Ling Tian's back. He only flapped his wings once and it took him away swiftly to avoid Yuan Haochen's attack.
Brother Ling Tian has disappeared as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian made his move, he disappeared from Huang Qiling's sight as well. How fast? Naturally, Huang Qiling knew that the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace and Duan Ling Tian did not really disappear. It was just that their speed was so fast that it was difficult for his naked eyes to follow their movements. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is even stronger than the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect and the supreme elder of Black Kshetra Sect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Yuan Haochen continued to pursue Duan Ling Tian, who dodged his attack with the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. When he noticed Yuan Haochen was fast closing the gap between them, his expression turned grim.
If this goes on, it's only a matter of time before he catches up to me.
It seems inevitable that we would need to fight. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he quickly turned around in midair and raised his arm as the Thousand Inscriptions Saint's sword appeared in his hand.
Sword defending art. The Thousand Inscriptions Saint's sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand flew out with just a thought accompanied by a sword cry. He's really fast with a sword. It's no wonder he had easily killed Elder Lu Wei with just a move. Elder Lu Wei didn't even have a chance to cast the soul-detaching technique. Although Duan Ling Tian's Thousand Inscriptions Saint sword attack was very fast, it was not difficult for Yuan Haochen to deal with it. He was not intimidated by the attack at all.
This Duan Ling Tian has probably just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength still hasn't stabilized. However, it's undeniable that he's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Yuan Haochen thought to himself as he raised his hand and gathered his Saint origin in his hand. His Saint origin swept out, and it felt as though his Saint origin resonated with heaven and earth. Suddenly, whoosh! Yuan Haochen's right hand moved and his Saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth shot out of his 5 fingers like ribbons. The entire move was executed gracefully. Buzz! 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 A buzzing sound rang in the air as Yuan Haochen clawed at the space in front of him. All of a sudden, a sword appeared in his hand. The sword's aura was extremely intimidating. It shook violently in Yuan Haochen's hand as though it was trying to break out of his clutch. However, despite its struggle, it failed to break free of his vice-like grip. This sword was none other than Duan Ling Tian's Thousand Inscriptions Saint sword that he had wielded with the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart sword. His comprehension of heaven and earth has reached such a high level. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened when he saw this.
Duan Ling Tian could see that Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, held onto the Thousand Inscriptions sword with his profound martial tactics, not his divine ability. Just with his grip alone, he blocked the full force of the Thousand Inscriptions Saint sword. His vice-like grip had completely stopped the sword from flying away. Although Duan Ling Tian had used the mysterious 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword Supreme Sword Dao Mental Dao Cultivation method, the Sword Warding Heart, Yuan Haochen had blocked his attack effortlessly with such a direct method. His Saint origin seems to be in harmony with heaven and earth. He seems to have reached a stage where his soul is one when the universe when he uses his Saint origin. Duan Ling Tian managed to figure out why Yuan Haochen was so strong.
Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had to be quite deep. and he had entered an extraordinarily high level. That was how he managed to use his saint origin in such a domineering manner.
Yuan Haochen had skillfully used his saint origin and profound martial tactic to deflect Duanling Tian's mighty attack.
Meanwhile, the force of the 1,000 inscription saint's sword in Yuan Haochen's hand gradually vanished as time passed. The sword finally stopped moving. Suddenly, ding! A clear and ear-piercing sound rang in the air as Yuan Haochen pointed his finger at the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword before the sword flew out. Swoosh!
The sword then turned into a swift sword chi that flew back to Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian countered this by gathering his son saint origin that he had gathered to receive the sword. Nevertheless, the force of the sword that was returned to him numbed his hand even though he had used his son saint origin. What an extraordinarily strong force! He was stunned. Yuan Haochen merely used his saint origin to shoot the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword back to Duanling Tian, but it contained such a terrifying force. At this moment, Duanling Tian finally had a slight taste of the amazing power of a cultivator at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage after comprehending heaven and earth.
The Palace Master's saint origin is so powerful his comprehension of heaven and earth has to be quite deep. In fact, his celestial ascension tribulation might be near, Duanling Tian thought to himself. When Duanling Tian finally managed to regain complete control of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, Yuan Haochen suddenly said in a low voice, Duanling Tian, try and withstand my strike. His saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth began to spike rapidly as he raised his hand.
Whoosh! Duanling Tian was shocked when he heard Yuan Haochen's words. What a joke!
Yuan Chao was strong enough to capture Duanling Tian's 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that he had unleashed with all his strength with just a simple martial tactic.
Let alone a strike with both martial tactic and divine ability. Duanling Tian did not think he would be able to withstand a strike from Yuan Haochen that contained his martial tactic. It seems like I can only use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, at this time. Duanling Tian suddenly remembered the Devil Seal Tablet during this precarious situation. This was his last resort.
Although he was not certain if it would be effective against a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, this was the only option he was left with. If he could kill Yuan Haochen, he could instantly take over and become the new Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace.
At the very least, with the Devil Seal Tablet, he still had a chance of surviving. For this reason, he decided to use the Devil Seal Tablet. Lord Palace Master. Huang Qiling was shocked when he saw Yuan Haochen planned to attack Duanling Tian. Another voice cried out as soon as Huang Qiling finished speaking. Master, please be merciful. The melodic voice belonged to a girl. A hint of care could be heard in her cold voice.
Yuan Haochen stopped moving and he knitted his brows together.
Swoosh. At the same time, Duanling Tian felt a gust of wind blow past him as a beautiful girl appeared in front of him. It's her. He recognized this person dressed in white just by looking at her back. This girl was the strongest among her peers in the Wandering Saint Palace. Apart from that, she was also known as the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan. This girl was none other than Huang Wenjing. A year ago, Duanling Tian had battled with Huang Wenjing. After that, in the ruin allegedly left by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master who was an eminent celestial, she had stepped back and allowed him to enter the time cave without a fight. Since he was able to enter the time cave, he was able to completely master his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. For this reason, he felt grateful to her. Consequently, he helped her to improve her innate spiritual root to a violet one. Although it was just a light violet innate spiritual root, it was still leaps and bounds better than most devils' innate spiritual roots. He did not think he would meet her again under such circumstances. Huang Wenjing called Yuan Haochen Master? Right. I remember someone mentioned that Huang Wenjing is the Palace Master's last direct disciple. Moreover, she's also his favorite disciple. Duanling Tian thought about what he had heard a year ago.
When Yuan Haochen saw his favorite disciple trying to block his strike, his expression darkened immediately as he asked in a stern and low voice, Wenjing, what are you doing?
Master. He came here to join the Wandering Saint Palace. It would be a great loss to the palace if you kill him. Huang Wenjing replied determinedly as she emitted a cold aura. You? Yuan Haochun could only give up when he heard the determination in Huang Wenjing's voice to protect Duanling Tian. Since he had no children of his own, he treated her like his daughter. Moreover, from the get-go, he did not intend to kill Duanling Tian at all.
Although he had planned to attack him, he was not going to use all his strength. He only planned to test Duanling Tian's strength and limit to gain a better understanding of him.
After all, as the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, how could he possibly reject a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had come to join them? However, he did not expect his favorite disciple to foil his plan. At this point, he could only give up. Well, there's plenty of time for me to test his strength at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Yuan Haochun thought to himself, dismissing his plan to test Duanling Tian's strength now. Duanling Tian was obviously unaware of Yuan Haochun's thoughts. If he knew what Yuan Haochun was thinking, he would feel relieved he did not use the Devil Seal tablet. If he had used the Devil Seal tablet, Yuan Haochun would discover he was not a devil cultivator. At that time, Yuan Haochun might really kill him. After all, the Wandering Saint Palace was still one of the 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan. Although the members from Wandering Saint Palace were humans, they were still part of the devil clans.
When Yuan Haochun gave up on attacking Duanling Tian, Huang Qiling was not the only one who sighed in relief, but even Huang Wenjing sighed in relief as well.
At the same time, Duanling Tian looked at Huang Wenjing gratefully and expressed his gratitude. "Thanks."
Yuan Haochun said, "Duanling Tian."
Whoosh!
Yuan Haochun lifted his hand and a streak of light shot toward Duanling Tian. The streak of light was not aggressive, therefore Duanling Tian caught it easily.
"This is..." Duanling Tian opened his palm and discovered an order token in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was an identity token. Vice Palace Master? Duanling Tian's eyes widened when he saw the 3 words engraved on the identity token. At this moment, he felt as though he had just gotten off a roller coaster ride. Today had been filled with ups and downs. Duanling Tian was still in a state of shock when Yuan Haochun announced in a voice that seemed to contain a magical force as it transmitted to the entire Wandering Saint Palace. From today onward, Duanling Tian is a Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Naturally, everyone heard Yuan Haochun's announcement. Duanling Tian Vice Palace Master? Lord Palace Master has given his order. From today onward, Duanling Tian is our Vice Palace Master. Duanling Tian is now our Vice Palace Master. Does this mean there's another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in our Wandering Saint Palace? This is definitely great news.
An uproar broke out again in the Wandering Saint Palace when the people recovered from the shock.
Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace was excited that Duanling Tian had become their Vice Palace Master. But Duanling Tian was unsure of how to respond to Yuan Haochun, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace.
He stood in the mansion of Lu Wei whom he had killed while he held the identity token that was given to him by the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace.
Duanling Tian stared at Yuan Haochun in confusion. Yuan Haochun was dead set on attacking him earlier, but his attitude seemed to have taken a 180 degrees turn. It was only natural that Duanling Tian was caught by surprise.
Not only did Yuan Haochun give him an identity token, but he had also made an announcement to the Wandering Saint Palace that Duanling Tian was now a Vice Palace Master.
Yuan Haochun suddenly looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "Vice Palace Master Duan, welcome to Wandering Saint Palace. I hope you'll work with the other Vice Palace Masters to uphold the palace's rules. Be fair and strict to everyone and conduct yourself accordingly," Yuan Haochun said. It seemed like he was trying to tell Duanling Tian to behave as suited to his new position, and that he should not act as he pleased and flout the rules in Wandering Saint Palace. Yes, Palace Master. Duanling Tian, naturally, understood the underlying message in Yuan Haochun's words. He was more than happy to comply with Yuan Haochun's wish since all his enemies in the Wandering Saint Palace had been killed. It was unlikely that he would make new enemies in the Wandering Saint Palace. Even if someone went against him, it was still within the palace's rules to kill them if they dared to make the first move. Yuan Haochun nodded when Duanling Tian assented to his words. Then, he looked at Huang Wenjing who was standing near Duanling Tian and said, Wenjing, I still have some urgent matters to attend to. Please help Vice Palace Master Duan, his wife, and daughter to settle down. He left like a gust of wind after he finished speaking. No! Huang Qiling thought to himself as his expression changed when he heard Yuan Hao Chen's words. The cold expression on Huang Wenling's beautiful face changed instantly as well when she heard Yuan Hao Chen's words. His wife and daughter? He already has a wife and daughter, she thought to herself. She had followed her master here, not knowing that Duanling Tian did not come alone. How could she have known that Duanling Tian had brought his wife and daughter with him to the Wandering Saint Palace as well? You! Huang Wenjing turned around and looked at Duanling Tian, asking in disbelief, Is it true that you have a wife and daughter? Her voice trembled slightly when she spoke. She was different from her usual self. Her cold expression was replaced with a perturbed and nervous expression, and it seemed like she had lost her usual calm. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded without any hesitation. As though he was rubbing salt on Huang Wenjing's wound, he added, I have 2 wives, a son and a daughter. One of my wives and daughter came with me to the Wandering Saint Palace. Duanling Tian was not a young chap who was clueless about romance. He knew that Huang Wenjing harbored romantic feelings for him, so he decided to put a stop to it by telling her about his wives and children. Although Duanling Tian did not spend a lot of time with her, he could tell she was a proud woman who would not share her man with another woman. Huang Wenjing felt her heart ache when she heard Duanling Tian's words. Her beautiful face paled immediately. After a while, she turned to look at him and asked in an upset tone, How come you didn't mention this when we met? Duanling Tian frowned slightly when he heard the dissatisfaction in Huang Wenjing's tone. He was rendered speechless for a moment before he said, Why didn't I tell you about it when we met? If I'm not mistaken, you didn't ask me, right? Why would I say anything about it if you didn't even ask? He sighed. He knew he had hurt this girl's feelings. Huang Wenjing trembled slightly as colors continued to drain from her face. She felt as though Duanling Tian's words had pierced her heart. It's true that I didn't ask you about it. There's no reason for you to tell me about it as well. After a while, she said coldly to Huang Qiling through voice transmission, Huang Qiling, I'll leave him to you. After that, she quickly flew away. Huang Qiling smiled stiffly when he heard Huang Wenjing's voice transmission. Meanwhile, Huang Wenjing flew away to another place where Duanling Tian and Huang Qiling could not see her before she broke down in tears. She had liked that man since a year ago. During this past year, the man had burrowed himself deeper into her heart even though all she was doing was cultivating. Her feelings for him grew to the point where she felt it would be difficult to live without him. Love and romance were mysterious things. It only took 1 year for Huang Wenjing to fall deeply in love with Duanling Tian. It was due to her deep feelings that she failed to maintain her composure and broke down in tears when she heard that he had 2 wives and 2 children. She could feel her heart breaking at that moment. Her perfect dream had shattered. The joy she felt when she found out Duanling Tian had come to the Wandering Saint Palace felt like a joke to her now. Duanling Tian only smiled wryly when he saw Huang Wenjing's hurried departure. Huang Qiling sighed before he turned to Duanling Tian and said, Brother Ling Tian, Sister Wenjing asked me to help you settle down before she left. Okay, Duanling Tian nodded before he said, in that case, we should return to my family now. As Duanling Tian and Huang Qiling made their way back, Huang Qiling forced a smile on his face and said, Brother Ling Tian, please forgive Sister Wenjing for the way she acted earlier. Since she was young, she has been the pride of Wandering Saint Palace. She's used to being proud. All this time, many men have pursued her, but she had no interest in anyone until she met you. Although I knew she likes you, I didn't expect her feelings to be so deep. It was not difficult for him to see how deeply Huang Wenjing loved Duanling Tian based on her actions earlier. Duanling Tian only remained silent, while Huang Qiling helped Duanling Tian and his family to settle down. News of what happened in the Wandering Saint Palace spread like a wildfire to the Human Devil Saint City. The Wandering Saint City was one of the 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan after all. It was only natural that people would pay close attention to what was happening. In the Crimson Blaze Palace's estate. Have you heard about the powerhouse who broke into the Wandering Saint Palace's estate and killed 2 elders from Wandering Saint Palace. Lin Yuan is one of the Wandering Saint Palace elders who was killed. Lin Yuan?
Isn't he the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage?
He's dead?
Who killed him? I heard it was the same young man who killed Lin Shigang, Lin Yuan's grandson, a year ago. What? You're saying the young man who killed Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Shigang, a year ago is capable of killing Lin Yuan as well?
What's even more shocking is that the young man only used 2 moves to kill Lin Yuan.
2 moves? You must be joking.
News of this caused an uproar when it reached the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the major factions from the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. In the Great Spirit Palace's estate. What happened to the young man in the end? Did the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace kill him?
He's so bold as to break into the Wandering Saint Palace's estate to kill their elders. He's seeking death.
The Celestial Ascension Tribulation is close for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace Master. Based on his strength, very few are a match for him in the Human Devil clan, apart from eminent devils. If he attacks that young man would definitely die. Someone laughed. I'm afraid all of you are going to be disappointed. The young man didn't die. What? Similarly, the news caused an uproar in the Great Spirit Palace, also another faction from the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan.
The Azure Sheen Hall's estate.
That young man didn't die? Did he escape before the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace Master arrived?
No. Apparently, he didn't go to the Wandering Saint Palace to kill the people there. His intention was to join the Wandering Saint Palace. He's a solitary pure human cultivator.
What?
He's a solitary devil cultivator?
How did a solitary devil cultivator become so strong? He killed the Wandering Saint Palace elders in 2 moves. This means it's very likely that he's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. So he has joined the Wandering Saint Palace? Apart from the Crimson Blaze Palace, the Great Spirit Palace, and the Azure Sheen Hall, this shocking news had also spread to the other factions from the 3 palaces and 6 halls.
Yuan Haochen has named Duan Ling Tian, the young man, as a Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace.
It seems like the Wandering Saint Palace has gained another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Initially, there were a few people who rejoiced over the deaths of the elders from Wandering Saint Palace who were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, since the Wandering Saint Palace's strength would weaken. However, when they found out that Wandering Saint Palace had gained a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they were dumbfounded. Did this not mean that the Wandering Saint Palace had only gotten stronger? News about a new Vice Palace Master in the Wandering Saint Palace, who was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, spread quickly in the Human Devil Saint City. It did not take long before it spread like a wildfire to the other Human Devil clans' territories. The Wandering Saint Palace is really lucky. They even have a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I heard the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is a solitary cultivator.
As expected, he's really strong. I heard he killed 2 Wandering Saint Palace elders who were at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
How powerful! For a time, similar remarks could be heard everywhere in the Human Devil clan's territory, not just the Human Devil Saint City. After all, a new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was definitely shocking news. Moreover, the Wandering Saint Palace was also one of the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls.
Many people from the Human Devil clan also knew the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was called Duan Ling Tian. Inside a restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City, a human devil looked at his companion in shock and asked, "The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is called Duan Ling Tian?
Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Yes, his name's Duan Ling Tian." "Why?
Do you know him?" the latter asked in confusion.
No, I don't know him. I'm just reminded of someone else who's also called Duan Ling Tian. However, he's human and not a human devil," the former said with a shake of his head. "Now that you mentioned it, the name Duan Ling Tian does sound familiar. Tell me, who is he?" the latter asked. Although their conversation was not loud, the others in the surroundings could clearly hear their conversation. More and more people in the restaurant began to discuss among themselves. I feel the same way. That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard of Duanling Tian before, but I can't remember where I heard it. Many of them thought the name of the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace sounded familiar, but they could not seem to remember where they had heard the name before.
All of a sudden, one of the human devils sitting in the corner of the restaurant said loudly, "Why are all of you so forgetful?" His voice was so loud that it drowned out the conversations in the restaurant. Did all of you forget who used to own our human devil clan's territory? Of course not.
The human devil clan's territory used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion.
That's right.
Before the human devil clan claimed this piece of land as our territory, it belonged to the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the top forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many human devils began to chime in. All of a sudden, someone cried out, "I remember now." A human devil rose to his feet and said in a horrified tone, "The young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the one who possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, in the past, isn't his name Duanling Tian?" "You're right. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is called Duanling Tian. That must be why that name sounds familiar. Who would have thought the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion have the same name? From what I know, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had gone to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after the Devil Seal tablet had been taken away from him. Since the inter-province transportation formation that connected the upper province to the lower province has been destroyed, I'm sure he doesn't know that the Azure Cloud Mansion is gone. Although they share the same name, their fate is too different. The entire Human Devil Saint City was talking about how the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion.
There were even some human devils who had seen the image of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion when they performed the soul-searching secret tactic on people from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Fortunately, there was only a small group of human devils who had seen the image. Moreover, they did not know what the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace looked like.
Otherwise, it would not take much for them to discover that the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace looked identical. This matter had slipped Duanling Tian's mind. Otherwise, he would have put on a disguise even if he did not change his name. After Duanling Tian was appointed by Yuan Hao Chun, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, as a Vice Palace Master, he was moved to a bigger mansion. The mansion was located in an area where there were very few residences.
The heaven and earth spirit energy in this place was much richer compared to other places in the Wandering Saint Palace's territory.
Duanling Tian looked at a middle-aged man in front of him and said in a near-commanding tone, "I'll be going into closed-door cultivation for some time. Come and get me if there's something urgent. Otherwise, don't disturb me." "Yes, master," the middle-aged man answered humbly like a servant. Fortunately, there were no members from the Wandering Saint Palace around. Otherwise, they would have been shocked to see the middle-aged man acting so humbly. After all, the middle-aged man was an elder from Wandering Saint Palace. Elders in the Wandering Saint Palace were considered as high-ranking officials. Although they had to be respectful to the Vice Palace Masters in Wandering Saint Palace, there was no need for them to humble themselves too much to the point of being like a servant. Duanling Tian waved his hand and said, "You may leave now."
The middle-aged man did not say anything and respectfully left.
This middle-aged man was one of the people Duanling Tian and his companions met when they first arrived at the Wandering Saint Palace. It was none other than Elder Peng Lai. Duanling Tian had intended on pulling Peng Lai to his side, so he had asked Peng Lai to leave the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil Clan's territory for a short time with him. After that, Duanling Tian went on a killing spree to improve Peng Lai's innate spiritual root to a dark indigo one.
Finally, Duanling Tian said to Peng Lai, "Now you have two choices. First, you can swear your loyalty to me. If you perform well, I'll improve your innate spiritual root to a violet one. Your second option is to die." Peng Lai was still over the moon about his newly improved innate spiritual root when Duanling Tian dropped a bomb on him, giving him an ultimatum. Nonetheless, Peng Lai did not hesitate to choose the first choice and acknowledge Duanling Tian as his master. A violet innate spiritual root, Peng Lai became excited when he thought about further improving his innate spiritual root. His respect for Duan Ling Tian grew as he thought to himself, my master is amazing. He can even improve one's innate spiritual root.
After all, even an eminent celestial was not capable of improving one's innate spiritual root like Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Peng Lai did not hesitate to serve Duan Ling Tian, even though he was an elder from Wandering Saint Palace. Since Si Ling and Kur are cultivating, I can use this time to focus on my cultivation base.
After Peng Lai left, Duan Ling Tian went into his room to cultivate. After witnessing the strength of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, it had motivated him to work harder. Moreover, he felt a sense of pressure.
Fortunately, Yuan Haochen did not intend to kill him at that time. Otherwise, there was no doubt he would have died if the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, did not work. Once a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage comprehends heaven and earth, they would attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The level of one's comprehension of heaven and earth affects one's strength as well.
Duan Ling Tian could not wait to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage after he had witnessed Yuan Haochen's strength. Once he broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could start to comprehend heaven and earth and strengthen his Sun Saint origin.
Otherwise, his Sun Saint origin would continue to stagnate. Since his Sun Saint origin had stagnated, his strength did not improve even though he had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
The only benefit he had gained from breaking through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was mastering the soul-detaching technique. This would allow his soul to free itself from the shackles of his physical body if he encountered a dangerous situation.
In order to improve his strength, Duan Ling Tian had two choices. First was to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Second was to further comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, and his divine abilities. He decided to begin with the first choice.
The devil clans have almost completely taken over the lower province. Their next step would probably be to repair the inter-province transportation formation and invade the upper province.
I must break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before that happens, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself determinedly. When Duan Ling Tian entered closed-door cultivation, many people from Wandering Saint Palace who had wanted to meet him failed to do so. Apart from many elders from the Wandering Saint Palace, there were also several other vice palace masters who had wanted to meet him as well, including Huang Qiling's father. Although Huang Qiling's father was a vice palace master, he was only slightly stronger than the elders from the Wandering Saint Palace. Out of all the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace, he was the weakest in strength.
For this reason, the three disciples who were related to the elders from Wandering Saint Palace dared to bully Huang Qiling back then. Brother Ling Tian has entered closed-door cultivation? Even Huang Qiling had just learned that Duan Ling Tian had entered closed-door cultivation. And so, the newly appointed Vice Palace Master Duan Ling Tian from the Wandering Saint Palace was hidden away from the world. With the passage of time, he gradually ceased to become the topic of conversation in the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil clan's territory. After all, it was only natural that things would fade as time passed. Time flew, and in just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time, the inhabitants of the Human Devil Saint City and Human Devil clan's territory had forgotten about Duan Ling Tian. The hottest topic in town now was news of the formation masters from the Devil clans repairing the inter-province transportation formation.
Did you hear? The inter-province transportation formation's repair is at its last stage. In 1 or 2 years, at most 3, we'll be able to invade the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. One human devil exclaimed excitedly in a restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City. Of course I've heard about such important news. Another human devil said with a grin. I heard that the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls have also sent out men to search for the materials needed to repair the inter-province transportation formation. More and more human devils began to join in the conversation.
It's not only the Human Devil clan, but other devil clans are scouring the lower province to search for materials as well. Moreover, some of them have even returned to the land of exile to search for materials. Currently, the devils are united in repairing the inter-province transportation formation that will allow us to travel to the upper province. I hope we'll be able to stay as united when we're invading the upper province.
You're right. After all, most of the powerful humans dwell in the upper province. We might not be able to defeat them if we don't stay united. I heard that the cultivation environment in the upper province is extremely good and rich with resources.
Of course. Otherwise, why would all the strong powerhouses flock there? Would you go and cultivate in a shithole? I'm getting excited the more I hear about this. I hope the inter-province transportation formation will be repaired soon.
A group of human devils in the restaurant was engaged in a heated conversation. Based on the conversation, it was clear to see they were all looking forward to going to the upper province where the cultivation environment was good and resources were abundant.
In the Boardevil clan's territory, the three patriarchs of the Boardevil clan, who were also the respective chiefs of the Black Boar tribe, Thunder Boar tribe, and Red Boar tribe, gathered again.
The Red Boar tribe has sent over what we've collected recently. What about you? The chief of the Red Boar tribe asked as he looked at the other two. We're the same. The chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe nodded. Naturally, they were talking about the materials needed to repair the inter-province transportation formation. Based on the progress, it won't be long before the inter-province transportation formation is completely repaired. At that time, our Boardevil clan will gain a new territory, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said excitedly with shining eyes.
The chief of the Red Boar tribe said with a laugh, this time our territory will be in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. It's said that the cultivation environment there is really good and resources are abundant as well. This is something to look forward to.
It's unfortunate those three are not around to witness the Boardevil clan invading the upper province with the rest of the devil clans. They really looked forward to invading the upper province and killing the human powerhouses when they were still alive. The Black Boar tribe's chief side. The chiefs of the Thunder Boar tribe and Red Boar tribe remained silent when they heard this. Mixed feelings could be seen in their eyes.
The chief of the Black Boar tribe was clearly talking about the Boardevil clan's three great guardian warriors who were killed a year ago.
Although a year had passed since the deaths of the three great guardian warriors, the patriarchs did not forget about it. This was due to the three great guardian warriors' special backgrounds. It has been a year, but the old patriarch hasn't said anything. I think he must be preparing for the heavenly tribulation while he's in closed-door cultivation, the chief of the Red Boar tribe said.
I think so as well. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe nodded. The old patriarch must not have noticed that their soul pearls have shattered. Otherwise, he would definitely come to the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. They're his favorite grandchildren. If he knew that they had died, he would definitely come, even if it's at the cost of missing the heavenly tribulation. The chief of the Black Boar tribe murmured.
At once, the atmosphere turned solemn. Based on the three patriarchs' conversation, it was obvious the old patriarch was still alive and well, and he was still in the land of exile. Moreover, he was very close to ascending as well.
After a few moments, the chief of the Red Boar tribe seemed to have recalled something. A slightly old scroll appeared in his hands as he said, there's one more thing.
The chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe looked over and asked, what's that?
At this moment, the chief of the Red Boar tribe revealed the content of the scroll. A realistic portrait appeared for their eyes.
In just a blink of an eye, the expressions of the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe changed drastically. Their eyes were widened in fear as well. They had lost their composure because they recognized the man in the portrait. It's him.
Where did you get the portrait from? The chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe spoke in unison. They quickly exchanged a look before they turned to look at the chief of the Red Boar tribe. The person in the portrait was none other than the purple-clad young man whom they saw killing their Boardevil clan's three great guardian warriors a year ago through the mirror image. They knew the purple-clad young man was human when they saw him using the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, to kill their Boardevil clan's three great guardian warriors.
Initially, they had planned to reveal what they had discovered to the public. However, after a lengthy discussion, they unanimously agreed to temporarily keep the matter a secret. They were afraid that they would anger the human powerhouse if they revealed the matter. No one knew the human who possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was in the upper province.
It was not difficult for them to conclude that the Boardevil clan was the first clan the human had targeted. If they spread word about this, it would not be difficult for the human to trace it back to the Boardevil clan.
At that time, who knew if the human powerhouse would vent his anger on the Boardevil clan? The three patriarchs were not certain they would be able to stop the human powerhouse after all. Time passed, and the patriarchs still did not hear any news about the human powerhouse from the other devil clans. They were relieved the human powerhouse did not return to the Bordevil clan, so they continued to keep this matter a secret. The patriarchs would leave others to take the risk. It was only natural for them to look out for themselves after all. I obtained this portrait from one of the Red Boar tribe's clansmen. According to him, he obtained this from a human whom he killed. He found it in the human spatial ring. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said when he saw the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe looking at him. "Do you know who he is?" The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked in a low voice.
Although the chief of the Black Boar tribe remained silent, it was clear he was also curious as to who the human was. They knew the chief of the Red Boar tribe did not draw the portrait based on how old the scroll looked.
The chief of the Red Boar tribe nodded solemnly. A hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes as he said, "I do. He's the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. His name is Duan Ling Tian. He's rumored to be the one who found the Devil Seal tablet. It was in his possession until someone from the upper province came along and snatched it from him."
When the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe heard this, their eyes widened again. They cried out in unison, "It's him!" Shock and disbelief were apparent on their faces. Naturally, the patriarchs were no stranger to the name Duan Ling Tian. After all, he used to own the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. It was completely out of their expectations that the man who killed the Bordevil clan's 3 great guardian warriors a year ago with the Devil Seal tablet was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion.